Block 4. This is shameful betrayal. This is despicable conspiracy. Your husband, the Grand Duke of Eton, is one such conspirator. Moreover, an eager respondent, or he wouldn't have arrived in Fort Ness ahead of the other countries. Elvis delivered his tirade breathlessly, becoming worked up and panting. Helen inwardly scorned. If not for the church's overreach, what would cause so many countries to react against it? To plunder wealth and strike enemies in the name of witch hunts was one thing, but then to publicly meddle with the policies of nations, even targeting foreign merchants and traders. How could the trade-dependent Hornby nations continue? To the Duchess's knowledge, just in Eton alone, there was a slight decline rather than a growth in foreign merchant entries this year compared to the last. She shook her head. I'm just a woman, unaware of such confusing conspiracies. If you have grievances, go directly to my husband. In fact, Helen was well aware of these events and, as a mage herself, she was pleased to see the countries banding together against the church. The bishop chuckled. Whether you really didn't know before or pretended not to know, now that I've mentioned it, you definitely know. For the sake of your family's reputation, we would also like to keep the matter of Baroness Fenny confidential. Surely your husband wouldn't be pleased to see his sister-in-law labeled a witch, right? This hit Helen's weak spot. She indeed didn't want more people to know her sister's secret, including her husband. So-called conspiracy is just your word, Bishop, and what could I possibly do even if I knew? The bishop revealed his purpose. I hope you can persuade the Duke to take our side. Helen feigned difficulty. Although I'm the Duchess, I cannot sway our national policies. Elvis laughed heartily. Your Highness jests. Who doesn't know of your influence in Eton's court? Not to mention, your husband's seat as Duke was also thanks to a marriage alliance with your family, wasn't it? Surely the Duke will take your opinion seriously. Besides, as such a beautiful lady, just some whispering in bed would sway most men. Who can resist that? This last remark was a blatant flirtation, and Helen became flushed with anger. Sir, watch your words. If I refuse your demands, would you dare to keep a noble woman imprisoned indefinitely? Oh, we certainly would not dare. However, it's our duty to inform Eton's people, to warn them. I've already thought of what the announcement could say. Elvis listed, feigning seriousness with an officious tone. Be it known, Baroness Fenny of Eton has shown signs of magical awakening. This poor girl may have been misled into the wrong path due to the influence of other witches. Because of her noble status, we cannot take action, but given the threat witches pose, the Church feels obligated to alert the public to be vigilant and hope that the radiance of the heavenly further guides this poor girl back to the right path. You're despicable. The public won't believe you. Helen was livid. She pointed at Elvis. Should they proceed this way, Fanny's life will be ruined. They will believe us. We have our methods to evoke witches' magical powers, and a test with the witch detection stone will confirm everything. We'll present evidence to the townspeople in public before releasing your sister. Your husband may be a duke, but aren't there many within your nation who hope to take his place? With such an event, will he still sit firmly on his throne? One could see the Duchess was struggling inside. Finally, she compromised. All right, as long as you keep it secret, I will try to persuade my husband to pull out of the negotiation. Elvis shook his head. I'm sorry, Your Highness, you seem to have misunderstood me. What I mean by taking our side is not merely about pulling out of the conspiracy. What do you want, then? The bishop's eyes shone as he declared. Our condition is for your husband to use all means necessary to sabotage this meeting. Note, all means. Hearing the bishop's demand, Helen knew no further negotiation was possible. She pretended to ponder, staying silent for nearly a minute, before speaking. Bishop, could you give me a day to think it over? Elvis's smile revealed triumph. Very well, Your Highness, I'll give you 1 day, but if we don't hear back from you by this time tomorrow, don't blame us for being rude. After these words, he didn't wait for the Duchess's response and turned to leave. Once the bishop left the embassy and stepped into his carriage, the coachman cracked the whip, and the carriage started moving. However, unnoticed by the crowds on the street, a green bird took flight from one of the embassy's windows, flying in the same direction as the carriage. Join my Discord, https://discord.gg/jam4wcftxd. Consider supporting me on Ko-fi. https://ko-fi.com/etitranslations. Chapter 176, The Cathedral! Chapter 176, The Cathedral. T.L. Etude. Elvis rode his carriage all the way to the large cathedral located in the city center. From the outside, the cathedral still looked quite new. To match the growing influence of the church in the Hornby Alliance, the church had invested a fortune to construct this lavish building on the edge of Ness's central plaza. Compared to the old cathedral in the eastern district of the city, not only was the new cathedral more splendid, but it also covered a larger area and was taller. Its tallest structure, the bell tower, even surpassed the government building, Gold Tower, used by the Alliance Council to facilitate access up and down the tower. A basket lift was installed. It likely wouldn't be long before Ness's iconic landmark changed from the Gold Tower to this cathedral. Elvis stepped out of his carriage and approached the cathedral's grand entrance, noticing nearby wanted posters seeking any clues to Baroness Fenny's whereabouts. He shook his head mockingly. Humphrey, you wouldn't expect the person you've been searching so diligently for to be right here in the cathedral. In the city center, he continued on his way inside the cathedral, and along the way, the monks and followers he encountered paid their respects, to which Elvis responded with courtesy, showing none of the arrogance he had displayed at the embassy. A green parrot took flight from his carriage, circling the entrance of the cathedral as if hesitating to fly in. The bird moved to the side of the cathedral and noticed that the windows on the wall were open. Just as it decided to pick a window to enter, Elvis emerged again from a side door next to the cathedral. He turned and headed towards the church's backyard courtyard. The bird changed direction and followed him to the backyard. Elvis seemed to be in a good mood as he entered the courtyard with a light step. The area was tastefully arranged with abundant flowers and plants, providing a space for the church clergy to take a walk after meals and cultivate their minds and bodies. The bishop soon found the man he was looking for, one also dressed in clergy attire, feeding birds in the courtyard, holding a small box full of grains. A flock of various colored birds surrounded him, chirping excitedly, occasionally pecking at the grains he scattered on the ground. Elvis approached with a chuckle. "Anthony, my lord, I couldn't find you inside, so I guessed you would most likely be out here feeding the birds again." The man didn't turn around, continuing to watch the birds at his feet, which oddly were not afraid of him. "How did the Duchess react?" "HMPH, she said she would consider our proposal and think it over. I gave her a deadline, by this time tomorrow. If she hasn't agreed to our conditions, let her whole family face the consequences." "Ah. You really don't know how to show tenderness to women." "I heard that Duchess Helen is a renowned beauty throughout the Hornby." Elvis frowned. Such frivolous words should not come from a clergyman's mouth. But since the man was a special envoy from the Holy See, Elvis refrained from making the relationship tense. "For the glory of my lord, I shall overcome all bumps on the road, be it in reality or the realm of the spirit." The man, addressed as Anthony, turned to face him, praising in an admiring tone. "The radiance of our Lord will surely shine upon all in the Hornby with you, a devout and capable bishop like you in charge." Elvis puffed out his chest, readily accepting the compliment, though he didn't fail to show some modesty. "Not at all, not at all. If it weren't for the intelligence brought by Lord Anthony, I would still be in the dark about the Alliance Council's antics. It's embarrassing." "Really? They plotted right under my nose, and I hadn't had a clue." "Ah." Anthony sighed deeply. Elvis grew concerned. "Why do you sigh, my lord?" Anthony's face was painted with indignation. "I'm sighing because there are devout servants like you dedicated to spreading the glory of the Lord in the regions, yet in the Holy See, there are many who hold us back." "Holding us back? What do you mean?" "It's a long story." Anthony's expression seemed to speak volumes of injustice. "Some around the Holy Pope criticize the witch hunts in the Hornby, accusing you of bringing unnecessary trouble to the church." Elvis's face turned to one of seething hatred. "Shameful traitors, shameful heretics. They should all be bound to the stake and burned alive." For Elvis, those labeled with these two markers were even more abhorrent than heretics and infidels, an insidious lot stabbing from behind. Anthony provoked further. "Worse still, some clergy suggest rehabilitating the group of witches, citing that the Holy Scriptures do not record every witch as evil. Heavenly further above." "Almighty Lord!" Elvis let out an appalled cry, his whole body shaking with fury. The bishop pointed a finger at Anthony. "You, What are all of you doing all day long? Why would you allow such gossipy people to stay in the Holy See? Why would you allow them to continue living in this world? As Elvis nearly collapsed to the ground, Anthony quickly stepped forward to support him. Please, Elvis. We are trying. But the situation in the Holy See is, well, complicated, especially with the Council of Understanding promoting all sorts of heretical nonsense, and our current Holy Pope is a tolerant man. HMPH. Elvis scoffed, whether in contempt for the heretics in the Holy See or the Pope himself. Anthony whispered in his ear, right now, we are desperately in need of a devoted saint to lead in the Holy See. Elvis caught the implication in the other's words, scrutinizing Anthony with inquisitive eyes. Anthony whispered with a smile, the Grand Bishop of Horn Bay is growing old, and it will soon be time to appoint a successor. Has Lord Elvis thought about this prospect? Elvis was suddenly at a loss for words. If it serves to better the service of the Lord of Light, I will, of course, spare no efforts. Then a great burden will fall on you, Lord Elvis. Allow me to speak plainly. I have been sent on a secret mission to survey the bishops of the Horn Bay, to report their conduct to the Holy See's headquarters. So, in matters of personnel, I do have a say. This was more than a say. Elvis was inwardly ecstatic. Lord Anthony. No, my lord. You. Anthony interrupted with a wave of his hand. No need for excess. I am impressed by the devotion in your heart. Continue to serve diligently in your current position. I swear. Elvis solemnly raised his right hand. I will spread the Lord's glory into the heart of every person in the Horn Bay, and I will cleanse every impurity from this place. Join my Discord, https://discord.gg/jam4wcfdxd. Consider supporting me on Ko-fi. https://ko-fi.com/etitranslations. Chapter 177. The Ambush! Chapter 177. The Ambush. TL, Etude. Anthony tightly gripped the bishop's hand. Now I'm even more certain that I have not mistaken you. Lord Elvis, once you ascend to the position of Grand Bishop of the Horn Bay, you could compete for that supreme position, and we, impotent to change the status quo in the Holy See, will await your lead. Elvis's heart pounded wildly, a rosy scenario painted instantly in his mind. He hadn't doubted why Anthony wasn't striving for that direction himself. Given his special role within the church's internal structure, he was essentially out of the running for that supreme seat. Hence, scouting for like-minded individuals from the outside and aiding their ascent was a logical course of action. We are all servants of the Lord. There is no high or low. Elvis realized he had been too outwardly emotional and promptly returned to his bishop's dignified demeanor. Anthony held back a smirk. Pardon my bluntness. While I may discreetly support you, it ultimately depends on your performance. Others likely share this secret mission. Moreover, if you truly aim to become the Grand Bishop and aspire to that highest position, you'll need to showcase better, more numerous achievements. I understand. Thank you for your advice, Lord Anthony. Though his face regained composure, Elvis's inner resolve burned fiercer than before. How could he outdo others? Let those secular rulers grovel under the might of the Lord. Thoroughly and willingly. Anthony grabbed a handful of grains and scattered them on the ground, attracting a crowd of birds to feast. Among them, a green-crested parrot, unusual in color, had joined the flock. A green-crested parrot? Truly rare. Aren't they usually white or gray? Curiosity flickered in Anthony, and he paid extra attention to the peculiar parrot. He grabbed another handful of grains, scattering more near the parrot. Speaking of which, a thought suddenly occurred to him. The Duchess must know her sister is in this church, right? Elvis nodded. I didn't say explicitly, but I'm sure her first suspicion would be here. Anthony's face showed concern. What if she attempts to seize her sister from the church? If she dares. This is not the Grand Duchy of Eton. Anthony shook his head. Better to be safe than sorry. Women can do insane things once they lose their reason, and we are holding her dear sister captive. You're right. I recommend we temporarily move her to a safer location until we have the Duchess's clear response. Is there a good hiding spot nearby? There's a remote village in the northern outskirts with a church that is scarcely visited by outsiders. That place would be quite suitable for hiding her. I think you should move her there. Elvis agreed. I'll arrange it now. No. Anthony stopped him. There are too many prying eyes on the roads now. Better to wait until dark. A little wait won't make a difference. Elvis accepted the suggestion. Right. We'll go through the north gate after dark. By that time, it'll be the only city gate still open. The green parrot on the ground seemed to have had its fill, dwarfing the other birds in size and strength. Flapping its wings, the parrot soared into the sky, circled the church a few times, and flew off into the distance. Meanwhile, inside the embassy of the Grand Duchy of Eton, Duchess Helen sat restlessly in the room, pacing back and forth and occasionally staring out the window into the distance. It was evident that she was weighed down by heavy thoughts. After another glance out the window, she approached the bed. Lying in bed was someone with a handsome face and green hair. Her junior, Lady Sertia Gerard. At this moment, Lady's eyes were shut, seemingly asleep or perhaps unconscious. Helen checked for Lady's breathing, which was steady, and her concern was slightly alleviated. A green parrot entered through the window and perched on the bedside table. "Lady," Helen called out in surprise and relief. Her junior had returned safely. The parrot nodded at her, then hopped onto the unconscious body on the bed. It touched its beak gently to Lady's forehead. About half a minute later, the person in the bed slowly opened her eyes. "Lady, do you feel all right? Is there any discomfort?" "Sister." Lady did not immediately answer Helen's question but grabbed her hand. "Fanny is probably in the cathedral, but they plan to move her tonight to a rural church in the northern suburbs, going directly through the North City Gate." Then she addressed the previous question. "Don't worry. My body is perfectly fine. In the best condition." Helen's face broke into a grateful and joyful expression, hugging Lady tightly. "Thank you, my dear sister. Once again, you've been a great help." "Let's not talk about that now, sister. Let's plan how to rescue Fanny. Tonight seems like a golden opportunity." "Yes, you're right." Duchess Helen pulled out a handkerchief to wipe the moisture from her eyes. "However, we're still unclear about how many people they will have. Just the two of us won't be enough." Heeding Helen's words, Lady recalled the members of the Legion adventure team, currently commissioned to find Fanny, as possible allies. Yet, the thought of confronting the church head-on was swiftly banished to protect them from entanglement in such matters. She then considered the sailors aboard the Southern, armed with dozens of guns. But this idea was also quickly dismissed. If the ordeal became too loud and public, it could severely impact Count Grayman's trade plans, and they couldn't be drawn in either. Besides, they were simply helping transport her family as a favor, and willingness to assist further was uncertain. However, Helen appeared confident in her ability to handle the situation. "In recent days, in search of Fanny, the Horn Bay Alliance agreed to allow us to bring over a group of people from Eton, and this includes many from my own family. I will rally them to ambush near the North Gate and reclaim Fanny. How many can you gather before dark?" 30 to 40 should be attainable. Lady nodded and then suggested, "Sister, let me join them. Maybe I can be of help." Helen firmly grasped her hand. "I would be ever so grateful, but follow them discreetly. If there are few of them, my people will handle it. If my people are unable to cope, then you can intervene. Don't worry. I know how to hide my identity." "Lady, is there anything else? I'm coming too. Join my Discord, https://discord.gg/jam4wcfdxd. Consider supporting me on Ko-fi. https://ko-fi.com/etitranslations. Chapter 178, Pursuit! Chapter 178, Pursuit. TL, Etude. Even after dark, the streets of Ness were bustling, as befitting a commercial city with a relatively vibrant nightlife for the era. Only after 9 p.m. did the streets begin to clear as people gradually made their way home to rest. A troop emerged from the back door of the cathedral, heading straight for the North Gate. This group included a carriage drawn by 2 horses and 30 knights. 10 were fully armed in heavy armor while the remaining 20 were dressed in plain clothes but also carried swords and other weapons. They reached the North Gate quickly and were stopped by the gate guards. The leading knight was tense. Had the news leaked? He maintained his composure on the surface. "What's the problem? I recall the North Gate was allowed to open at night, correct?" "Holy Knight, sir." The guards recognized them as church personnel and became exceedingly respectful. "A noble from the Grand Duchy of Eton has been kidnapped in the city. We've been ordered to check the vehicles and boxes of passengers. Fury contorted the knight's face. Ridiculous. Do you really think we holy servants would do such a thing? No, no, of course not, but this is an order from above, and we must comply. The knight bellowed with eyes ablaze. What's going on here? A sleepy man, dressed similarly to the guards, came over. Captain, these church folks aren't letting us do our checks. Upon hearing church, the small unit captain snapped awake. The knight stared down the captain with a contemptuous gaze. A special envoy from the Holy See is in the carriage, urgently needing to get to a church outside the city tonight. He is resting inside after a tiring day. If you were to disturb this guest. The implied threat made the captain slap the guard across the face. You blind fool! Even you dare to inspect the vehicles of holy knights. Though reluctant, the guard quickly apologized. The captain flattered the knight obsequiously. Ha ha, please don't take it to heart, lords. This brother here is new and doesn't understand protocol. Then he yelled to his subordinates. Clear the way. Let them through. The knight gave him a look that said, now you're sensible, but couldn't be bothered to speak a word more as he and his caravan continued forward. The small unit captain dragged the guard aside to reprimand him. You've lost your mind. Daring to check a church carriage? If they slapped a suspicion of witchcraft charge on you, it would be the end of us all too. Captain, are we really allowing them to be so arrogant? The guard asked, showing a hint of defiance. Let them be. I've heard some rumors that the council, the captain and the guard muttered to each other. The church caravan quickly left the area surrounding Ness and headed into the quieter parts of the countryside as the roads darkened and trees became more plentiful. Captain, are we truly doing the right thing? Isn't this against the teachings of the Lord of Light? Seeing no one else around, a young church knight couldn't help but express the doubts in his heart. Secretly imprisoning a noble girl didn't seem like righteous behavior. The captain, who was leading, sighed. I don't know if it's right or wrong, but I was raised by the church. If it hadn't been for them, I would have perished on the streets when I was 10. So, any command from the church, I shall execute without hesitation. The querying knight fell silent, pondering unknown thoughts. They continued through a dense forest, lighting torches for illumination. Beyond the sound of horseshoes and the jostling of the carriage, it was eerily still. Suddenly, the whistle of objects slicing through the air pierced the quiet night. Something was shooting at them swiftly from the darkness. One of the heavily armored knights felt a strong force hit him, nearly knocking him off his horse. He realized in an instant, their caravan was under attack, but the first wave was not aimed at the humans. It targeted the knights' horses instead. The sound of bolts hitting flesh echoed as several horses took hits and went wild, tossing their riders and charging blindly into the night. The riders were thrown to the ground, scrambling back to the carriage. The ambush. Gather around the carriage. Who dares attack the church's troops? A reply came from the darkness. Leave your money if you wish to pass. The captain cursed internally. Incompetent city guards, to encounter bandits so close to the city. A second barrage of bolts flew in, this time targeting the humans. With 5 members of the church's caravan struck down. Several knights, eager to defend, hurled their torches into the surroundings. The illuminating flame revealed shadows lurking in the nearby woods. People to the west, and the east. Take your men west, Horn, stay with the carriage. The rest, with me. The knights split into 3 groups remarkably quickly. Raised from childhood in martial training, these church knights lacked systematic military education. Driven merely by fervent passion, they believed themselves invincible under the Lord's protection. In ambush was a contingent from the Grand Duchy of Eton, dressed in black and carrying powerful bows and crossbows. They hid by the road, but due to the dark, their aim was less accurate than anticipated, reducing the effectiveness of their initial volleys. Confronted by the church knights' rush, the Eton guards drew their weapons to engage in close combat. Disguising their main intent, to conceal interest in the carriage, they played the part of simple highway robbers. The Eton guards, initially 35 in number and possessing significant fighting prowess, leveraged their numerical superiority to gain the upper hand. After a fierce struggle lasting more than 10 minutes, the dispatched church knights suffered significant losses. The captain shouted, Horn, we will hold the enemy, flee with the carriage. The knights and coachmen near the carriage whipped their horses to surge northward, caring little for any more ambushes along the way. Crushing reality soon broke their prayers for an unimpeded path. A second detachment of about 10 riders intercepted them, with their meager number of 6 unable to offer much resistance. Church dogs. The head of the opposition cursed them as electrical sparks started to flash between their clasped hands, signaling a brewing thunderstorm. Witches, the night horn cried in dismay, his men in panic, unprepared for an encounter with a witch in the wild. Don't panic. Horn commanded, take out that villain conjuring first. He led the charge, his men following suit. Almighty Lord, grant us victory over evil. As the knights reached a significant speed, another person among the roadblockers stretched out their hands forward, muttering, "Well, shield." Instantly, the 5 charging knights crashed as though against a solid barrier, their mounts suffering grievous wounds while the riders were flung off by the force, 2 of them knocked unconscious. HMPH. Idiots. Finish them. The spellcaster's hands dimmed, spitting at the fallen knights. His companions rushed towards the dazed riders, finishing them off one by one. The 2 spellcasters conversed quietly. I didn't expect that random Maya spell to work so well, bringing us luck today. Our initial plan was to go unnoticed. Should we hand her over to them? No. Let's stick to the original plan. Hey, we've prepared a few surprises. All right, we'll do as you say. They then approached the carriage, noticing the coach was now unoccupied. The coachman had fled, possibly hiding nearby, shivering in fear. However, they were not interested in the escaped coachman. The person inside the carriage mattered more. Shockingly, when they attempted to take control, the 2 horses suddenly turned around and headed back towards Ness. What's happening? Chase them. The group hastily returned to mount their horses nearby, rushing after the runaway carriage, which, by now, was far ahead. Suddenly, a blue light flashed on the rider's seat, revealing 2 women's silhouettes. How long can featherlight last? About half an hour. Hearing Lady's answer, Helen grew uneasy. Half an hour was too short. Why was there a second group on the road, and why were they targeting Fenny? With at least 2 mages among them, could they be the ones who initially abducted her? Before their questions were answered, the carriage came upon the remaining Eton guards, now reduced to 10, who were charging down the same road, apparently finished with their clash with the church knights. Confused to see the oncoming carriage, the guards didn't quite grasp what was happening, but a woman's voice rang out. Someone's after us. Block them. The voice of the Duchess. Despite their masked faces, the guards recognized her unmistakable voice. Before they could ask why the Duchess was there, the 10 guards allowed the carriage to pass, positioning themselves on the road, awaiting the pursuers Helen mentioned. After half an hour of frantic riding, the effect of featherlight faded, and the carriage slowed significantly. Their hearts heavied as they heard the sound of more hooves approaching from behind. Helen, with most of her summoned guards in dire straits, felt guilty about their fate. We're nearing the city gate. Relief spread among the 2 women. If they could just reach the city, their pursuers could no longer harm them. But suddenly, the horses pulling the carriage stumbled, nearly collapsing as they hit an unexpected obstacle, and the speed of the chariot dropped dramatically. The ground beneath them was transforming alarmingly. What was once stable ground now turned into a giant mire swamp. Spell. Damn. Sister, we have no choice but to confront them head-on. Lady and Helen quickly disembarked, straining across the mire with disgust. Luckily, it was not deep, or they would have been stuck and been unable to traverse in it. Their pursuers caught up swiftly. Ha, I didn't expect such a lucky hit with the mire spell. It's my lucky day, indeed. The leader among the pursuers laughed heartily. 2 lovely ladies, seeing that carriage move so swiftly, surely you must have used some mystical methods? Let me guess, featherlight or speed? No, that's wrong. Speed only applies to people, so it must be featherlight. Lady asked, who exactly are you, and what's the purpose of your actions tonight? To which the pursuers replied, we might ask you the same. Who are you to be taking this carriage? And why? We are friends of this child. Obviously, we are trying to save her. The pursuers burst into laughter again. So are we, here to rescue her. Helen, infuriated, exclaimed, nonsense. Answer me. Were you the ones who kidnapped Fenny? Fallen witches. Fallen witches? What of yourselves? Aren't we the same kind? Who's the same as you? Same kind, my ass. The pursuers' leader shook his head. I don't want to be your enemy. Witches should unite against the tyranny of the church. So I advise you, hand over the girl to me, and I assure you, I will ensure her safety. Oh, and would you like to join us? Join the family of witches? Before Helen could respond, Lady intervened. The family of witches? Are you part of a secret society? Secret society? You could say that, but it won't be a secret for much longer. What's your organization called? The pursuer's leader seemed to hesitate momentarily before revealing. Arcane Society. Have you heard of us? Arcane Society. Lady was inwardly shocked. A recurring name. You say if we hand Fenny over, you won't harm her. What do you need her for? To make her a witch? The leader shook his head. To tell you the truth, we were indeed the ones who abducted the Baroness, but not to make her one of us. She's too young for that. However, if you want to know more, you have to join us. Our doors are open to all our fellow witches. From his bosom, he produced 2 scrolls. Let's make a pact, bound by magic. You join us, and we guarantee not to lay a finger on the girl. Lady and Helen exchanged glances. Those 2 scrolls were no ordinary items, and if we refuse, the pursuer's leader answered coldly, then you must die. Join my Discord, https://discord.gg/jam4wcfdxd. Consider supporting me on Ko-fi. https://ko-fi.com/etitranslations. Chapter 179. Magic Duel 1! Chapter 179. Magic Duel 1. TL, Etude. Then you must die. Upon hearing these words, Lady and Helen immediately became fully alert. Including their leader, the pursuers were 6 in total, indicating that 4 of them had been taken down by the Eton guards. With a wave of his hand, the leader directed the remaining 5 to spread out, subtly forming an encirclement around the 2 women. Almost simultaneously, both parties began to chant their spells. After about 10 seconds, the pursuers completed their chants, each stretching out a hand, ready to cast their magic. Each hand flickered with electric light, as if fierce thunderbolts were about to burst forth. It looks like we're in for a tough fight today. They are all mages. Despite the imminent threat, the Duchess's voice betrayed no hint of panic or fear. Hee. When was the last time I fought alongside you as a mage, Senior Helen? Oh dear, I can't quite remember. It's been several years, hasn't it? The leader of the pursuers watched them with narrowed eyes. HMPH. Chatting leisurely at the brink of death. I'll give you one last chance. Submit to the Arcane Society now, or I won't spare you just because you're women. Lady replied firmly. Minions of the Arcane Society. I still have a score to settle with you. During her last trip to Port Fran with Paul, she was unable to use many of her moves due to a physical condition. As a result, she was easily subdued by a mage from the Arcane Society specializing in self-enhancement. If not for the Count's guards armed with firearms, they would have been defeated. This had always irked the prideful lady. Facing these mages from the Arcane Society, she saw an opportunity to clear her resentment. The leader of the pursuers laughed loudly. So you've had dealings with our organization before? And it seems you've suffered a defeat? Knowing our strength, yet still failing to see the reality. Women really are brainless, even as mages. Lady raised her hand. Enough talk. The leader quickly dodged as a small crossbow bolt shot from not far away, embedding deeply into a tree trunk behind him. He broke into a cold sweat, angrily saying, "Foolish women, you'll pay for this in hell." Attack. At the leader's command, the 6 unleashed lightning from their hands. The powerful currents surged towards the 2 women near the carriage, illuminating the area as bright as day. But to the leader's utter shock, something unbelievable happened. He suddenly felt as if his chest was struck by a massive hammer, a powerful force paralyzing his entire body, rendering him immobile. The blinding light prevented him from seeing what had happened, but he felt as though he was on the brink of death. As the light faded, 2 of the pursuing mages collapsed, while the remaining 4 staggered, barely able to stand, the air filled with the scent of scorched flesh. Damn it! What happened? The leader looked towards his targets. The 2 women stood unharmed, casually observing their sorry state. Hee. Helen let out a mocking laugh. What's the matter? Haven't heard of spell reversal? It seems this Arcane Society of yours isn't so impressive after all. Lady added, or is it? You're just not high enough in your organization to know such spells? Cursed. The leader of the pursuers struggled to stand up straight. his eyes bulging with rage, the whites filled with dense blood vessels. His subordinates were in dire straits. Of the two who had fallen, one seemed to have passed out or possibly even died, while the other lay on the ground groaning continuously. With a wave of his hand, he shouted to his men, "Pull yourselves together." However, this gesture only intensified his own pain. The words of the two women had deeply wounded his pride. "Damn it, I am an elite among elites. It's just that they happen to know a couple of obscure spells." "All right then, take your potions." Hearing the leader's command, the mages, as if remembering something, each took out a pill and swallowed it. Seeing this, Lady tensed up, recalling what Navy Commander Austin had said about pirates becoming agile and incredibly strong after consuming a mysterious drug, likely provided by the crazed mage claiming to be from the Arcane Society. She wondered if the mages had consumed the same drug and what effects it might have. If it was anything like the pirates, they were in trouble, as she and Senior Helen were not adept at close combat. After ingesting the drug, the mages' bodies underwent a remarkable transformation, bulking up noticeably as Lady had feared. Their pained expressions vanished, and they seemed unharmed. The mage who had been lying on the ground quickly stood up. "You two bitches, you have truly angered me now." The leader of the pursuers bellowed furiously. Although he appeared to have lost his mind to others, his mind was constantly calculating. Spell reversal? From what had just happened, it seemed to rebound the caster's attacks. Using the same attacks as before would be foolish. Damn it, why do they know such a wicked spell that I've never even heard of? Why didn't the instructors in the organization teach me? Are they keeping secrets? What to do now? Their offensive spells were limited to fireballs or lightning. Were they really helpless against these two women? Wait a minute, they were just two women, fragile and delicate, and here were 5 strong men. Could spell reversal work against physical attacks? With this thought, the leader of the pursuers pulled out a dagger and threw it forcefully at the two women. Lady stood still while Helen slightly tilted her head, the dagger landing behind them. The leader's heart leapt with joy. Physical attacks couldn't be reversed. Brothers, their spells can't deflect physical attacks. Close in on them, use daggers or fists to finish them off. Hearing the leader's reminder, 3 of his men drew daggers, while another rolled up his sleeves, revealing muscular, vein-lined arms. They slowly approached Lady and Helen. The leader himself was rubbing his hands together and chuckling menacingly, walking towards the two women. He was determined to brutally assault them, using all sorts of means. Join my Discord, https://discord.gg/jam4wcfdxd. Consider supporting me on Ko-fi. https://ko-fi.com/etitranslations. Chapter 180, Magic Duel 2! Chapter 180, Magic Duel 2. TL, Etude. Helen marveled at the enemy's exposed arm, the muscles so swollen they seemed on the brink of bursting. Despite her modest achievements in potion research, she had never seen or heard of such a miraculous drug. Senior sister, now's not the time to be curious. Lady internally harbored a small doubt, combining Austin's description and the physical transformation of the enemy. The dosage they had taken should have made them lose their minds. Yet their mental state appeared remarkably stable. Could it be due to the mage's stronger mental fortitude compared to ordinary people, or had the drug been improved? Helen's voice echoed in her ears. "Got it. Are you ready on your side?" "Ready." The two women simultaneously pointed towards the ground ahead of them, leading to an incredible occurrence. The earth where they pointed began to undulate as if something was about to break through from beneath. The 5 mages halted, staring in disbelief at this surreal spectacle. "Is this a mud swamp spell, trying to hinder our advance?" "No, this doesn't look like a mud swamp spell." The ground moved rapidly, cracking open, revealing something underground about to emerge. Suddenly, 2 large hands burst from beneath, followed by 2 huge heads, then the other hands, and finally, the full bodies of 2 monsters emerged from the ground. These were monsters the pursuers had never seen before, their bodies covered or perhaps constituted entirely of thick mud. Over 2 meters tall, with fists as large as sandpots, their arms and legs, thicker and stronger than those enhanced by drugs, exuded an imposing aura. The monsters, without uttering a sound, charged at the mages with swinging fists. "Hold your ground, hold your ground," shouted the leader of the pursuers. Normally, they would have been terrified. But under the influence of the drug, they were unusually bold. The leader and a subordinate faced one mud monster while the other three took on the second. One monster swung its fist rapidly, hitting the pursuer leader squarely in the face. The leader screamed and staggered backward, his face caked with mud, his eyes and nostrils filled with dirt. Frantically wiping his face, he blew hard to clear his nostrils, only to spew out blood along with the mud. To his horror, his teeth felt loose, as if they would fall out with the slightest touch. I'll fight you with everything I've got. Losing his sanity, he charged back into the fray, bloodied and mud-spattered. Senior sister, now's our chance. Right. Seeing their enemies entangled with the summoned clay golems, Lady and Helen quickly returned to the carriage, whipping the horses hard. The horses, pained, strained to pull the carriage forward, but the mire was too deep, and the strength of two horses seemed insufficient to pull free. Left with no other choice, the two women each shouldered against one side of the carriage, pushing it forward with all their might. 1, 2, 3. After numerous attempts, the carriage finally emerged from the mire, but they stumbled and fell into the mud. Covered in mud and looking disheveled, the two women stood up. Duchess Helen, accustomed to luxury, found this ordeal particularly distressing. Why did we have to exert so much effort to push the carriage out, lady? Why didn't we just unhook the horses, let Fanny sit in front of me, and each ride a horse to escape? Helen lamented. It's because that foolish author only just thought of this, Lady replied, frustrated. Let's not dwell on it, senior sister. Someone's chasing us from behind, and we don't have time to unhook the horses now. They quickly climbed onto the driver's seat of the carriage and whipped the horses into motion. You won't escape, shouted the leader of the pursuers. He had abandoned his comrade fighting the mud monster and was now in pursuit. His absence proved disastrous for his subordinate, who was being mercilessly beaten by the clay golem, unable to defend himself. As the carriage began to speed away, the pursuer leader, perhaps driven by the drug or sheer urgency, forgot he had a horse tied up in the nearby woods. He sprinted with wind-like speed. Catching up to the carriage, he jumped onto the carriage's step, gripping the handle tightly. Lady noticed the pursuer leader boarding the carriage, a fierce glint in her eyes. They had initially adopted a conservative strategy against the enemies, but it became clear that their opponents were merely mediocre mages. The advisor lady extended her right hand, claw-like, and a tangible magical force began to gather in her palm. Suddenly, a burst of lightning flashed, much like the pursuer's earlier lightning spell, but more pure and powerful. The area around the carriage filled with an odd scent. If Paul had been there, he would have recognized it as ozone, a byproduct of air electrolysis. The pursuer leader, clinging to the carriage, felt his heart pounding wildly, sensing an imminent danger. Sighing, Lady recalled the teachings of her magic tutor from her youth. She relaxed her hand, dispersing the gathered magical energy. Turning around, she placed her right hand on the pursuer leader's arm. Switch position. In an instant, the pursuer leader was enveloped in a strange light, his vision blurred, and his head spun with dizziness. Feeling a sensation of falling, he instinctively grasped at anything he could, and the sensation ceased. What happened? With this thought, he slowly opened his eyes, which he had closed due to the blurriness. What in the world happened? A hysterical scream echoed through the forest, startling numerous sleeping birds. The voice was filled with endless shame and rage. The pursuer leader felt like he was going to explode. Just a second ago, he was clinging to the carriage, but now he found himself hugging a tree trunk. But what truly drove him to despair was, he was completely naked, hugging the tree trunk without a stitch of clothing. Join my Discord, https://discord.gg/jam4wcfdxd. Consider supporting me on Ko-fi. https://ko-fi.com/etitranslations. Chapter 181. Wolfpack! Chapter 181. Wolfpack. TL, Etude. Phew. We've finally shaken off those thugs. Duchess Helen sighed in relief as their carriage continued forward. The pursuer leader, who had clung to their carriage, was now nowhere to be seen, his clothes left behind, fluttering in the wind, pinned to the carriage side by a short crossbow bolt, the same one Lady had shot earlier. I've almost fully recovered. Should I use the Featherlight spell again? Lady pondered. Save your energy, just in case we run into more trouble," Helen advised. The pursuer leader, still naked, watched from his perch in a tree as his 4 subordinates were defeated one by the mud monsters, and the carriage carrying their targets slowly disappeared into the distance. Just as he was fretting, the 2 monsters at the base of the tree suddenly dissolved into piles of mud. Climbing down, he rushed to his barely alive comrades. Ignoring his nakedness, he frantically searched one of them. "Strange, I remember placing it on him." "Ah, here it is." He finally found a scroll. "I must get back at them." He swore vengefully, deeply humiliated by the repeated indignities inflicted by the 2 women. He could not let this slide. Realizing he couldn't overpower them directly, he resorted to a secret weapon in his team's arsenal, a magic-infused scroll. It was meant for large groups or armies, so using it on just 2 women seemed wasteful. But he was too aggrieved to care. Retrieving the scroll from his unconscious comrade, he mounted a horse and set off after the carriage, still naked. Still not giving up? Lady and Helen frowned upon hearing the approaching horse hooves. "It seems he won't stop unless we disable him completely," Lady remarked, standing up to look back. She saw the pursuer leader, still naked, riding hard towards them. Blushing and muttering an expletive, Lady contemplated a way to teach him an unforgettable lesson. The pursuer leader, closing the distance, unrolled the scroll and began to chant a spell. In a few seconds, the incantation was complete, and he threw the scroll into the air above the carriage. A woo-oo, oh-oo. A piercing wolf howl shattered the night's silence. The sound was so loud it seemed to tear at Lady's and Helen's eardrums. The horses pulling the carriage panicked, suddenly halting their run. They stamped nervously, as if sensing some terrifying presence lurking in the darkness ahead. The pursuer leader's horse also stopped, spinning in place, unresponsive to his whipping, refusing to move forward. "What's happening?" The pursuer leader was unaware of the scroll's specific effect, only knowing that it was incredibly powerful. A woo-oo, oh-oo. A second, louder wolf howl sounded, originating from the scroll he had thrown. Sound storage spell? But why store the howl of the wolf? Lady wondered, realizing the source of the sound was the scroll. The howl, emanating from their location, began to spread in all directions. A woo-oo, oh-oo. Another wolf howl echoed, this time from afar. It was faint but clear, almost as if responding to the howl from the scroll. Then a second, and a third howl followed from different directions. Soon, a chorus of howls filled the night, replacing the silence with a terrifying cacophony. Sounds of rustling came from the surrounding woods, as if numerous animals were lurking, accompanied by multiple pairs of glowing green eyes emerging from the darkness. "What exactly is happening?" Duchess Helen's voice trembled. She was, after all, just a woman. Lady, however, remained calm. "That scroll must contain the howl of the Wolf King. It seems the message in the sound is not inviting the wolves to welcome us." Helen shivered beside her. "Aren't the wolves near Fort Ness known for not attacking travelers on the merchant roads? Perhaps they're in the mood for a different kind of midnight snack tonight," Lady speculated with a grim expression. Lady shook the reins hard, but the horses refused to budge. "Are there wolves waiting ahead? Let's try going back." Lady attempted to turn the horses, but they wouldn't follow her command. "Are we surrounded?" Meanwhile, the pursuer leader was also gripped by immense panic. The howls seemed endless, and he had never witnessed such a spectacle. No matter how hard he tried, his horse refused to move, sensing the presence of wild animals all around. In desperation, he leapt off the horse and ran frantically towards Fort Ness, cursing the person who had given him the scroll. "You all deserve to die." Adrenaline fueled his run, and he soon passed Lady's carriage. "That fool has brought ruin upon himself and others." Lady guessed his fate. As expected, when he was about 10 meters from the carriage, 2 wild animals leapt from the roadside woods, knocking him to the ground. The pursuer leader struggled, but without any clothes or protection. The wolves' sharp teeth easily pierced his skin. He screamed in agony and tried to strangle the wolf that had bitten him. Join my Discord, https://discord.gg/jam4wcftxd. Consider supporting me on Ko-fi. https://ko-fi.com/etitranslations. Chapter 182, Wolfpack 2! Chapter 182, Wolfpack 2. TL, Etude. The pursuer leader grabbed the neck of the wolf with such immense strength that the wolf quickly rolled its eyes back, overwhelmed. However, it wasn't just one wolf. Another leapt onto him and firmly bit into his throat. Several more wolves then sprang from the woods, pouncing on the leader. They tore at him, biting fiercely and relentlessly. With despair, the leader cursed, "To hell with you all." His curse's intended target, however, remained unknown. He relaxed his muscles, surrendering to the wolves tearing at his flesh, quickly losing all signs of life. "Senior sister, get in the carriage." Lady urgently pulled the Duchess, who was already weak and pale, into the carriage. Inside, a young girl, seemingly around 10 years old, lay asleep on a seat. She bore a striking resemblance to Helen and was destined to be a great beauty. This was the younger sister of the Grand Duchess of Eton, Baroness Fenny. Lady firmly shut the carriage door. The attack on the mercenary leader seemed to signal the wolves, as more of them emerged from the woods. These wild beasts first targeted the 3 horses, launching a swift attack. The horses desperately defended themselves, but eventually fell prey to the wolves' sharp teeth. "Hopefully 3 horses satiate the wolves," said Lady, but her hopes were dashed as more wolves appeared, ignoring the horses and circling the carriage instead. Their target was clear. Those inside the carriage. A wolf, unable to hold back, leapt at the carriage. The Duchess screamed as the carriage shook violently from the impact. Lady handed the crossbow bolt to Helen. "Senior, if a wolf breaks the glass, stab it hard with this. Let's hope this church carriage is sturdy." Helen nodded, trembling. As if on cue, the window shattered, and a large wolf head intruded. Lady, with precision, thrust the crossbow bolt into the wolf's eye. The wolf retreated, howling in pain, and rolled on the ground next to the carriage. The sight of its suffering seemed to deter the other wolves, who temporarily ceased their attack, continuing to circle the carriage instead. Lady chanted a spell, carefully measuring the carriage's area and the distance between it and the wolves. Finally, she whispered, "Ring of blazing fire." Soon, a strange light emitted from the ground around the carriage, forming a circle about 3 meters in diameter, perfectly encircling it. With a whoosh, the circle of light burst into flames. Wild animals are instinctively afraid of fire, and the wolves surrounding the carriage leapt away in fright, scattering to distance themselves from the burning ring. Many wolves, caught directly in the flames, yelped pitifully as their fur caught fire. They rolled on the ground in an attempt to extinguish the flames, then fled with their tails between their legs. However, the ongoing howls from the surrounding forest indicated that more wolves lingered nearby, seemingly in the hundreds. The ring of blazing fire spell was initially meant to erupt into flames high enough to cause significant damage to surrounding enemies. However, Lady had adjusted the intensity of the flames for a longer duration to intimidate the wolf pack. With their lives no longer in immediate danger, the Duchess regained her composure. She praised Lady. "Your mastery over magic is becoming more refined. You've surpassed me. I can't even compete." Despite the compliment, Lady wasn't in the mood for modesty. She knew that the ring of blazing fire, though she had controlled its burn rate, would eventually extinguish such loud howling. The guards at Fort Ness must have heard it. "Won't they send someone to check?" Lady wondered aloud. "It will only be at daybreak," the Duchess replied. "For now, they'll just keep the city gates tightly shut." "Senior, we can't rely on others. We must think of a strategy. I can keep casting Ring of Blazing Fire around the carriage until dawn. Do you have any suggestions?" "Mages can't cast the same spell repeatedly without a cooldown period, which varies based on the mage's proficiency with the spell." If Paul Grayman knew this, he might liken it to a cooldown time from video games in his previous life. The cooldown duration depends on the mage's grasp of the magic, ranging from a few hours or minutes to several days. This proficiency is still a topic of debate among mages. Much like measuring intelligence in ordinary people, there's no unified standard. More usage doesn't necessarily equate to higher proficiency. Some mages can cast powerful lightning spells every hour but can only cast a light spell once a day, despite the latter being simpler and requiring fewer materials and a less complex incantation. In this world, even mages are largely in the dark about the true nature of magic, with much knowledge hidden behind a veil of mystery, requiring continuous exploration. Most mages rely on experience, understanding the how but not the why of their magic. They revel in this mystique, distinguishing themselves from artisans like blacksmiths or mechanics, providing solace for this misunderstood group. Hearing Lady's query, Helen shook her head in shame. "I'm sorry. I don't have a better idea." And what? "I can't control it as precisely as you." I might set the carriage on fire, maybe even the forest." A normal ring of blazing fire starts small around the caster and then spreads outward. Forced to cast it inside the carriage, like Lady, could indeed. "All right, Senior. Once the flames die down, we'll summon a clay golem again." "I can do that," Helene agreed. The two silently watched the fire diminish. As the flames weakened, the restless wolves began to stir again. "Start preparing the summoning." "Wait, Senior. Do you hear that?" Lady seemed to hear something and listened intently. The Duchess held her breath, trying to catch the sound Lady mentioned. "It's the wolves howling." "Wait. There is something different." A sound, growing louder, seemed to be a thump. Thump. In the distance. Lady suddenly exclaimed with joy. "Muskets. It's the sound of muskets. No wonder it seemed familiar." "Muskets?" the Duchess asked, puzzled. "Yes, Senior. The crew from the southern have come to save us. Join my Discord. https://discord.gg/jam4wcfdxd. Consider supporting me on Ko-fi. https://ko-fi.com/etitranslations. Chapter 183, Rescue! Chapter 183, Rescue. TL, Etude. Earlier, during the day, the former owner of the Flying Dragon Pavilion, Kiera, and the waitress, Lisa, temporarily settled in a hotel at the docks. According to the plan discussed with her daughter, their family would embark on a journey to the Northwest Bay aboard the Southern after its departure. However, the Southern needed to stay in Fort Ness for a few days, so Kiera considered these days a vacation, intending to rest well. After her daughter left, Kiera settled their luggage in the hotel and then, accompanied by Lisa, went to the location where the Southern was docked. Captain Quick, who had originally planned to visit a nearby tavern with the first mate, was surprised to see Kiera returning to the docks. "Hello, Mrs. Satia," he greeted. "Hello, Captain Quick," replied Kiera, gracefully. Kiera then made a request that put Quick in a difficult position. "May I take a tour of the Southern?" Quick was genuinely troubled. In his view, he had not known Kiera long enough to consider her one of his own, despite her being Mr. Derek's mother. After some thought, however, he agreed, reasoning that it would be beneficial for her to familiarize herself with the environment since she would be boarding the ship in a few days. "Please follow me, Madame." Upon boarding the Southern, Kiera showed great interest, looking around and touching things here and there. Quick was curious why a woman of her status would be interested in maritime matters. Seeming to notice his puzzled look, Kiera smiled and said, "To tell the truth, I also worked as a sailor when I was young and spent a lot of time at sea." Quick's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? Does the Horn Bay Alliance actually allow women to work on ships?" Realizing his comment might be impolite, he added, "Sorry. I mean, in many people's minds, women are not suitable for ship life. At least in our Northwest Bay." "Including myself," Quick thought to himself. Kiera laughed and explained, "Actually, it's the same here in Horn Bay." It's not easy for women anywhere. I was able to work on a ship because of my husband." Hearing this, Quick wondered why he hadn't seen Derek's father, suspecting he might have passed away, but Kiera still looked young. Surely her husband wouldn't have been much older. He kept his curiosity to himself, not wanting to pry into personal matters. Kiera suddenly took an interest in the large cannon by the ship's rail. "What's this?" "Made of so much bronze, it must be something special, right?" This is a flamethrower, used against pirates." Quick tried to fob her off with the same explanation he used for port officials. Mrs. Sertia lightly covered her mouth, squinting her eyes. "There must be some secret that outsiders shouldn't know." "Well, if you won't tell, then so be it." After inspecting her son's sleeping area in the cabin, Kiera bid farewell to Quick and, with Lisa, returned to shore to explore Fort Ness. As the capital of the Horn Bay Alliance, the city was naturally vast. The two of them walked from morning until afternoon, only managing to explore 2 districts. Compared to Messiah, where they previously lived, Fort Ness had a more majestic and grandiose atmosphere, befitting the administrative center of the largest country in the Horn Bay Alliance. The frequent patrols of city guards on the streets, however, somewhat marred the scenery. These soldiers not only swept their gazes across the streets but also randomly stopped pedestrians for detailed questioning. Kiera understood the reason. The sister of the Grand Duchess of Eton had been kidnapped. By evening, the two had only returned to their hotel, initially intending to wait for Lady to join them for dinner. However, when she didn't show up, they decided to eat without her. As night fell, Kiera began to worry about her daughter. It was unusual for Lady to be out so late, even if she had special methods to handle things. No matter her abilities, she was still a young girl and could only do so much. Around 10 o'clock at night, unable to wait any longer, Kiera decided to personally head out to the embassy to find her daughter. Just as she was putting on her coat to leave, the parrot lady had left at home suddenly began to speak like a human. "Danger, danger!" The parrot, now agitated and restless, shouted repeatedly. Kiera was alarmed. "Polly, what are you saying?" "Lady, the master, is in danger." Kiera's heart clenched. She knew the parrot had a special psychic connection with her daughter, akin to telepathy. Originally, Lady left it at home to be aware of the situation there, although the sensations it picked up from the Northwest Bay were likely vague and imprecise. "Can you tell me what happened?" This time, the parrot couldn't answer. It suddenly spread its wings, flew around the room, and then landed on the windowsill, pecking vigorously at the glass. North, forest. Are you saying Lady is in danger in the forest to the north? North suburbs. Forest. Lady, the master. Danger. Kiera forced herself to calm down and quickly changed into an outfit that didn't match her usual housewife demeanor. Just then, Lisa, who was fetching water, entered and was startled by her appearance, which was unlike anything she had seen before. It was akin to that of an adventurer. "Lisa, stay in the room and don't go anywhere. I have an urgent matter to attend to." "Okay." "You. Be careful on your way." "Polly, let's go." Kiera hurried out the door, followed swiftly by the parrot from the windowsill. What situation could even Lady not handle? And considering she's probably accompanied by her senior, who is no ordinary person either. "I must find some help." Deciding quickly, Kiera turned and ran towards the docks. She soon arrived beside the Southern, calling out loudly to the ship. Although it was late at night, there were still sailors on duty on the deck of the Southern, who heard the call from the shore and recognized the voice. "It's Mrs. Satia." "Something must have happened. Lower the gangplank." "I'll go wake Captain Quick." A few minutes later, a disheveled and sleepy-eyed Quick appeared on deck to meet Kiera. "Mrs. Satia, what happened?" Kiera, breathless from running, managed to say, "My daughter? My daughter is in danger. Please help me save her." Quick was confused. Her daughter? Wasn't she Derek's mother? "Ah. Sorry, maybe I heard wrong." "Your daughter? Join my Discord. https://discord.gg/jam4wcfdxd. Consider supporting me on Ko-fi. https://ko-fi.com/etitranslations. Chapter 184, Rescue 2! Chapter 184, Rescue 2. TL, Etude. Kiera, unable to keep her secret any longer due to her anxiety, blurted out, "Yes, my daughter." "Scholar Derek, she is my daughter Lady Satia Gerard." Quick jumped in realization. The female advisor? He then smacked his forehead in frustration. "I'm such a fool. The green hair, the handsome features, and that familiar figure. Isn't that Ms. Advisor?" However, there was no time to lament his own foolishness. Since the mother of the person in question was seeking help, it was his duty to assist. Escorting them safely back to the Northwest Bay was his mission. "Mrs. Satia, where is your daughter now?" "She should be in the forest north of Fort Ness." "This parrot will guide us to her." "A parrot?" Quick only then noticed a parrot perched on Mrs. Satia's shoulder. "Yes, this parrot has a psychic connection with my daughter and can sense that Lady is in danger." Despite his many doubts, Quick didn't question her further. Miss Lady was highly trusted by Count Grayman, so her mother's word was reliable, and since the location of danger was a forest, it probably wasn't a conflict with the Horn Bay Alliance government, but more likely an encounter with bandits or wild beasts. However, If it did involve the Alliance government, Quick knew he would have to seek help from the Foster family. He immediately sent sailors to wake everyone on the ship, then summoned the first and second mates, along with Lady's mother, to the captain's cabin. After briefly explaining the situation, Quick made arrangements. He and the second mate would lead 30 men to follow Mrs. Sertia into the northern forest to search for Miss Lady, while the first mate and the remaining 10 men would guard the southern. Everyone agreed without objection and quickly got into action. The duty sailor, responsible for waking everyone, had already informed his mates about the situation. They were astonished to learn that Scholar Derek, the elegant and long-time passenger on their ship, was actually the delicate female advisor by Lord's side. The idea that she was now in danger stirred up their emotions, and they eagerly clamored to play the hero and save the beauty. Quick skipped a pre-battle rally, immediately selecting 30 men and ordering them to arm themselves and line up on the shore. Several curious apprentice sailors eagerly volunteered, wanting to see the outside of the city and feeling the thrill of a midnight rescue mission. They were then locked in the captain's cabin. The ship's hold was a scene of chaos as everyone gathered their personal gear. For the sake of safety on this southern expedition, the Navy had made extensive preparations. Apart from cannons and gunpowder, the Southern was also equipped with 40 muskets fitted with socket bayonets, and 10 blunderbusses, short-barreled shotguns. Kiera was surprised to see the sailors carrying an array of long guns and short cannons as they lined up on the shore. Captain Quick ordered them to prepare their weapons, but they brought out all sorts of strange things. She saw some of them attaching a spike-like object to one end of a peculiar wooden stick. She wasn't quite sure how to describe it. The stick seemed to have an iron tube embedded in it, resembling a short spear. But this group was well trained. In just a few minutes, they formed a neat and tidy formation on the dock, reflecting the hard work Captain Quick must have put into their training. This made Kiera even more amazed. She had never seen any military force achieve such discipline. Indeed, a military force. In her heart, she had no doubt now that this was a real army, not just some adventure team. Quick said to Kiera, "Mrs. Sertia, please. Please have your parrot lead the way." Kiera nodded. "Please, Polly." The parrot perched on her shoulder immediately took flight, calling out to make its position known while Kiera followed closely behind. All hands. Orders are to follow Mrs. Sertia closely. With the captain's command, the makeshift rescue team quickly sprang into action. At the north gate of Fort Ness, several city guard soldiers huddled around a small fire. The autumn and winter seasons in Horn Bay weren't as cold as the north, but standing outside all night still brought a chill. Gathered together, they listened to their captain ramble while smoking his pipe. "You youngsters don't know many of the old legends about Fort Ness. Chief, you're a local, right? You must know a lot, huh?" The captain lifted his head with a hint of pride. "Of course. I've been hearing these stories since I was a kid. Tell us a few." Seeing his subordinate's curiosity piqued, the captain began his tales. Before the establishment of the Horn Bay Alliance, Fort Ness was just a small, ordinary coastal town. The people here were unlucky, praying daily to the Lord of Light for their safety. If not for a local spice, they would have abandoned this place. They faced a terrifying threat. "A horror story?" The soldiers swallowed hard. "What? What kind of threat?" The captain's face took on a mysterious expression, speaking deliberately. "Wolf plagues." "Wolf plagues?" The soldiers were puzzled. There were many wolves near Fort Ness, but attacks on travelers were rare, as long as one stayed out of the deep forest. The captain nodded in confirmation. "Yes, wolf plagues, Chief. The wolves around here seem quite tame." "HMPH. That's now, but it wasn't like that 100 years ago." The captain continued mysteriously. "Long ago, Fort Ness's wolves had a taste for human flesh. Not like now, only preying on those who wander deep into the forest. Instead, they attacked travelers in broad daylight, in groups, with an organization like a human army." The soldiers shrank back a bit. The largest wolf packs today are only about a dozen or so, but back then, they appeared in hundreds. On nights of the full moon, it was like hell for the people of Fort Ness. The hungry wolves were not content with robbing travelers on the road but would actively attack the town. They burst into yards where doors weren't locked tight, snatching poultry, livestock, and even human children. The ancestors were in dire straits. They thought of organizing to exterminate the wolf packs, but suffered heavy losses when venturing deep into the forest. Legend has it. What does the legend say? The legend speaks of a wolf king leading them. Just at that moment, a wolf's howl echoed from afar, clear and distinct to the captain and his soldiers. A woo! Join my Discord, https://discord.gg/jam4wcftxd. Consider supporting me on Ko-fi. https://ko-fi.com/etitranslations. Chapter 185, Rescue 3! Chapter 185, Rescue 3, TL, Etude, a woo! The guards watching the city gate heard a wolf's howl, starting from a distance and gradually getting closer. Everyone shuddered in fear. Ha ha ha! Look how scared you all are, the captain chuckled, feeling a sense of pride in successfully frightening his men. The timing of the wolf's howl outside was just perfect. This tale dates back 100 years, and its authenticity can't be guaranteed. Let me continue with the legend. Later, a nameless hero emerged. He ventured alone into the forest and was never seen again. Everyone says that the hero sacrificed himself, but since then, the wolves have become disunited, no longer cooperating as they used to. The soldiers listened, absorbed in the story. Did that hero kill the Wolf King? They asked. The captain nodded. What else could it be? Without their king, the wolves fell into disarray. Later, the Adventurers Guild established an outpost here and organized adventurers to exterminate the wolves. The resident self-defense teams also re-entered the forest, regularly eliminating larger wolf packs. Only then did Fort Ness truly prosper, gradually expanding in size, and was eventually chosen as the capital when the alliance was formed. The guards marveled, surprised by this piece of history of the city they were guarding. Suddenly, one of the soldiers started to feel uneasy, whispering, "Guys, do you hear something like a wolf howling?" Ha ha ha! Everyone burst into laughter. You must have been scared by the captain's story, they teased. However, their laughter soon faded as they too began to hear the sounds. It wasn't just one or two wolves howling, but many, increasing in volume and intensity, until it became a grand chorus of wolves. The city guards looked at each other in bewilderment, facing such a bizarre situation for the first time while guarding the gates. One of the guards stammered, "Something seems off tonight." The others nodded in agreement, their minds racing back to the ancient tale told by their captain. The captain's brow furrowed. Could the events from the legend be repeating themselves? Although he didn't really believe in those absurd stories and had only told them to entertain his subordinates. Damn it, those wolves outside must be in heat, someone joked, dispelling the fear among the men. Tonight is indeed unusual, let's not stoke the fire anymore. Stay alert and guard the gate. If anything goes wrong, we'll shut the gate immediately. Even if those beasts do go crazy, with these high and thick walls, I doubt they can climb over. The guards responded and took up positions at the city gate, weapons in hand. After a while, although there were no unusual incidents outside the gate apart from the howling, a group of people came running down the main street from inside. This was the rescue team that had hurried over from the docks. Quick ordered his men. There are guards at the gate. Remove your bayonets to avoid suspicion, and loosen the formation a bit. As expected, the large group was stopped by the city guards upon reaching the gate. Kiera negotiated with the guards, her face etched with genuine anxiety. My daughter went outside the city during the day and hasn't returned. I am leading my helpers to search for her. Madame, please calm down. Maybe she's staying with a friend in a nearby town or village. Did you hear those wolf howls? It's dangerous outside the city now. No. My daughter doesn't have friends outside the city. I must go find her no matter what. The city guard captain showed a helpless expression but did not obstruct them further. All right, good luck to you. Just don't venture too deep into the forest. He glanced at the team behind Kiera, about 30 in number, thinking they might deter a small pack of wolves since there were no carriages or large luggage. The soldiers didn't inspect further and allowed them to pass immediately. Still guided by the parrot Polly at the front, the rescue team continued along the road. Now, put on your bayonets. Light the fuses. Be ready at all times. Not far from the city gates, Captain Quick ordered his men to prepare their weapons. The howling of wolves from all directions was unnerving, and everyone in the team was tense. Lady Sertia, is it always like this in Fort Ness at night? No, I've never heard of such a thing. Quick grew apprehensive. After about 20 minutes of walking, they first spotted wolves in the bushes beside the road, but there was no attack. The wolves just looked at them with their glowing green eyes for a while before running north. Judging from the sounds, there were quite a few wolves in the bushes. Lady Master, wolves! Lady Master, wolves! Polly the parrot shouted, confirming Kiera's suspicion that her daughter's danger must be related to these wolves. After walking some more, the road ahead became straight and clear, and they saw faint firelight in the distance without the obstruction of trees. Lady Master, Polly was even more excited now. Kiera told Quick, my daughter must be ahead, near that flicker of firelight. She must be. Pick up the pace. Head towards the firelight. The team quickened their pace, but soon encountered an obstacle. About a dozen wolves were blocking the road ahead. Of course, this was only what they could see. There were sounds from the forests on both sides, indicating that many more wolves were lurking, ready to pounce. A mere dozen wolves would not dare to block 30 grown men. It was clear that the wolves were targeting the rescue team. Their fur stood on end, lips curled back to reveal teeth, emitting a threatening woo-woo sound. For better command and efficient firepower, Quick divided the 30 sailors into 3 groups. Group 1, prepare to shoot. Groups 2 and 3, watch the sides. 10 sailors at the front lined up, raising their muskets. Using the bright moonlight, they aimed at the wolves ahead. The fuses at the locks of the muskets were already lit, burning slowly, the small red tip glowing in the night. Fire! At Captain Quick's command, the first group of sailors pulled their triggers simultaneously. The muskets erupted with a loud bang, momentarily drowning out the wolves' howling. The muzzle flashes were particularly dazzling in the night, lighting up the surroundings. The wolves blocking the way were hit hard, the lethal bullets tearing through their fur and deeply embedding into their bodies. Instantly, more than half of the dozen wolves fell, most dying immediately, while the few that were still alive whimpered in pain. The howls of canines are particularly heart-wrenching, and many felt pity for the wolves, with those who had dogs at home even recalling their own pets. The uninjured wolves were stunned by their companions' fate, but what terrified them more was the sound of the muskets. Wolves and dogs have very sensitive hearing, and the sudden loud noise was a frightening weapon for them. The wolves that could still move scurried away with their tails between their legs, and soon there was no more movement in the forests. On either side of the road, Quick waved his hand. Continue forward. That's it? Kiera was greatly shocked. She had drawn her dagger, ready for a desperate fight, but to her surprise, the Ordo men dispatched the wolf pack with ease. The strange weapon used by the Ordo people also took Kiera by surprise. Its power and accuracy left a deep impression on her. But as her daughter was still in danger, she didn't have time to ponder further and hurried along with the team towards the direction of the firelight. On their way, they encountered 2 more wolf packs, but they were no obstacle under the power of the muskets. The team finally reached the source of the light they had seen earlier. It was indeed a fire burning. Although some parts had extinguished, it was evident that the flames formed a circle, with a carriage at its center. Lady Master, Polly the parrot fluttered towards the carriage. The carriage door opened quickly, and 2 women stepped out. The sailors from the southern recognized one of them as the female advisor from Count Grayman's side. Polly landed on Lady's shoulder, constantly rubbing her head against her face. Kiera also rushed to the carriage and embraced her daughter, both relieved and scolding. You scared me to death. What were you thinking? Sorry, Mom, I made you worry. Beside them, Helen felt very guilty. I'm sorry, Auntie. It was because of me. Kiera sighed, not sure what to say. Quick ordered his men to keep watch and approached. So it really is you, Miss Advisor. The advisor blushed. I'm sorry, Captain Quick. Quick waved his hand. Never mind. Now that we know, let's not dwell on it. The priority is to return to Fort Ness. Thank you for your help. Oh, this is Duchess Helen of the Grand Duchy of Eton. We were out looking for her sister and encountered the wolf pack. Duchess? Quick suddenly became flustered. In his understanding, a duchess was only a rank below a king, and since the advisor mentioned the Grand Duchy of Eton, didn't that mean she was practically a queen? He suddenly realized he was entangled in foreign affairs, dealing with the top official of a nation. Dear heavens, spare me. I've never even interacted with nobles beyond my own lord, your highness. Quick, Captain of the Southern, represent Count Paul Grayman of the Elder Territory in Northwest Bay of the Kingdom of Ordo. I beg your pardon. He awkwardly performed a courtesy towards Helen, stuttering while introducing himself. After finishing, he realized he didn't know if she could understand his language and desperately looked to the advisor for help. Lady smiled and said, "Don't worry. My senior understands Ordo language." Senior? Quick thought, surprised at the advisor's significant influence in her homeland and wondering why she would go to a rural area like Northwest Bay. Duchess Helen bowed to Captain Quick and thanked him with a smile, saying, "Thank you so much for coming to our rescue tonight, Captain Quick. My sister and I are incredibly grateful to you and your crew." "Oh, it's not a problem." "Duchess, you're too kind," Quick quickly replied, showing humility. Lady Sertia, who was standing nearby, suddenly interjected, "I must say, everyone, this is not the time for chit-chat. We should head back to Fort Ness as soon as possible. I have a feeling that the wolves around us are gathering again." Only then did everyone remember that they were still in a perilous situation. Quick said, "We can't delay any longer. Let's hurry." Helen took her unconscious sister from the carriage. Quick had initially intended to have one of his soldiers carry Fanny, but the Duchess refused, saying, "This child is very light, and I can still carry her." "Focus your manpower on guarding against the wolves." So, Quick loudly announced to the sailors that they would be returning to Fort Ness. However, as they had just started their journey back, they encountered a large pack of wolves. The howling of wolves echoed through the forest, sending shivers down their spines. In no time, aided by the moonlight, they saw countless wolves rushing towards them in a frenzy. These wolves were organized in a single file, like a well-disciplined military unit. Quick immediately ordered his sailors to form 3 rows, with each row taking turns to fire their guns. If the first row's shots didn't deter the wolves and they continued to charge, the next row would fire. Meanwhile, the row that had finished shooting wouldn't rush to reload. Instead, they tightly gripped their guns and readied their bayonets to defend against any brave wolves that might get too close. Gunshots rang out. Several wolves were hit in the head and fell, while a few others were wounded and fled with blood trailing behind them, clearly visible in the moonlight. The wolves behind them were frightened and stopped charging, but they didn't leave. Instead, they hesitated at a distance, as if contemplating whether to continue their attack, given their numerical advantage. However, the musket shots were still within range, and with so many guns firing, they were bound to hit some of the wolves. The second row of shots echoed, and more wolves in the distance fell. "There's movement in the woods. Use grenades," Quick ordered. Soldiers on both sides quickly pulled out grenades, ignited them, and threw them into the woods. After several explosions, they heard several agonizing howls. Some wolves, terrified by the blasts, stumbled onto the road, right into the path of sailors armed with bayonets who swiftly dispatched them. Duchess Helen stared blankly at the scattering wolf pack, her thoughts a mystery. Next to her, Lady asked softly, "Sister, isn't this incredible?" was the only response she received. Silence. "Ever since I arrived at the Northwest Bay, I've had this lingering feeling." "What feeling?" "The era of heroes is coming to an end." After Quick confirmed that the wolf pack ahead had dispersed, he ordered the group to continue their journey. Along the way, they fired their guns a few times sporadically, and fortunately, no one was injured by the wolves. Finally, they arrived at the north gate of Fort Ness, and by then, it was nearly 3 a.m. Join my Discord, https://discord.gg/jam4wcftxd. Consider supporting me on Ko-fi. https://ko-fi.com/etitranslations. Chapter 186. Iron Ambition 1! Chapter 186. Iron Ambition 1. TL. Etude. Although the year was nearing its end, Paul Grayman had no plans to slow down. After multiple discussions with the Administration Council, he finally decided to make a foray into the heavy industry sector. He needed to make a significant profit before the clarity of the kingdom's civil war situation. As the kingdom's army was set to quell the unrest in the south come spring, he He aimed to secure this potential major client, hoping fervently that their conflict would last a bit longer. Papermaking, canning, and ceramics were merely initial strategies to address the shortage of funds. Unquestionably, inventions like papermaking had a profound impact on the course of history. However, for a considerable time, the most important indicator of a nation's strength was its steel production. Even in the information age before his time travel, steel production remained a crucial metric of a country's overall power. Of course, the first step was to increase iron production, as it laid the foundation for boosting steel output. Before embarking on his iron ambition, Paul needed to investigate and study the world's existing metallurgical techniques. After discussing with blacksmiths like Herman and combining his knowledge from his previous life, he gained a more intuitive understanding of current metallurgical technology. While blacksmiths like Herman were skilled in forging iron tools, they were also well versed in iron smelting. The iron smelting technology adopted by countries in this world was based on the bloomery process, which involved: first, construct an iron smeltant furnace, then stuff it with iron ore and charcoal and light it. In an oxygen-deficient environment, copious amounts of red-hot carbon monoxide were produced, stealing oxygen from the iron ore, iron oxide, leaving behind reduced, solid wrought iron. The challenging part was that since the solid wrought iron couldn't be removed through the furnace had to be dismantled after each smelting process. Moreover, the resulting solid wrought iron was merely soft and porous sponge iron. Since it never melted, it contained all impurities from the iron ore, requiring repeated hammering to remove pores and impurities to become usable metal material, iron ingots. Paul sighed at the cumbersome process. Merely expanding production scale wouldn't achieve the output he envisioned. Given the labor shortage in his territory, it was essential to upgrade the current iron smelting technology. He planned to use blast furnaces for iron smelting, but upon thoroughly reviewing the relevant technological tree, he realized this wasn't something that could be developed overnight. Firstly, regarding fuel, the current iron smelting primarily used charcoal. However, using charcoal on a large scale would be extravagantly expensive. Massive deforestation for charcoal production was something Paul wished to avoid. Even setting aside environmental concerns, still a premature topic at this time, wood was a crucial raw material for many other industries. Some had attempted to use coal, a fuel only used in a few places at the time, to replace charcoal. However, the sulfur in coal caused the pig iron to become hot, brittle, unsuitable for forging into shape. This iron, known as sulfur iron, was weak and practically unusable. The only fuel that was both affordable and abundant enough to replace charcoal was coke, desulfurized coal. High in carbon content and classified as pure carbon, it still contained about 0.5% to 1% sulfur, but it was suitable for iron smelting. This meant he first needed to build facilities for producing coke. To produce coke, the mining of coal needed to increase. Although coal wasn't widely used worldwide yet, fortunately, the northwestern Bay region had finally advanced to the forefront, with coal as a fuel already being widely adopted. But even after solving the fuel issue, Paul faced the problem of insufficient airflow. Traditional wooden and leather bellows couldn't meet the air requirements for coke combustion. Since coke's porosity is much smaller than that of charcoal, a much higher airspeed was needed. The existing bellows, powered by human or animal labor, couldn't produce the consistent and strong airflow required. Therefore, he had to develop a piston bellows system, initially powered by water wheels at this stage. This setup would barely suffice for coke's base iron smelting. However, this solution was only adequate for small-scale blast furnaces. For larger blast furnaces, the airflow generated would still be insufficient. Satisfying the needs of large-scale furnaces would only be possible after the invention of the steam engine, a far-off achievement. For now, Paul had to settle for using small blast furnaces, progressing step by step. The task of developing more efficient bellows and the accompanying hydraulic transmission systems was delegated to the band of mechanical engineers he had recruited from the capital. He already had a preliminary plan in mind, starting with simpler designs. Within days, an open-air kiln for coke production was built near a coal mine in Alder's territory. Coal extracted from the mine was directly sent here, waiting to be turned into coke. The kiln was an open pit, manually dug to be over 1 meter deep and about 8 meters in diameter. Its sides were raised with stones or dirt to a total height of around 2.5 meters. Dozens of workers bustled around this kiln. First, they constructed 2 layers of flues. The first layer was built at the kiln's center using lumps of coal. Coal powder surrounded the flue, and once it reached a certain height, it was compacted. Then, they built the second layer of flues. This layer, more complex than the first, had one center with 16 or 18 flat flues, each 0.67 meters wide and 0.17 meters high, built from random stones and interconnected with the center. Next, they added more coal, covering all the flues with half a meter thick coal powder. The ignition process began by lighting easily combustible wood chips and dropping them into the central flue to the bottom layer. As the coal lumps and powder burned, more wood chips were added. When the flames reached the second layer's central flue, a third layer of coal powder was added, now 0.83 meters thick. As the burning progressed, the central flue collapsed, and flames spewed from the smaller flues outward, growing more intense and eventually breaking through the center. At this point, the workers hurriedly surrounded the kiln with stones or broken bricks and tiles. When flames and blue smoke appeared outside the bricks, it indicated the coke was ready. Then came more hustle as some workers sealed the entrance, others covered it with sand and soil, and finally, they doused it with water. After cooling down, the processed coke was extracted, completing the coking procedure. Paul had adopted a more primitive and straightforward method for producing coke. He planned to refine the process once he successfully used it for iron production. According to practical tests, the kiln could produce 2 batches per day, with a daily coke output of 1.5 tons. Of course, once blast furnace iron smelting commenced in earnest, more kilns would be built, or new production techniques would be employed. Join my Discord, https://discord.gg/jam4wcftxd. Consider supporting me on Ko-fi. https://ko-fi.com/etitranslations. Chapter 187, Iron Ambition 2! Chapter 187, Iron Ambition 2. TL, Etude. At the age of 26, Mr. Guy Burns was a peculiar mechanic from the royal capital. A peculiar mechanic refers to a craftsman who creates various unusual and strange machines, such as music boxes that can play tunes, little figures that can walk after being wound up, and the like. All these inventions seemed incredibly imaginative and ingenious to others. For instance, the clock of this world was invented by one of these peculiar mechanics. However, the master who created it probably never anticipated that it would quickly become popular across the continent, replacing sundials and hourglasses as the most important timekeeping tool. The creations of peculiar mechanics were highly popular in high society, with some people even willing to pay a hefty sum to commission them for custom, strange devices. Of course, children of wealthy families, especially boys, were the most enthusiastic about these mechanics, seemingly having an innate interest in machinery. Children from poorer families also loved these inventions, but their financial situation essentially barred them from purchasing these creations or learning the craft, both of which required significant expenditure. Peculiar mechanics generally lived quite comfortably, thanks to their skills, craftsmanship, and the profits they brought. However, Guy Burns was an exception in this field. Born into a lower nobility family with a fairly comfortable life, he was sent by his father to apprentice under a renowned peculiar mechanic master. As he, being the second son, could not inherit the family title, his father hoped this would help him stand out in life. As a child, Guy was immediately fascinated by the odd devices in his teacher's house, spending all his time there, often forgetting to return home even for dinner. Honestly, in the eyes of his teacher, Guy's talent in this field was rather mediocre. However, his intense interest in mechanics and his relentless determination greatly pleased his teacher. Burns' teacher taught him everything he knew, hoping Guy would continue his legacy. After completing his apprenticeship, Guy, now a true peculiar mechanic, began to make a name for himself around Crystalshine. However, it wasn't long before he did something that made his peers resent him. He started teaching the children from poor families how to make and understand the principles of various machines. charging very little or even nothing, simply because they said, "Wow, this is so interesting." This was unacceptable. Such profound and mysterious techniques were being spread so cheaply, and soon anyone could become a peculiar mechanic. Wouldn't the profession of peculiar mechanics then become as devalued as that of farmers or blacksmiths? Even Burns' teacher warned him that he was offending many in the field, but Burns persisted in his ways. Eventually, some peers couldn't stand it anymore. They fabricated charges against him through their noble connections and had Burns thrown into prison to reflect for a year. This was after his teacher pleaded on his behalf in front of industry magnates. Upon his release, some thugs warned him, "Don't let us see you in Crystal Shine again. Get lost." Burns knew those who didn't want to see him weren't the thugs, but the people behind them. As he was undecided about where to go, he happened upon Hansel recruiting in Crystal Shine, including positions for peculiar mechanics. The Northwest Bay? It was a bit remote, but he needed to leave the royal capital, and this opportunity seemed like divine guidance. Thus, Guy Burns, with a mix of confusion and hope, signed up with Hansel. There, he found several other peers who, for various reasons, couldn't stay in the capital either. Every family, it seems, has its own set of problems. And so, Burns bid farewell to his family and, with a group of people, embarked on the journey to the Northwest Bay. Upon arriving here, Guy Burns found that the local armory's development of flintlock rifles had hit a snag. The local craftsmen were struggling with how to manufacture high-quality springs, approaching the peculiar mechanics from the royal capital, including Guy Burns, for advice. They found that Burns had substantial knowledge in making high-quality springs. Not one to hoard his skills, he shared his spring-making techniques with the craftsmen. This earned him a significant reward and considerable esteem among the craftsmen. At that time, he was unaware of the intended use of the high-quality springs, as military departments did not immediately disclose such information to newcomers. It required a long period of testing and trust building. Burns was assigned to work at the Leichhardt Town Mechanical Factory, tasked with developing a new type of carriage equipped with spring shock absorbers. There, he encountered a strange machine called the harvester, capable of replacing several farmers in harvesting large fields of crops, significantly saving time and labor. It was as if Burns had opened the door to a new world. He had always vaguely believed that machinery should not merely be for display or play, but should play a more significant role in various fields. The harvester crystallized this belief for him. Initially, upon arriving at Leichhardt Town, he felt a sense of superiority, assuming the place too remote and isolated for most to be familiar with peculiar mechanics or their wondrous inventions. However, witnessing the harvester humbled him. On this land, others were already ahead of him. This bulky, unrefined machine might not be as intricate as a music box, but its utility far exceeded that of a mere entertainment device. When Burns learned from the craftsman that the initial design of the harvester came from Count Grayman, he eagerly anticipated the opportunity to meet this lord. One day, as usual, Burns was busy around a prototype carriage in the mechanical factory's workshop when someone specifically asked for him. Interrupted in his work, Guy Burns was reluctantly pulled away, even though the visitor was a fellow countryman from Crystal Shine, Lord's current chief secretary, Bernard Francis. Bernard greeted him warmly. "Mr. Burns, long time no see. It seems you're enjoying your current work." "I indeed find joy in it. What brings the chief secretary to me?" In his mind, he added that it would have been better without the interruption. "I'm here on behalf of Count Grayman. The Lord wishes to invite you to his office at 2 in the afternoon." "Invite me to his office?" Burns was pleasantly surprised, as this was exactly what he had hoped for. "Please tell Count Grayman that I will be there on time. Join my Discord, https://discord.gg/jam4wcfdxd. Consider supporting me on Ko-fi. https://ko-fi.com/etitranslations. Chapter 188, Iron Ambition 3! Chapter 188, Iron Ambition 3, TL, Etude. At 1:30 in the afternoon, Guy Burns arrived at the Lord's mansion. After sitting in the reception room for a while, the chief secretary invited him to meet the master of the house. Upon entering the Lord's office, he was first surprised by its simplicity. It hardly seemed like the daily workplace of a count-level noble. Then, He saw the local lord, Paul Grayman, who, as the rumors described, was very young, appearing to be only around 15 years old. This was the person who had originally designed the harvester. The young count was standing not far from the door, seemingly there to welcome him. Burns was about to perform the etiquette required for visiting a high-ranking noble, but he was interrupted by the other's voice. "Welcome, Mr. Burns." Paul was the first to speak, stepping forward to shake hands, gently moving it up and down. Is this the etiquette of the Northwesterners? Simple enough, Burns thought, feeling the strength in the other's handshake and instinctively gripping Paul's hand firmly. "Hello, Count Grayman. It's an honor to meet you. Ever since I saw that harvester, I've been eager to meet you." "Oh, it's truly a genius creation." Such frankness in his first sentence, typical of someone so engrossed in technology. "Ha ha, it's my honor to receive such recognition from an expert like you." "Please, take a seat." "No, you're far too modest." After both host and guest were seated, Paul first praised Burns for his achievements in spring research, and then revealed the reason for inviting him, to take charge of developing a water-powered bellows system for the iron factory he was about to build. A bellows system? Does the Count plan to use water power to replace manpower to drive the bellows? Exactly. And the traditional bellows won't meet my needs. I require a more efficient one. Burns knew that the bellows widely used in metal smelting were made of animal hide, with air tubes at both ends and a piston air inlet controlled by operators. When drawing air in, operators pulled up the hide with ropes and then pressed it down, pushing air into the furnace. Each furnace was equipped with 4 such devices, operated by 2 people facing each other. How much wind force did the Lord need? Paul spread a paper on the table, illustrating a small-scale iron smelting furnace. Though small, it was much larger than the current furnaces. My iron factory will use a new type of furnace, like the one drawn here, along with a new type of fuel, coke. However, coke is not as easy to burn as charcoal and requires a larger airflow for combustion. That's why I've designed a new bellows system, the piston type. Of course, this is just a preliminary design. It needs further optimization and improvement from you. A wooden piston-type wind box was brought into the office, and the two began discussing around this device. There was a handle on the wind box. When Burns pulled it, wind blew from the outlet, and when he pushed the handle back, the outlet continued to blow air. He expressed his amazement. "Count, may I take it apart to have a look?" "Of course, feel free to examine it." The wind box was then disassembled, and Burns quickly understood its internal structure. Inside the box, there was a piston board on one side at the bottom. There was a rectangular air tube with openings at both front and back, communicating with the inside of the box. In the middle, there was an outward air outlet. Inside the outlet, there was a single-page double-position valve, allowing the outlet to communicate with half of the rectangular tube, blocking airflow from the other half. Driven by the airflow, the 2 parts of the tube alternately communicated with the outlet. As the piston board moved back and forth, it continuously pressed out air, achieving a continuous flow of wind. Simple yet ingenious design, capable of providing a continuous supply of wind unlike the bag-type bellows, Burns commented. He studied the internal structure of the wind box for a long while and then proposed his idea. "I think we could change the square box to a cylindrical shape to withstand higher air pressure." Paul nodded. "As I said, this is just a preliminary design. Please feel free to experiment and improve. In addition to making it cylindrical, perhaps you could try using metal, as it's more durable than wood." "That's not necessarily the case, but I will give it a try. Indeed, as long as we can design a reasonable water-driven system, we can continuously blow air into the furnace through this type of wind box." Curious, he asked, what fuel led to the development of this kind of bellows? Paul placed a piece of black stone on the table. "Coke. Isn't this the coal commonly used in the Northwest? It seems to burn quite easily." "No. This is something obtained by further processing coal. The sulfur in coal makes the iron produced unusable. Coke cannot burn completely under normal conditions, so I need this new type of bellows and a power system that can drive it continuously. Leave it to me, Count. I will not disappoint you." "Good luck. Then, if there's nothing else, I will take my leave." It seemed Mr. Burns was eager to start his new work. However, Paul did not let him go immediately. "No rush, Mr. Burns. I'm quite interested in your past experiences. Would you mind sharing them with me?" Burns tensed up, worried that Count Grayman might bring up his past imprisonment. His face and neck turned red. "My lord, if you're referring to my imprisonment, it was completely due to slander. All the accusations were baseless and fabricated. It was a shame he could never shake off." "Don't be nervous. I don't mind your past at all." Paul smiled, signaling him to calm down. He had already heard from Hansel why Burns had been imprisoned. His story was quite widespread in the capital. "I heard from Sir Abbot that you weren't very popular in the capital, especially among your peers." "Well, I admit, our philosophies don't align, and we can't see eye to eye on many things." He didn't directly state that his imprisonment was related to his colleagues, as he had no direct evidence. "So, what philosophy led you to willingly teach mechanical knowledge to the lower classes, risking ostracism and suppression from your peers?" This was something Paul had wanted to ask from the beginning. "Perhaps finding a like-minded person in this world. Join my Discord, https://discord.gg/jam4wcfdxd. Consider supporting me on Ko-fi. https://ko-fi.com/etitranslations. Chapter 189, Iron Ambition 4! Chapter 189, Iron Ambition 4, TL, Etude. Guy Burns did not immediately respond to Paul. He pondered in silence, seemingly unsure of where to begin. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "Lord Count, have you ever closely observed windmills and watermills?" "Windmills? Watermills? Oh, aren't those quite common? Our bellows are driven by a watermill." "Yes, they are very common, and everyone thinks so." A flash of excitement suddenly appeared on Burns' face. "However, I believe they are both extremely great inventions. Unfortunately, the inventors didn't even leave their names in history." "When I share my views about these common devices with my colleagues, they laughed at you?" "Yes, they laughed." "Lord Count, what do you think of us mechanicians?" Paul thought for a moment before sharing his view. A group full of whimsy and dexterity. Burns, however, laughed at himself. "Whimsy and dexterity? Indeed, we often have strange ideas in our heads and then tinker with things that seem magical to others." But Burns paused. "I think the profession of mechanicians is heading in the wrong direction." "Why do you say that?" "Do you know? Now we judge each other's superiority not by the usefulness of what we make, but by the complexity and intricacy of the structures." "Fancy but impractical?" "Exactly. Small, fine, complex things are admired, while big, coarse, simple things are discarded, too focused on the odd aspect." You hit the nail on the head. What angers me more is that the entire industry is striving to please the upper class. They rack their brains to create intricate toys, just to get an invitation to a noble banquet. They'd rather use their knowledge to make these useless trinkets than spend a little time considering what the masses really need. "Windmills? Watermills?" "Yes, it's things like windmills and watermills that can bring convenience to ordinary people. Though simple in structure, they can drive millstones, irrigate fields, and are much more useful than a music box that can play 3 tunes. Nobles and the wealthy have plenty of servants to work for them, but the lower classes only have their own hands. If the things we make can make their life-sustaining work easier, how meaningful would that be?" "You mean to say, knowledge and technology should benefit the majority, not become playthings in the hands of a few?" "Exactly. That's what I mean, and this is what I have longed for." Burns suddenly felt a kinship with Paul. He slapped his thigh, almost bouncing out of his seat with excitement. Paul suddenly felt immense respect for the man before him. Burns' aspirations were very close to the universal values of the Industrial Party from his previous life, letting people all over the world enjoy the fruits of industrial development. He shouted, "Bernard, bring the wine." The chief secretary quickly served 2 glasses of wine to them. "Mr. Burns." Paul raised his glass to Burns. "I toast to you." Burns, flattered and overwhelmed, hastily picked up his own glass. "Lord, you flatter me." Not knowing what else to say, Burns simply followed Paul's lead and drained his glass in one go. Immediately, Bernard refilled the empty glasses of the 2 men. Paul patted Burns on the shoulder and said, Your philosophy aligns perfectly with mine. The reason I want to build an iron factory and increase iron production is to make ironware accessible to most people. You know, many farmers in my territory are still using wooden plows and hoes. I don't know how they endure it. Lord, ever since I saw your harvester, I knew you would agree with my views. The two clinked glasses again, and Bernard continued to pour the wine. So, let me guess, is this also why you teach the children of the poor? Yes. After I teach them knowledge, they can make and improve tools based on their own needs, not those ornamental playthings, but real, practical tools that solve real problems, and I believe knowledge should not be hoarded. Many in our profession would rather take their skills to the grave than share them with others. I respect their personal wishes, but I absolutely disagree with this approach. Well said. Let's drink to that. After a few drinks, both were slightly inebriated. Paul grasped Bern's hand. People with enlightened ideas like yours shouldn't waste their talent. Not taking a management position would be a pity. The position of factory manager at Lakehart Town's mechanical factory, the person in charge of managing the affairs of the mechanical factory, is still vacant. Are you interested? Burns was surprised and immediately demurred. No, Lord Count, this is too much for me. I'm only good at working with technology, tinkering with machinery, and such. I will arrange enough administrative officers to work under you. All you need to do is make major decisions and continue doing what you love in your spare time. As a factory manager, you will be able to allocate more resources. Lord Count, I will not let you down. Hey, now you have the power to look into other things being developed in the factory, which will surely interest you. To be honest, I can't wait. But, you just said knowledge should not be hoarded. Although I agree with this statement, at this stage, if certain technologies are leaked, it could endanger my territory. So, secrecy must be maintained where necessary, otherwise, I'll have to send Cecil to visit you. Burns felt to chill. Cecil seemed to be in charge of intelligence management for the Count, including capturing spies. He swore, Lord Count, I already know the confidentiality rules by heart before joining the factory. You are now my employer and lord, and I will naturally live up to my salary and fulfill my duties. Paul was very satisfied. Squeak, squeak. Just then, the kettle on the fireplace spoiled, its lid jostling up and down from the steam. Burns noticed a playful smile on Paul's face. The Count pointed to the kettle and said, Burns, do you see how the kettle boils? Oh, you might want to watch it more when you're free. You might discover something. Oh, but it's still early. Yes. Burns was a bit confused, not quite understanding what Paul was trying to convey. Paul stared at the kettle lid for a while, then suddenly turned. All right, Burns, I won't keep you any longer. Go back to work. Yes, I shall take my leave then. After the mechanician left the office, the secretary Bernard heard the Count sigh. Still have to take it one step at a time. Join my Discord, https://discord.gg/jam4wcftxt. Consider supporting me on Ko-fi. https://ko-fi.com/etitranslations. Chapter 190, The Young Mage, ! Chapter 190, The Young Mage. TL, Etude. Count Maltz Kent of Emden had been feeling restless lately. He couldn't quite put his finger on it, but it was an inexplicable sense of unease. He wondered if it was because Master Barnet hadn't visited in a long time. Although this mysterious mage had always been elusive, appearing in his domain only occasionally, his sudden neglect after revealing his future plans seemed unusually out of character. Fortunately, Barnet had left detailed instructions for the tasks ahead during his last visit, advising Count Maltz Kent to proceed with the plan if he was too entangled in other matters to intervene personally. This at least prevented the Count from floundering aimlessly like a headless fly. However, things didn't seem to be going smoothly on Barnet's end. According to the plan, Barnet was supposed to incite pirates in Northwest Bay to attack the coastal territories, allowing the Kent family to quell the pirates and accumulate prestige among the coastal lords, thereby creating conditions for his eventual succession to the position of Duke of the Northwest. But there had been no significant movement so far. There were indeed rumors about pirates, but they had been annihilated by the Grayman family of Alder. These pirates were useless, failing even against such a minor family. And it was that Paul Grayman again, Count Maltzkent had spared him before, and now this man was causing trouble, spoiling his plans. With Master Barnett's prolonged absence, Count Maltzkent wondered whether to bypass the pirate scheme and move directly to the next phase of the plan. Tormented by these worries, the Count found himself drinking more of that special beverage. That day, while flipping through books in his study to alleviate his anxiety, a guard reported the arrival of a child seeking an audience. Furious, the Count wondered why anyone felt they could just demand to see him. He was about to berate the guard when the latter hurriedly added, "He says he knows Master Barnett. You idiot! Why didn't you bring him in sooner?" roared Maltzkent, fuming at the guard's incompetence. "Bring him to the hall," the Count bellowed, and the guard scurried away. Maltzkent quickly changed into clean clothes and hurried to the castle's main hall, taking his seat to await the visitor. Soon, footsteps echoed in the corridor, and the guard led in the visitor. Is it really a child? Count Kent could hardly believe his eyes. He had initially thought the visitor might just look young, which was why the guard mentioned a child, but the person entering the hall was indeed a young boy, barely over 10 years old, clutching an oddly shaped wooden staff taller than himself, which looked quite disproportionate. "Count Kent. Good day to you. My name is Andy. I am here to assist you as instructed by Master Barnett," said the boy, his chubby face endearing yet his speech stammered with evident nervousness and timidity. The Count was taken aback. Seeing him speechless, the boy grew more anxious, standing awkwardly at the doorway, unsure whether to enter or leave. Cough. "You are?" the Count asked, not having heard the boy clearly. I'm Andy, here to assist you as per Master Barnett's instructions," repeated the boy. Andy repeated himself, stammering again. "Come here and talk," the Count demanded, trying to maintain his usual authority, though he was honestly at a loss for how to respond to the current situation. Yes, Lord Count." Andy quickly trotted over to Count Kent. "How can you prove you're not lying about being sent by Master Barnett to assist me?" the Count interrogated. Andy tilted his head, seemingly puzzled about how to prove himself. "How about this?" Suddenly, the young boy uttered an unintelligible language and firmly stamped his wooden staff on the ground. In an instant, a flame burst forth from the top of the staff. You are. The Count's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets in amazement. The boy before him wielded the power he had long coveted. "Yes, I am a mage of the Arcane Society," Andy admitted softly. "Master Andy, please, take a seat." Count Kent's attitude shifted dramatically, his voice softened, and he spoke much more gently out of reverence for the mage. "I'm not worthy of the title Master, please, just call me by my name," Andy replied, clearly uncomfortable with the honorific. He shook his head uneasily and quickly corrected the Count. "So, young Andy, please sit down." The Count invited the boy to sit next to him. Life's unfairness screamed in the Count's heart. Such a young child could navigate the vast sea of magic, while he was still barred from entry. It was truly frustrating. Of course, he didn't show his disappointment and immediately asked what concerned him most. "Where did Master Barnett go?" Andy shook his head. "I don't know. I was ordered by him months ago to come to your castle at this time, to assist the Lord here. I thought I would see him here." Count Kent felt a deep sense of disappointment. "Where did you come from?" "A base of the Arcane Society, but I can't reveal its exact location." "And how did you get here? Don't tell me a child like you traveled over mountains and rivers to the Northwest Bay, or that your base is right under my nose." But Count Kent prided himself on his tight control over his territory, noticing even a fly's entrance and exit. "I was escorted here by other companions. We disguised ourselves as merchants and made our way here smoothly. There are other mages coming and going in the Northwest. I wonder if I can manage to meet one of them. Now that Master Barnett is not here, can you help me on your own?" the young boy said uncertainly. "I can control brain worms. Can that help you?" Yes. Count Kent was overjoyed. Barnett had told him that they had used a special worm to infiltrate Duke Ferdinand's body, controlling the Duke's brain with this worm. The Count felt chills just thinking about it. The thought of a worm wriggling in his own brain was terrifying. As long as he could control the Duke, even without Barnett, other matters would be more manageable. Join my Discord, https://discord.gg/jam4wcfdxd. Consider supporting me on Ko-fi. https://ko-fi.com/etitranslations. Chapter 191, Plotting! Chapter 191, Plotting. TL, Etude. Barnet was overjoyed upon learning that the young boy mage before him could control brain parasites and thus manipulate Duke Ferdinand. He suddenly remembered something and asked anxiously, "Andy, my young friend, it's not that I'm overly suspicious, but we must be cautious in this matter. Do you have any other way to prove your connection with Master Barnet? Didn't I just choose magic a moment ago?" Andy asked softly, obviously hesitant to reveal his true identity. Is that enough? He rolled up his sleeve, revealing a strange pattern on his arm. That's enough. That's enough. Count Kent had seen this pattern on Barnet's bald head and was told explicitly that it was the Arcane Society's symbol. However, looking at the boy's naive and innocent demeanor, Kent wondered how the Arcane Society could trust such a child to come alone, without even verifying his identity. The people who escorted him seemed to have just left him there. Were they not worried? Or was this child just an insignificant character? Well then, Andy, besides controlling brain parasites and releasing flames, what other abilities do you have? Kent asked. Andy tilted his cute little head in thought for a moment. I can also detect if someone is lying or harbors ill will, he replied. That powerful? Count Kent was inwardly alarmed. In front of this child, was he not virtually transparent? But then Andy added, however, it only works if the person is unprepared. If they can control their thoughts a bit. I can't do it. Kent breathed a sigh of relief internally, as such a level was nothing for an old fox like him. But the boy was too honest, revealing his own trump cards and weaknesses so readily. Still, as a member of the Arcane Society, Andy could be useful to him, so Kent decided to treat him with courtesy. Miles Kent warmly patted Andy's shoulder. You've had a long journey, my young friend. Let me treat you well, he said, and called a servant to order a lavish lunch from the kitchen. Andy's eyes lit up at the mention of delicious food, evidently still a child at heart, despite being a genuine mage. As they walked towards the dining room, Kent ordered his son Jace and nephew Emerson to join them for lunch. Both were aware of the Arcane Society and Kent's plans with Barnet and had shown their support. In the dining room, while waiting for lunch, Kent tried to pry information about the Arcane Society from Andy. He had thought it would be easy to get information from a child, but to his surprise, Andy was tight-lipped, stopping short whenever the conversation neared anything crucial. No matter how subtly Kent probed, he couldn't get any useful information. Realizing he was still an outsider to them, Kent felt extreme disappointment, which only intensified his desire to gain magical power and recognition from the mages. I must perfectly execute Master Barnet's plan, Kent thought to himself. So, how did Master Barnet instruct you to help me? Kent wondered, considering the hierarchy now that Barnet was not present. He couldn't bear the thought of submitting to a mere child. Even if he was a mage, he once ordered me that if he wasn't around, I should follow your instructions, provided it doesn't harm the interests of the Arcane Society. Master Barnet said you're aware of his plan in the Northwest. Kent was delighted internally, feeling valued by his teacher. Very well, I'm merely executing the teacher's instructions, ha. As they were talking, the servants arrived with a variety of tempting dishes. Jace and Emerson also entered the dining room, both surprised to see a child seated there. Come, let me introduce you. Count Kent stood up, placing his hand on Andy's shoulder. This is our young friend Andy, from over there, here to assist us on behalf of Master Barnet. Over there naturally referred to the Arcane Society, which was how Count Kent and his younger relatives referred to the organization in their conversations. So, this child is a mage? That seemed rather far-fetched. Andy, my young friend, this is my son Jace and my distant nephew Emerson. Rest assured, these two are completely trustworthy. Andy stood up and bowed to them. And Jace and Emerson, somewhat awkwardly, returned the gesture with stiff smiles. Everyone sat down to enjoy the feast. The servants brought 2 glasses filled with a bright red beverage and placed them in front of Count Kent. Seeing the 2 cups of bright red liquid, Andy's face showed signs of unease. Oh, Andy, did that scare you? Count Kent said with a bit of amusement upon noticing the expression on Andy's face. What's in there is merely, let me think. Pig's blood today. This is a health secret taught to me by Master Barnett. Thanks to it, I feel like I've been growing younger lately. Indeed, Count Kent appeared energetic and vibrant. However, the unease on Andy's face didn't diminish as he continued to stare at the two cups. As the atmosphere in the dining room grew a bit awkward, the young mage spoke up. Count, since there's nothing wrong with your body now, you should stop drinking this stuff as soon as possible. Why should I stop? Well, it's very bad, very bad. It's a kind of more obscure practice. It might have good effects on the body in the short term, but over time. I've only read about it in books, but I still advise you to be cautious. Better not to continue drinking it. Hearing the young mage's words, Count Kent suddenly felt uneasy and put down a cup he had lifted. Ha! Thank you for the reminder, young Andy. Let's eat. Everyone. He gestured for everyone to eat, and they began dining with their cutlery. In a few days, I'll take young Andy to meet the Duke. Count Kent's sudden statement surprised both Jace and Emerson. Is it starting already? Yes, we can't delay any longer. Although Master Barnett is currently unavailable, I think there won't be any major problems with young Andy's help. Father, do you need me to accompany you? No, you and Emerson just take good care of the house. The lunch lasted nearly half an hour. The young mage, apparently unaccustomed to such lavish meals, focused entirely on the food, paying little attention to what the Count was saying at the table. This made Count Kent feel more at ease about him. However, what puzzled the Count was that the delicacies, which usually tantalized his palate, tasted like wax today, flavorless and disappointing. You should personally escort young Andy to his room for a rest. Yes, father, uncle. Thank you for your hospitality, Count. The three of them stood up and left the dining room, leaving Count Kent alone. After sitting motionlessly for a while, Count Kent finally stood up, as if making a decision, and walked towards the door. However, just as he reached the doorway, he suddenly rushed back to the dining table in a frenzy. The two glasses filled with red liquid were still on the table. The Count grabbed one and began to frantically gulp it down. Join my Discord, https://discord.gg/jam4wcftxd. Consider supporting me on Ko-fi. https://ko-fi.com/etitranslations. Chapter 192. Please support on Ko-fi! Chapter 192. TL, Etude. After a day's rest in the castle of Count Kent, the young mage Andy accompanied the Count on a journey to the capital of the Northwest and Duke Ferdinand's direct territory, Center. Upon their arrival in Center, they first settled in the Kent family's residence within the city. As it was already late, the Count decided to visit the Duke's castle the next day. However, before breakfast started, an unexpected guest arrived. Henry Ferdinand, Viscount and the second eldest brother of the Ferdinand family. Count Kent arranged for the young mage Andy and met Viscount Henry alone in the hall. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, the Count asked, "What brings you to Center City, Viscount?" Henry had his own fief elsewhere and typically did not reside in Center. It seemed too coincidental that he would just happen to be there during their visit. "Oh, Count Kent, as you know, my brother has been in poor health lately. I've moved to Center to be closer to him, to visit and take care of him more often. You truly have a deep bond as brothers. Whenever I see such things, I regret not having a brother to care for," Count Kent remarked, feigning emotion. He was well aware of why Duke Ferdinand's health was failing. It was due to the visit he and Barnett had paid earlier. While they controlled the Duke's mind with a brain parasite, it severely eroded his physical health. At this rate, the Duke likely had only about a year to live. The Viscount showed a look of duty on his face. "Naturally. My brother is like a father to me." "Ah, Count, when you entered the city, my servant happened to see you, so I hurried over to chat with you." Mouths grew wary internally. Was Viscount Henry starting to establish his spies in Center? "What brings you to Center, Count?" the Viscount inquired. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Maltz replied, "Well, I'm here, of course, for the Duke's health matters." Henry understood the embarrassed look on Maltz's face. The health matters he referred to were likely related to male issues. He shook his head, making a tsk sound. "My older brother, He just refuses to accept God's will. In my opinion, that's just fate. He's of such an age, yet still trying to change something. The fate Viscount Henry referred to was the Duke's lack of a son. Without a son, the dukedom would naturally pass to one of the lucky brothers. As the eldest among the Duke's younger brothers, he was the most hopeful. So, with the Duke's health worsening, he came to center to set his plans in motion. Count Kent didn't respond, just smiled politely at the Viscount. Although Maltz was famous as the Duke's henchman, he was used against outsiders. Viscount Henry, being the Duke's brother, was not afraid of him and spoke without reserve. Of course, if he wanted to compete for the dukedom, he needed to win over the powerful Kent family, the second most powerful in the northwest after Ferdinand. Count Kent, I've come to present you with a gift, and I hope you won't refuse it. Bring it in. The servants waiting outside, who had come with him, immediately walked in carrying an exquisitely crafted wooden box. The Viscount took the box, placed it on the table, and opened it carefully. For a moment, the Count felt as if the entire room was radiating with brilliance. Inside the box was a dazzling golden elk statue. Henry lowered his voice. This is a treasure passed down from the ancient Gabella Empire, crafted entirely from gold. Count Kent's heart raced at the sight. Maltz Kent had a particular fondness for such items. Beyond being made of gold, this artifact was a valuable cultural relic, perfect for enhancing one's taste in the eyes of others. However, it was necessary to be politely modest. This is too precious. I can't accept it. But I appreciate your thought. The Count demurred. How can you not accept it, Count? Henry pressed. As a vassal of our Ferdinand family, you have served loyally for many years. It's only right for me to present a small token on behalf of our family. Henry emphasized the word vassal. Maltz bristled internally at the implication. He was a vassal to Henry's ailing brother, not to this upstart. However, he maintained a sincerely smiling face. It's my duty. I can't possibly. No, 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 you must take it. After a lengthy back and forth, Count Kent reluctantly accepted the gift. Maltz invited Henry to stay for a lavish dinner. Henry was in high spirits, frequently raising his glass as if the ducal title was already within his grasp. After countless drinks, Henry became flushed and slightly inebriated. Maltz, I didn't expect you to be such a drinker. Hick, you weren't this good before. He addressed Maltz by name, disregarding the fact that the other's title was higher than his own. Hey, you flatter me. Maltz's face showed no sign of drunkenness, and he remained exceptionally clear-headed, despite drinking as much as Viscount Henry. Since studying the health techniques taught by Barnett daily, alcohol's effects on him had diminished significantly. He could now drink endlessly without getting drunk. When I become Duke, bolstered by alcohol, Henry began to speak recklessly, though his speech was slurred. I'll grant you more wealth, Hick. And more lands. Henry emphatically thumped his chest. Whatever my brother gave you, I'll give you again, not a bit less. Kent internally sneered, responding, Viscount, you're drunk. Drunk, Hick? I guess I am a bit. All right. I won't bother you any longer. Hick. I must take my leave. Henry staggered to his feet to bid farewell to Count Kent. The Count personally assisted him to the door. Maltz, remember what I said today. I know my stupid brothers must also be seeking you out. Or maybe they already have. But, Hick, whatever terms they offer, tell me. I assure you, I'll give you more than those fools. Ha ha, I'll keep that in mind. Count Kent helped him into the carriage outside the residence. Let's keep in touch. With those parting words, Viscount Henry left in his carriage. Maltz Kent stood at the doorway, watching the carriage disappear, a mocking smile on his face. HMPH. With a cold laugh, he turned back into the residence. Join my Discord, https://discord.gg/jam4wcftxd. Consider supporting me on Ko-fi. https://ko-fi.com/etitranslations. Chapter 193, Please support me on Ko-fi! Chapter 193, TL, Etude. The praying mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind. Such is the cruelty of the world. Count Kent instructed his servants to bring the young mage, Andy, to him. Shortly after, the little mage, who had just returned from his journey, stood before him. "Andy, my young friend, tomorrow we shall visit the local duke and then embark on our next plan of action. Though the duke is likely to heed our words under the instruction of Master Barnett, to prevent any mishaps, we still need you to exert some influence on him." "Yes, Count, please give your instructions at the time, and I will do my best." Andy, don't you want to ask what we need the duke for, huh? What do we need him for?" Count Kent was at a loss for words. Had it not been for the escort, he thought, this kid would have probably been kidnapped and sold by human traffickers along the way. "We need him to secure his ducal title. This is not for my sake, but for the Arcane Society and the community of mages. Only by holding a power as significant as a duke can we provide substantial support to the Arcane Society, have the strength to wrestle with the church's lackeys in the northwest, and stab them in the back while the kingdom's higher-ups are distracted in the south, ultimately establishing a government that venerates mages. Do you understand all this?" "I think I got some of it." Watching the still somewhat bewildered young mage, Andy, Miles wasn't sure how much he had comprehended. "Well, as long as the kid does as he's told," Miles thought, proceeding to detail the plan for the next day. "Isn't there a better way? If the Duke listens to me, you won't need to intervene. Now, go rest." "We need to be at our best for tomorrow's visit to the Duke's castle." The night passed without incident. The next day, after having breakfast with the young mage, Count Kent traveled by carriage to the Duke's castle. Unlike the castles of other lords in Northwest Bay, Duke Ferdinand's castle was more artistically designed and ornamental, making the other lords' castles seem like mere defensive fortresses in comparison. Living here must be very comfortable. The guards at the entrance led them into the castle. Count Kent had already informed them of his visit the previous day. "Is everything normal with the Duke?" the Count asked the leading guard, squinting his eyes. "Yes, Lord Kent, the Duke is as usual. He will surely be delighted to see you," the guard replied with a smile and a knowing look. As a cautious man, Miles Kent naturally had several preparations in place. He couldn't fully trust the bug in the Duke's head. Thus, he had developed several of his own informants within the Duke's castle, ensuring that nothing within its walls could escape his notice. However, there might also be other people's informants inside, perhaps belonging to the Duke's brothers. After all, everyone was aware of the Duke's health condition, and seeking new support was an instinct for these people. Upon reaching the hall, the guard said, "Please wait here." Miles and Andy waited quietly in the hall for a few minutes before the same guard returned and informed them, "The Duke invites you to his study for the meeting." Thus, the two proceeded to the Duke's study, where they met the current Duke of the Northwest, Lord Ferdinand. Count Kent was somewhat surprised to see the Duke. Compared to their last meeting, the Duke had become alarmingly thin, his eyes dull and lifeless. Even though he regularly received updates on the Duke's health, seeing him in person still gave Kent a jolt. Was the brain worm's impact on the human body this severe? It seemed that its erosion was an accelerating process. In their previous meetings, the Duke's health hadn't deteriorated this rapidly. Kent felt relieved that he had decided to act swiftly on his next plan. Looking at Duke Ferdinand now, it seemed he could pass away at any moment. No wonder his younger brother was so eager to win Kent over. "Your Grace." Kent knelt on one knee to perform the vassal's salute to Duke Ferdinand, while Andy stood still by his side. Previously, the castle's servants and guards had mistaken Andy as Kent's page, so he didn't attract much attention. "You? Who are you?" "Oh, Miles Kent, my Miles." "Right. I asked for you to be brought here." The Duke's hands flailed, unbecoming of a lord of his stature. Upon seeing Andy standing next to Count Kent, the Duke's eyes suddenly lit up, his demeanor revitalized, a stark contrast to his previously languid state. It was as if a dog had seen its long-lost master. "I've come to discuss a matter with you." Count Kent eyed the suddenly spirited Duke of the Northwest, but before he could finish his sentence, a thought struck him. "Your Grace, you saw how I exerted myself to greet you. Shouldn't you offer me a gesture of equivalent courtesy?" Miles Kent, with a sly smile, spoke to the Duke. "What?" Duke Ferdinand looked incredulous. "I mean, shouldn't you also offer me a half-kneel in return?" This was a bold test. Since implanting the brain worm, Count Kent had always used suggestions and guidance to make the Duke comply. This time, he decided to be more forceful. testing the extent of his control over the Duke in a somewhat humiliating way. After all, he had a mage capable of directly manipulating the brain worm at his side. What did you say? Kneel. With a thud, the Duke actually knelt down, both knees on the ground, murmuring to himself, I've knelt down, I've knelt down. A triumphant smile appeared on Count Kent's face. The young mage, Andy, shook his head. Count, don't torment him any further. He's already pitiable. Count Kent was surprised. He had thought all members of the Arcane Society were as heartless as Master Barnet. Well, it's better not to contradict him, considering he's part of the Arcane Society. Despite his young age, he might become my senior. No, he definitely will be, as I intend to join the Arcane Society and wield its powerful and mysterious magical forces. While smirking, Kent pulled out a piece of parchment filled with dense text. Your Grace, come. Sign here, then read it aloud at your birthday banquet. Duke Ferdinand took the parchment but discarded it after a mere glance. He burst into tears. No, I can't do this. Sign it. Count Kent grabbed his hand, trying to force him to sign, but the Duke, seemingly mustering unexpected strength, resisted. After several unsuccessful attempts, Count Kent shook his head, resigned, and turned to Andy. Young friend, I must ask for your assistance. Andy seemed hesitant, taking a step forward but then stopping. This, Count Kent whispered, for the glory of the Arcane Society, for the future of mages. All right. With a sigh, the young mage began to quietly chant a spell. Join my Discord, https://discord.gg/jam4wcftxd. Consider supporting me on Ko-fi. https://ko-fi.com/etitranslations. Chapter 194, Returning Voyage! Chapter 194, Returning Voyage. TL, Etude. Several significant events have recently occurred in Fort Ness, the capital of the Horn Bay Alliance. First, there was the kidnapping of Baroness Fenny, the sister-in-law of the Grand Duke of Eton, which almost jeopardized the agreements already negotiated between the Horn Bay Alliance and the Grand Duchy of Eton. Fortunately, the culprits were intercepted by the Royal Guards of Eton while trying to leave Fort Ness, rescuing Baroness Fenny, who had been held captive for several days. This allowed the negotiations between the two nations to continue. However, the specific identity of the culprits remains a mystery, as Eton has not disclosed it to the public. Then there was the incident of the wolves howling. The wolves in the forest outside the city suddenly started howling collectively in the dead of night, reminding many locals of an ancient legend from a century ago. Parents began using this event to scare their children, warning them that if they didn't behave, they would be carried away by wolves. Fortunately, the wolves only howled for a short period and didn't attack human villages as described in the legends. However, some were not so lucky. Several travelers and their horses, traveling at night, fell prey to the wolves, leaving behind only skeletal remains. The clothes and armor found on the remains suggested they were knights of the church. Evidence of significant wolf activity was also discovered in the area around them. To calm the anxious populace and merchants, the city hall and the church both issued bounty missions, calling adventurers to hunt wolves outside the city. This led to an influx of adventurers in Fort Ness, signaling trouble for the local wolves. Another major event was the Horn Bay Alliance extending invitations to rulers of many countries in the region to attend a multinational conference in Fort Ness. The conference aimed to reach a series of political and economic cooperation agreements, and preparations were being made in full swing. Queller sensed his father, Marquis Foster, smiling more often lately. Marquis Foster was, of course, pleased. The Grand Duke of Eton's sister-in-law was found, and initially, the council was worried the Duke might leave over this incident. However, it seemed their concerns were unnecessary. The Duke continued his stay in Fort Ness to negotiate with the council, planning to participate in the upcoming multinational conference. Especially significant was the Grand Duke of Eton's growing disdain for the church. Initially hesitant about cooperating with other nations against the church, the Duke, during the latest round of talks, openly berated the church. He revealed two things: that the church was behind the kidnapping of his sister-in-law and that the plans to unite various nations against the church seemed to have leaked. Yet, before he could even decide to join the alliance, the church resorted to such despicable tactics against him. The young and impetuous Grand Duke of Eton was infuriated and decisively sided with the alliance, preparing to persuade other national leaders to resist the church at the upcoming conference. However, for various reasons, the Grand Duchy of Eton had not yet publicly disclosed the church's involvement in the kidnapping. The members of the Alliance Council were overjoyed. The church had indeed shot itself in the foot. Plans leaked. So be it, as the growing rift between the two sides was becoming an open secret. With less pressure from official affairs, Marquis Foster began to focus more on his private matters. He even made time to meet with Quick and several merchant representatives, praising the goods from the Northwest and expressing hope for further cooperation. The merchant representatives were flattered and surprised. It was their first time meeting such a high-ranking noble. Although in Horn Bay, anyone with money could play at being a noble, they were now meeting a member of the Alliance Council, a person wielding real power in the state. They eagerly sought to ingratiate themselves with the Marquis, awkwardly complimenting him in their newly learned Horn Bay language, embarrassing Captain Quick who was accompanying them. During their stay, the merchant representatives experienced a cycle of joy and disappointment. They thoroughly inspected the commercial industry of Fort Ness, delighted by the immense business opportunities but dismayed at how far behind the commercial environment of the Northwest Bay was in comparison. After 5 days in Fort Ness, Captain Quick decided to return home. Everyone hoped to be back in the Northwest Bay before the year-end festivities, as although Horn Bay was prosperous, it wasn't home. Festivities were always more comfortable in one's hometown. Lady, are you really unwilling to stay by my side? Horn Bay is your hometown, after all. I've heard that the area around Northwest Bay, in the back garden of the Eton Embassy, Duchess Helen once again tried to persuade her junior lady to stay. Lady had come to bid farewell, as the next day she would be leaving Horn Bay with her mother aboard the Southern. I am now an advisor to Count Grayman, and leaving just a few months into the job would be too irresponsible. Besides, the atmosphere here. Sigh. Helen sighed, knowing that lady was referring to the church's oppression. Even with her own sister's identity, they dared to act against them, leaving others even more vulnerable. I won't force you to stay. Since you've found a life of your own, cherish it well. Thank you, senior. You take care too. Of course. I know my limits. Lady's sister, a little girl with chubby cheeks, ran over, calling out to Lady in a baby voice. Here comes our little Fenny. Lady picked up the girl, twirling her around and planting a kiss on her rosy cheek. Fenny, in a whiny voice, said, Sister said you're leaving. Don't go, please stay with me. Helen sternly said, Fenny, don't be naughty. Sister Lady has her own things to attend to. Seeing the unwilling look on the little girl's face, Lady gently stroked her head. I will come back to visit you. Be a good girl and listen to your sister, okay? With the opening of the shipping route between Northwestern Bay and Horn Bay, there would be more opportunities to travel between the two places, and traveling by boat was safer and faster than by land. Okay, Fenny obediently nodded her head. Her recent kidnapping had caused a lot of trouble for her sister and brother-in-law, resulting in the loss of several guards' lives, leaving Fenny with a heavy psychological burden. Despite the unforeseeable nature of the incident, she blamed herself, as her curiosity had led her to experiment with her strange abilities in secret, inadvertently alerting those with ill intentions. After playing with Fenny in the garden for a while, Lady bid farewell to Helen. You have a group of adventurer friends to say goodbye to, right? The companions you used to adventure with? Yes, we've arranged to have dinner together tonight. Go ahead, I'll be at the dock tomorrow morning to see you off. Helen sent Lady off from the embassy with reluctance. Join my Discord, https://discord.gg/jam4wcftxd. Consider supporting me on Ko-fi. https://ko-fi.com/etitranslations. Chapter 195, Returning Voyage 2! Chapter 195, Returning Voyage 2. TL, Etude. The docks at Fort Ness were as busy as ever. At the berth of the Southern, the crew bustled up and down the gangplank, loading items onto the ship. They were about to set sail, heading back to the Northwest Bay. Nearby, a few merchant representatives strolled leisurely, soaking in the commercial atmosphere of this southern metropolis during these last moments. The female advisor Lady, Mrs. Sertia and Lisa, temporarily serving as a maid, approached slowly with their luggage. At the side of the gangplank, Captain Quick was conversing with Quella Foster. "Captain, my father is too busy with official duties and has sent me to bid you farewell in his stead. Please accept his apologies for not being able to come in person." "No worries at all. The Marquis has been so hospitable to us. We are deeply grateful." Quick knew that the other party was just being polite. After all, a Marquis, a significant figure in the council, wouldn't possibly come to the docks to see off a small fry like him. They took off their hats to greet the female advisor and her company as they approached. "Good morning, Madame." "Good morning, Miss Lady, Miss Lisa." Kiera smiled in response. "Good morning, Captain. It's finally time to set sail." "Yes, everyone has had a great time here, but once the return date is set, everyone becomes eager to return home." Quick also greeted them. Quell then marveled at Lady. "I heard from the captain about Miss Lady disguising as a man to travel south with the ship. It's incredible. How did such a delicate beauty manage to disguise herself as a man?" Faced with this young man's flattering words, Lady just smiled faintly and walked up the gangplank. Quella Foster shrugged awkwardly. Miss Lady had always been quiet during her time with the Lichman adventure team. He hadn't spoken a word to her during his 2 encounters with the team. This cold beauty actually chose to stay in the Northwest as an advisor. His brother Paul was lucky. Quick instructed a few sailors to help Lady and her company stow their luggage. In the cabin, the 3 women then came up to the deck, gazing out at the sea under the caress of the sea breeze. Lisa suddenly pointed towards the shore. "Look, a lot of people are coming over there." Lady turned and saw a magnificent carriage procession slowly approaching the southern, surrounded by a host of knights in armor. "It's people from the Grand Duchy of Eton." "I'll go down and take a look." She immediately returned to the shore, and soon the procession reached them. First, a group of guards swiftly secured the area, and then an attendant opened the carriage door. A tall man stepped out, handsome with curly brown hair, exuding an aura of nobility. Quella Foster's mouth dropped open in shock, his face registering disbelief. Then, with a look of betrayal and anger, he grabbed Quick's clothes. "Captain Quick, explain this to me. Is Alda disregarding the contract with the Foster family and changing their agent in Horn Bay?" No, not at all. I haven't done such a thing, and the Lord hasn't authorized me to do so." Quick hurriedly explained, but Quella pointed at the man who just got out of the carriage. "Then why is the Grand Duke of Eton here to see you?" "What? He is the Grand Duke of Eton? No wonder he looks so impressive." Quick immediately understood what was going on and whispered to Quella, "Mr. Foster, you're mistaken. They're here to see Miss Lady. His wife is Miss Lady's senior classmate or something." "His wife? Oh. You mean Duchess Helen?" The young master of the Foster family was even more astonished. The quiet advisor was acquainted with the Grand Duchess of Eton. "But indeed, we have also met the Duchess." "Remember the night of the wolf's howl?" "I remember, we could hear it from our house. Kept me up all night." That night, Miss Lady and Duchess Helen were walking outside the city when they encountered a pack of wolves. It was I who led a team to rescue them. Despite their delicate appearances, they're quite capable. Before we arrived, they had already killed several wolves. "Oh, I heard Miss Lady used to be an adventurer, so killing a few wolves must not have been difficult for her." That night was truly perilous. The howling of wolves all around us was so intimidating that we were parched with fear. If we hadn't brought a large number of torches, well, the outcome might have been much worse. "What? Such an exciting event and you didn't include me. You guys are no friends at all," Quella complained with a look of grief and indignation. The captain was speechless. He wondered what was going on in the young lord's head, as most people would typically avoid such dangerous situations. While they were talking, the Grand Duke of Eton, accompanied by his wife, Duchess Helen, alighted from the carriage. Lady greeted them with a slight bow. "Your Grace, senior sister, good day." The Duke raised his hand. "Miss Gerard, I believe the last time we met was at Fanny's birthday party." "There's no need for formalities between us, though we haven't met often, considering your relationship with Helen. You're practically family." Helen approached and embraced Lady. "That's right, just treat him like a brother," the Duke said apologetically. "I've come to express my gratitude. Without you, Fanny, myself, and my country would have been in great trouble. I've been busy with various meetings these past few days and couldn't thank you in person earlier. I'm truly sorry." Lady shook her head. "You're too kind, Duke. Fanny is like a sister to me. Helping her was only natural." The Duke continued with his words of gratitude and then raised his head, speaking loudly in Ordo's language. "I have another purpose for my visit. To thank the brave warriors from Ordo for rescuing my family from the jaws of wolves." The sailors on and off the ship turned their attention to Captain Quick, awaiting his decision. "What? Why are you all looking at me?" Quick panicked, breaking into a cold sweat. Being in the presence of a duchess was already overwhelming for him, and now, unexpectedly, a duke had appeared, a genuine ruler of a country, a figure on par with kings, and apparently not as easy to talk to as the old man from the Foster family. Lady quietly spoke to the Duke. "Cough, Your Grace. They've never encountered someone of your stature, so they're unsure how to react. Please excuse them. The one with the long beard is Captain Quick. Please follow me." The Duke laughed and nodded. "Ha ha, is that so? I understand. Let's go over there." He and his wife followed Lady towards Quick. Helen, clutching her husband's arm, pinched him hard and whispered behind her fan, "Be more approachable." The Duke smiled dryly. "I know, my dear. Join my Discord. https://discord.gg/jam4wcfdxd. Consider supporting me on Ko-fi. https://ko-fi.com/etitranslations. Chapter 196, Returning Voyage 3, ! Chapter 196, Returning Voyage 3, TL, Etude. Lady led the Duke and Grand Duchess of Eton to Captain Quick, who was by now in a state of petrification. She formally introduced them. "Your Grace, this is Captain Quick of the Southern." "Captain, this is the Duke of the Grand Duchy of Eton." After the introduction, she nudged Captain Quick's sleeve. Jolted to his senses, Captain Quick awkwardly knelt down, recalling the scenes from third-rate dramas he had seen where foreign envoys met with kings. He managed a clumsy bow. "Your Grace, please forgive my rudeness. On behalf of Count Grayman of the Kingdom of Ordo, I extend my respects to you." "No need for formalities, no need. You all are my heroes. The Grand Duke of Eton personally helped him up. You braved the danger and delved into a wolf pack to save my wife and sister-in-law. On behalf of the Eton royal family, I extend my respects to you." The Duke graciously expressed his thanks, using some highbrow noble jargon that Quick could barely understand. Quick could only nod and agree, fearing to say something wrong. "Please also convey my respects to Count Grayman. Ordo has won the friendship of the Grand Duchy of Eton. Should he or his emissaries ever visit Horn Bay, the Grand Duchy of Eton will ensure a warm welcome." "Yes, Your Grace. I will certainly convey your message. Now, please accept our token of gratitude." The Duke clapped his hands, and two attendants placed a wooden chest in front of Quick. When the chest was opened, there were gasps of astonishment all around. It was filled with glittering gold bars. "No, no, this is too much." Quick was tongue-tied, having never seen so much gold before, enough to build many ships like the Southern. But the Duke firmly insisted, "Please accept it. Half is for the brave souls on the ship, and the other half for Count Grayman." After several rounds of Quick awkwardly trying to refuse, he ultimately couldn't resist the Duke's insistence and accepted the gold. "This is like undermining the Foster family's foundations." The thought alarmed the second son of the Foster family. "Ahem." Quella Foster cleared his throat loudly, speaking with a serious face. "Your Grace, and you are?" the Grand Duke of Eton asked, noticing Quella's local attire. "I am Quella Foster, the second son of the Marquis of Foster from the Horn Bay Alliance Council." "Oh, the son of Marquis Foster. I know your father. A generous and open-minded man. I've enjoyed our exchanges very much." "Thank you, Your Grace. My father would be honored by your remarks." "So, Master Foster, what brings you here?" "Oh, Your Grace might not be aware, but the Foster family and the Grayman family are business partners. We are the exclusive agents for the Count in Horn Bay. Naturally, I came to bid farewell to our friends." Quella emphasized exclusive agents. "The Count Grayman is still conducting business in Horn Bay?" The Duke was unaware that the fine porcelain he had bought for a hefty sum in his court was actually transported by the Foster family from the Northwest Bay. But he quickly grasped the subtle hint in Quella's words. The Duke, with a smile, patted Quella Foster's shoulder and said, "I equally value the friendship with the Marquis and certainly wouldn't do anything to harm it. My visit here was purely to express my gratitude." Quella finally relaxed and shared a smile with the Duke. However, he thought to himself, it looks like Paul's path in Horn Bay is going to broaden. I need to remind my father to increase his focus on the Northwest Bay. Duchess Helen pulled her school sister lady aside for a quiet conversation. "Where are your adventurer friends?" "They left overnight after the dinner gathering. The local adventurers guild sent a letter with some urgent matter." "Speaking of which, how is Count Grayman treating you?" "The Count is very kind to me." "As you know, in the Northwest Bay, skilled people are in short supply, so even someone with my limited abilities is highly valued." "Limited abilities? That's the first joke I've heard from you, lady." "Senior sister, I remembered something." "What was the church's reaction?" Helen responded irritably. "HMPH, now they can't publicly present evidence. It seems they know they're in the wrong and haven't disclosed anything about this incident." Without direct evidence, arbitrarily detaining a noblewoman was a grave offense, and even the church wouldn't dare commit such an act and incite public outrage. "Did they negotiate with you?" "No. They probably want to let it slide." "What are your thoughts on this?" "There's no such thing as a free lunch. My husband has decided to actively promote and join an anti-church alliance. We haven't publicized this incident because the timing isn't right. Once it is, this will be one of the church's charges. Will this lead to war?" As a mage, Lady was pleased to see the rulers unite against the church, but she didn't want it to lead to war. "War? Unlikely. The church only has some self-defensive paladins. Would they dare armed resistance if all the countries unite against them?" The Duchess was optimistic. "Let's hope so." Despite saying this, Lady wasn't as optimistic as Helen. She was aware of the church's influence among the common people and its loyal followers within the ruling classes of various countries. She hoped it wouldn't lead to war. Lady, well versed in history, knew well how devastating religious wars could be, often transcending the usual limits of conflicts driven by interests. She didn't want to see the prosperous Horn Bay reduced to ruins. After conversing for a while on the docks, it was finally time for the Southern to depart. Captain Quick, Lady, and others boarded the ship under the watchful eyes of Quella Foster and the Duke and Grand Duchess of Eton. The departure of the unusual ship attracted the attention of many at the docks. If not for the Eton guards cordoning off the area near the berth, more people would have crowded around. A dock worker on shore untied the ropes securing the Southern to the dock, and the sailors aboard the ship pulled in the ropes. Quella shouted, "Weigh anchor!" 1, 2, 3, the crew chanted in unison, straining at the anchor winch. The heavy anchor was slowly lifted from the water by the winch. Since the Southern didn't have oars, several small tugboats from the port were hired to help it move away from the berth. The sailors gestured to the tugboats, whose crew began rowing, gradually moving the Southern. Quick, Lady, and others waved farewell from the ship's side to Quella and the Duke's family on the dock, who waved back. Slowly, the Southern left the harbor and reached open waters. It disconnected the ropes from the tugboats, raised its sails, and, using the wind, set off on its journey back to the Northwest Bay. Join my Discord, https://discord.gg/jam4wcfdxd. Consider supporting me on Ko-fi. https://ko-fi.com/etitranslations. Chapter 197. Exclamation mark. Chapter 197. TL, Etude. Let's rewind to a few days ago. In the Grand Cathedral at the heart of Fort Ness, Bishop Elvis had just concluded a prayer session. Following his routine address, the clergy dispersed. Bishop Elvis, who had appeared calm and composed during the service, now wore a solemn expression. He headed to the dining hall to have his dinner. Given his status, he could have easily ordered a private meal from the kitchen. However, except in cases of illness or other special circumstances, Elvis always insisted on eating communal meals with the ordinary clergy in the large dining hall, a practice that significantly contributed to his popularity. Seated in his usual spot, a servant placed a meal in front of him. Elvis picked up a boiled egg and started tapping it on the table, seemingly lost in thought and continuously tapping without stopping. A curious clergyman nearby noticed that the bishop was so engrossed that he almost crushed the egg without realizing it. As if deep in thought, Bishop Elvis. Bishop Elvis. The clergyman gently nudged Elvis's arm, snapping him back to reality. Oh. Elvis realized the state of the egg in his hand. Lord, forgive me, he muttered, repenting for wasting food. He carefully peeled off the shattered shell and ate the egg in small bites. The observing clergyman admired the bishop's strict self-discipline. Another clergyman hurried over and whispered to Elvis, Lord Anthony has returned. I understand. Send breakfast to his room and tell him to wait there for me. Yes, Your Grace. Elvis hastened his meal and soon cleared his plate. After thanking the Lord of Light for another bountiful dinner, he stood up and headed towards Anthony's room. Anthony, who had just finished his dinner, welcomed him in his room. Elvis spoke with a guilty expression. Lord Anthony, I inadvertently let a witch escape. I have failed in my duties as a bishop. Anthony, puzzled, urged, what exactly happened? Tell me everything. Elvis seemed troubled, struggling to start. After a long pause, he began, last night, there was an incident during the transfer of the witch. Last night? Did you encounter wolves? Anthony was referring to the unusual howling that night, hinting at the possibility of numerous wolf packs prowling outside the city. It was likely that the team escorting Baroness Fenny encountered them. Yes, after an entire night without any word from the escort team, I sent out a search party at dawn to check the church we were headed to. But on the way, we found numerous traces of wolf activity, and the remains of our men sent out yesterday. Everyone was. May their souls ascend to heaven. And the witch? She escaped. We didn't find her remains at the scene. It seems the escort team was attacked by wolves and the witch escaped amidst the chaos. But I believe there's more to it than meets the eye. Elvis shook his head, saying, it must have been that witch. It must have been her who used dark magic to summon the nearby wolves to attack our escort team. The bishop's voice grew more intense, convinced that last night's wolf disturbance was caused by the witch Fenny. There's no way that evil witch could have survived alone otherwise. Anthony spoke with a hint of regret. Does this mean we can no longer trade with the Grand Duchy of Eton? Elvis appeared dejected. Yes. It's infuriating. Are we just going to watch an anti-church alliance form? Anthony comforted him. Don't be too hard on yourself, Your Grace. Even if the Grand Duchy of Eton complied with us, their power would have limited impact. I know that. But what really bothers me is letting that witch escape. As they were talking, a voice came from outside the door. Is Bishop Elvis here? I have urgent news to report. Lord Anthony, I'll be back shortly. Elvis stepped outside the room, returning after a moment with a look of shock and anger on his face. Lord Anthony, I just received a report. The Eton embassy announced they found Baroness Fenny, the damned witch has indeed run back to them. Their public message claims they intercepted a gang of bandits kidnapping Baroness Fenny outside Eton. Anthony pondered. It seems last night's incident was not simple. Elvis paced anxiously. It must be related. The gang of bandits Eton refers to might be our escort team. It's likely Eton's guards were on that road last night. Ah, I should have suspected. The Etonians must have known their Baroness was a witch and somehow learned of our plan. They, along with the wolves summoned by the witch, attacked our escort team. Elvis began to speculate wildly. Anthony asked, what should we do now, Your Grace? Elvis raised his voice. What else can we do? We must reveal the truth about that witch. Let the whole world know. Let the people know the Eton royal family is harboring an evil, filthy witch. Anthony shook his head. I advise you to remain calm, Your Grace. When we had Baroness Fenny, we could have publicly revealed evidence of her being a witch at any time. But now that she's not in our hands, making such a claim unilaterally could cause big trouble, especially at a time when relations between the church and the Horn Bay countries are so tense. Elvis huffed. Those spineless rulers, what of it? The people are on our side. Oh, the public's stance is the most unreliable. Today they sing praises of the glory of the Lord. Tomorrow they'll be chanting long live the king. Elvis fell silent, staring at the candle flame, seemingly pondering his next move. Your Grace, instead of immediately breaking with the Grand Duchy of Eton, why not focus on another matter first? I believe this is more important. What could be more important than eradicating evil witches? Anthony's expression turned grave. Eliminating the traitor. A traitor? Yes, as you said earlier, The Grand Duchy of Eton might have learned of our plan through some means. Elvis stood up abruptly. You're right, I almost forgot. His eyes glinted coldly. There must be someone in the cathedral who has abandoned the teachings of the Lord and succumbed to darkness, a fallen one. Join my Discord, https://discord.gg/jam4wcfdxd. Consider supporting me on Ko-fi. https://ko-fi.com/etitranslations. Chapter 198, Year-End, Chapter 198, Year-End. TL, Etude. The Day of Descent is a significant festival for the people of this world. In ancient times, long ago, this day marked the transition between the Old and New Years. However, with improvements in the calendar system, the Day of Descent lost this role in the old calendar, and the first day of the new year was postponed to about a week after the Day of Descent. Yet, the Day of Descent remains the most important day. Apart from strong traditional factors, it also holds a religious significance. Legend has it that on this day, the Archangel Wens descended to the human realm with 500 angels. At that time, humanity was still in a primitive state, using tools made of stone and wearing clothes made from animal skins and plant leaves. Back then, many different races inhabited the continent, threatening the weaker human race. The angels taught humans various miraculous technologies, such as agricultural techniques, the domestication of animals and plants, metal smelting techniques, and even brought them an incredible script, ultimately helping human society emerge from the Dark Ages. With these powerful technologies, humans gradually established their dominance on the continent, forcing orcs to retreat to the plains, dwarves to seclude in the mountains, and elves to hide in forests. While many other races vanished from history without even leaving their names, humans eventually occupied several of the most habitable large plains on the continent and thrived generation after generation. However, as time passed and exchanges, though infrequent, never ceased between different races, human technology gradually spread to other races. The narrowing technological gap began to equalize the military strength of the armies, reigniting the ambitions of other races to return to the habitable areas. The human armies could no longer overwhelmingly suppress the others, intensifying conflicts between races once again. The last time a thorough suppression of other races occurred was during the Great Unification era of the ancient Gabella Empire. The unified human empire launched several major expeditions with the nation's full force. Relying on still somewhat superior weapons and advanced military systems, they finally forced other races into submission, re-establishing the absolute dominance of human civilization on the continent. But eventually, the empire collapsed, and the divided human nations began warring against each other. Logically, this should have been an excellent opportunity for the other races to turn the tables. Fortunately, the remnants of the empire's might persisted, and races with smaller populations like the dwarves and elves seemed to have abandoned their ambitions to dominate the continent. Only the orcs, living in the northern Great Plains, with their strong reproductive abilities and large population, remained a threat. The fragile ecosystem of the plains could not support such a large population, and the pressure to survive, coupled with historical grievances from repeated suppressions, kept them eyeing the fertile lands to the south. The orcs had already launched several large-scale invasions, but they abandoned their previous strategy of capturing and holding territory. Instead, they adopted hit-and-run tactics, targeting weakly defended settlements, utilizing their cavalry advantage for swift attacks and retreats, avoiding prolonged wars with human armies. The disunited human nations could not maintain large cavalry forces like the Gabella Empire, and the weakened royal power and regressing logistics were unable to support a significant expedition. This made humans very passive in facing the orc raids. The orc raids became a major headache for the rulers of the northern countries. In the Great Hall of the Lakehart Town Lord's Mansion, key military and political figures from Alder gathered, including Austin, the naval commander usually stationed in Port Fran, and Rubin, the shipyard supervisor. As the Day of Descent approached, marking the end of the old year, Paul decided to summon his subordinates to Lakehart Town to review the gains and losses of the past year and look forward to future developments. Before the Lord arrived, everyone started discussing the major events of the year. News from the east says that quite a few villages have been raided by orcs since the beginning of winter. Alas, the rebellion in the south prevents the royal family from diverting much force to support the northeastern region. We're quite fortunate here, with the continuous primitive forests and mountains to our north. The kingdom of Odo is naturally protected by mountain ranges to its north and east, but there's a relatively small plain between these two ranges in the northeast, known as the Northeast Corridor. This corridor serves as Odo's gateway to the northern Great Plains. Every winter, orcs from the plains use this corridor to raid various places in the northeast, especially during times of white disaster on the plains. Since the northeast corridor is far from the kingdom's heartland, the orcs' small-scale raids are not as threatening as the barbarian rebellions in the eastern highlands. Moreover, the rebellion in the south has stretched the high command thin, leaving only symbolic support for the northeastern region this year. This year has indeed been a troublesome one for the Kingdom of Odo. While others felt fortunate for Elder's geographical position, two individuals, Chief of Staff Schroeder and Joyce, the newly appointed commander of the 3rd Battalion, wore worried expressions. They had both served in the northeastern military and personally participated in wars against the orcs. Both held a deep connection to that land. Hearing news of the orc raids naturally didn't bring them joy, especially Schroeder, who had spent a significant portion of his military career there. Seeing everyone's indifferent attitudes, Joyce couldn't help but say, "Gentlemen, if lips are gone, the tongue will feel the cold. If the orcs seize the moment when the kingdom is weak and take control of the northeastern territories, we will likely be their next target." Bryce made a fist-pumping gesture in midair. "Then we'll blast them back with our cannons." Joyce shrugged. These people had no idea of the orcs' ferocity, which was not comparable to the pirates and conscripted peasants they had faced before, but Joyce knew. Those creatures, raised in harsh environments from birth, seemed designed for war. Even average orcs stood close to 2 meters tall, with strong and powerful limbs, and were irritable and capable of enduring hunger. Their nomadic lifestyle had naturally turned them into excellent cavalrymen, easily capable of assembling a formidable mobile force. Fortunately, their lack of discipline, strategy, formation, and cooperation gave human armies a chance to triumph. The orcs often simply charged with whatever weapons they had at hand. While the hall buzzed with conversation, Paul Grayman, accompanied by his chief secretary Bernard and Miss Dawes, his female advisor, walked in. Everyone stood up to greet the Lord. "Good day, everyone. Please, take your seats." Paul and his entourage sat down, and the meeting officially began. Join my Discord, https://discord.gg/jam4wcfdxd. Consider supporting me on Ko-fi. https://ko-fi.com/eti-translations. Chapter 199, Year End 2, exclamation mark. Chapter 199, Year End 2. TL, Etude. Lord, this year we have integrated a total of 13,000 hectares of arable land, including 10,000 hectares in Aldo and 3,000 hectares in Balding. Next year, we plan to accelerate the process and aim to integrate the remaining 60,000 hectares in both areas within 2 to 3 years. In the castle's Great Hall, the Minister of Agriculture, Hansel, was reporting his department's achievements. The so-called integration of arable land involves consolidating small, scattered plots owned by local gentry and landlords into larger, more manageable farms, operated by a single entity. Alternatively, small plots owned by tenant farmers are combined and managed intensively by newly established agricultural associations. These associations also gather funds from households for public affairs, such as building infrastructure. By creating large farms, landlords are encouraged to invest in significant irrigation and infrastructure projects, without the fear of benefiting their neighbors at their expense. Is it that slow? Paul slammed the table, surprised that what he thought would take half a year would actually take several more years. Clearly, the Lord was not pleased with the progress of the Agriculture Department. Lord Grayman, please let me explain. Hansel, looking embarrassed, began to explain the difficulties to Paul. The work is challenging. Both landlords and farmers fear being shortchanged during land exchanges, yet they all try to gain an advantage. We often encounter landlords scheming against each other, farmers fighting, and even large-scale brawls between entire villages, and we're short-staffed. We can only handle land exchanges one village at a time. We hope to get more administrative officers next year." Paul, frustrated, exclaimed, "Why can't these people see the bigger picture? It's just a matter of a few meters more or less, isn't it? Ho ho, Lord, even a few inches less feels like a life and death matter to them. Besides, the varying quality of land across regions adds significant challenges to the valuation process." "All right then, just step up your efforts and try to finish by next year." Hansel mopped his brow with a handkerchief. "We'll do our best." Paul then asked, "How is the promotion of new farming techniques going?" "That's going quite well. Agricultural associations across regions have introduced crop rotation to the villages and towns. Landlords have responded positively and plan to start experimenting next year. However, tenant farmers aren't as enthusiastic since they have smaller plots and need to grow food crops to feed their families. No need to force these smallholders. Once food production increases and they can afford to buy food from the market, they'll naturally be more willing to experiment." "Yes, Lord," Hansel continued, "thanks to the widespread adoption of the harvester, there's now surplus labor available for developing new arable land. Next year, we estimate an increase of about 1/6 in arable land area, including both Aldo and Building." Paul nodded in satisfaction. "That's good, but make sure the new farmlands also follow the large farm model." "Of course, Lord. We'll strictly monitor that." After the crucial agricultural reports were concluded, Paul proceeded to hear updates on commerce, finance, immigration, and military matters. Overall, the situation was satisfactory to him. Since the implementation of various commercial support measures, a total of 23 factories had been established in Aldo and Building, producing canned goods, paper, porcelain, and salt. These products from both regions had begun to penetrate markets in the northwestern territories and had even reached areas near Crystal Shine. Paul believed that once the southern trade routes were fully opened, trade would grow even faster, and without heavy tariffs, profits would be significantly higher. Increased profits would attract more investors to build factories, thanks to the establishment of various private factories and the sale of new types of goods. This year the Administration Council's tax revenue reached 23,000 silver coins, while the Grayman family's income reached 25,000 silver coins, totaling nearly 50,000 silver coins. After deducting various expenses, there was still a surplus of 10,000 silver coins. Spend it all. Next year, I want the surplus to be no more than 2,000 silver coins. Paul's statement, advocating for the circulation of money as wealth rather than hoarding it, left everyone from the Administration Council speechless. "I just had an idea. Next year, let's invest more in education. There's a severe lack of talent in our territory, and investing in education is always beneficial." This idea was met with approval, especially from Miss Dyers, the female advisor, who was particularly concerned about Vice Academy. Regarding immigration, the Administration Council had so far accepted 1,563 refugees, mostly strong young men and women. The very old or very young rarely survived the journey to Northwest Bay. Most of these people were placed in the newly opened factories. "More refugees will arrive tomorrow," Hansel informed everyone. "The news of Alda's open policy for immigrants has spread far and wide, attracting refugees to us. Besides those from the southern rebellion areas, people affected by orc raids in the northeast are also coming here." After the Administration Council completed their reports, the military, led by Schroeder, began reporting on military matters. The size of the army hadn't expanded much, but there had been significant progress in weaponry and equipment. For the army, with the successful development of flintlock rifles, small-scale production had begun, and the 1st Battalion was tasked with testing the equipment. The Navy, meanwhile, was a major spender of the military budget. This year, the Navy took delivery of 3 new sailing warships. According to Austin's 666 plan, 3 more were being constructed. However, the naval commander was not satisfied with these ships. Due to the rush to equip them, many of the wood materials weren't adequately dried, shortening the lifespan of these warships. He proposed that the next batch of ships must be built according to standard procedures, with wood properly dried, to ensure quality warships. Austin, My next plan is to develop civilian merchant ships for traders heading south, but as you know, the shipyard's capacity is limited. Paul's remark left the naval commander extremely frustrated. Join my Discord, https://discord.gg/jam4wcftxd. Consider supporting me on Ko-fi. https://ko-fi.com/etitranslations. Chapter 200, Year End 3, exclamation mark. Chapter 200, Year End 3, TL, Etude. During Austin's report on naval affairs, Paul inquired about the Southern. Just received a letter sent urgently by adventurers commissioned by them. Based on this, they should already be in the middle of the kingdom's coastline. Can they return before the day of descent? Austin shook his head. It's not looking optimistic. They might not even make it for the new year. Why so slow? They sailed northward against the wind, and the letter mentioned they have 2 additional women on board. Naturally, they couldn't travel as freely as before, frequently docking for necessities like fresh water. Oh, I forgot about that. Moreover, according to the letter, Lady Lady's identity has been exposed. Haha, Quick must be greatly surprised. Is there anything else to add regarding the military? Their conversation puzzled many, as it was known that the green-haired female advisor had gone with the Southern to fetch her family, but the meaning of her identity being exposed was unclear. Chief of Staff Schroeder spoke up. Lord Grayman, I have some suggestions regarding the training of military officers. Paul gestured for him to continue. Previously, our military academies adopted a crash course approach, haphazardly imparting knowledge to the officers. I suggest we start a more formal and systematic training program from next year. That's a good suggestion. I agree. Since we have recently formed our army and urgently need many junior officers, we can start with a 1-year program. Later, when the need is less pressing, we can extend it to 3 or 4 years. How should we recruit students for the military academy, and what will their arrangements be after graduation? We can recruit literate, military aspiring young people directly from the civilian population or select soldiers who have performed well or earned merits in the army to study at the military academy. After graduation, based on their performance, they should be commissioned as non-commissioned or junior officers and start at the platoon level. Paul agreed with Schroeder's suggestion. Please draft a charter for this. Yes, Lord. Lord Schroeder, don't forget our navy. Of course, we won't favor one over the other. We must also strengthen civilian education. A bell-like voice rang out, belonging to the female advisor, Miss Dyers. So far, the teaching methods at Vice Academy have been quite rough. I hope Lord Grayman can pay more attention to this area. Do you have any suggestions? After pondering, Eileen suggested, I hope to follow the model of church schools, segregating children into different grades based on their age at enrollment, and adopting a class system rather than crowding them haphazardly in one classroom. Paul asked, how many grades should there be? I suggest a 5-year program, divided into grades 1 to 5. Additionally, there needs to be a division of courses, with at least the 7 arts included. The so-called 7 arts referred to logic, grammar, rhetoric, arithmetic, geometry, astronomy, and music, 7 courses commonly found in church-established schools. All right, Paul said, apart from literacy, we'll retain grammar, arithmetic, and geometry from the 7 arts, and reduce the number of grades from 5 to 4. Children can start school after they turn 6, he added. However, literacy education for the entire society must continue. We also need to establish classes specifically for older students and continue evening schools for the non-working populace. Eileen expressed dissatisfaction. Why cut so many courses and reduce the number of grades? Paul spread his hands helplessly. Miss Dyers, there's a harsh reality. We lack sufficient teaching staff. If you can provide enough teachers, I'd be more than happy to offer these courses. As soon as Paul finished speaking, Hansel Abbott, whom Eileen greatly disliked, added, moreover, what Lord Paul has removed is practically useless for commoners. In fact, they just need to learn to read and count. Eileen chose to ignore him, as his attitude towards refugees remained abhorrent, and Count Grayman had only briefly admonished him in that meeting. She had approached Paul several times privately, only to be brushed off each time, which was infuriating. As for reducing the grades, I don't want the children to be as comfortable as they are in church schools. I want to hear continuous sounds of studying from Vice Academy throughout the day. Paul eagerly wanted to inflict the hardships he had experienced in his past life onto the innocent children of this world. Another crucial reason was that children aged 10 could be sent to factories as apprentices. Right. To prevent a large number of unqualified graduates, I propose a system of easy entry but strict graduation. Annual exams will be conducted, and those who fail must repeat the grade. There will also be graduation exams. We'll issue certificates to those who pass, proving their satisfactory academic performance in our school. Those who fail, unless they repeat the year and pass the graduation exam, won't receive a diploma. I've noted it down, Lord Count, Eileen said, nodding and recording the suggestions on paper in front of her. The latter suggestions from Count Grayman seemed quite good. Steward Ford asked, "What about the expenses?" "Books and stationery cost money. My intention is for adults in education to bear the cost of books themselves. For minors, the cost should be shared between parents and the Department of Education. As for teacher salaries, let the Department of Education handle it. But their pay shouldn't be less than our clerks." "Lord, this will be a significant expense. Next year, I assure you our finances will be more robust. Plus, once we build more printing machines and establish a printing factory, the cost of textbooks will significantly decrease. Let's implement this for a year and see how it goes. If it doesn't work, we can adjust." Eileen asked Paul, "Count, is establishing schools only in Leichhardt Town sufficient? One Vice Academy seems too little for Alder and Balding counties." "You're right. So, let's establish a school in each town-level settlement, catering to surrounding villages. Once we have more funds, we'll build a school in every village, although that seems a bit far off for now." Paul responded this way, planning to build more schools. Investing in education was generally beneficial, especially in an era where people heavily relied on their lords. Join my Discord, https://discord.gg/jam4wcftxd. Consider supporting me on Ko-fi. https://ko-fi.com/etitranslations. Chapter 201, Year-End 4! Chapter 201, Year-End 4. T.L. Etude, Malran Ganard, who had been silently observing the discussion, suggested, "Buchia already has a church school. Maybe we could collaborate with them to expand its size?" "Oh, forget it, Malran." Paul waved his hands dismissively. "I've heard that many clergy have a certain fondness for young boys. I certainly don't want to send more children there." The room erupted in laughter, except for the female advisor who blushed in embarrassment. Paul clenched his fist in the air, resolute. "We must establish an education system entirely under the control of the Administration Council." His gaze suddenly shifted, lingering on the female advisor. Eileen's heart raced under his intense scrutiny, feeling it improper for Count Grayman to behave so in front of so many people. Flushing slightly, the female advisor asked, "Is there something you wish to discuss, Count?" "Miss Dyers, I was wondering if you'd be interested in..." "In what?" "The position of head of the Department of Education is still vacant. Previously, there wasn't much to do in this area since it lacked a formal system. But if we're going to establish so many schools, there will be a lot of work ahead." "Yes, that's true." "So, would you be interested in taking up the position?" Eileen was momentarily stunned, unsure of how to respond to Paul's offer. Before she could speak, someone in the hall objected. Cough. "Lord Grayman, this seems out of step with tradition. How can a woman hold a public office?" "Oh, I'm not doubting Miss Dyer's knowledge. After all, she is a true scholar. But a woman. It just doesn't align with tradition." Baron Hansel Abbott clearly disapproved of Paul appointing a female official, especially one at his level. "But in our administrative system, Miss Dyers and Miss Lady seem to be the most knowledgeable." "Being knowledgeable doesn't necessarily mean they're suitable for administrative tasks in politics, Lord Count. Some scholars are so engrossed in their studies, they lack even basic social skills. How can they handle the myriad tasks in the political system?" "But I recall the princess herself is a woman of great military and political prowess." Mentioning the kingdom's princess, Catherine, Miss Dyers, who was still in a daze, visibly shivered. "Oh, Lord Count," Hansel said with a hint of amusement, "you can't use an exception to prove a rule. Besides, Princess Catherine grew up in the royal family, with far more resources and educational opportunities than most men in the country. And Hansel's lips curled slightly. If the king had a son as capable as her, perhaps Princess Catherine wouldn't be as prominent as she is now. Left with no other choice, Paul asked the room, "What are your opinions on appointing Miss Dyers as the head of the Department of Education?" Everyone exchanged glances, eventually falling silent. While they respected the female advisor's knowledge, the idea of appointing a woman to such a position was too unconventional. Paul had to ask again, "Can anyone step forward to volunteer for the position of head of the Department of Education? Or perhaps recommend a subordinate?" In the prolonged silence, it became evident that despite their respect for her intellect, appointing a woman to such a role was still a bridge too far for them. Still, no one spoke up. The rough men from Northwest Bay knew very well that education wasn't their forte. The few high-level talents from the capital also didn't volunteer. Bernard, the chief secretary, was preoccupied with accompanying Paul daily, handling various documents and scheduling. Guy Burns, recently appointed as the head of the mechanical factory, was a tech enthusiast who preferred to focus solely on his technical research and found managing a factory challenging enough. Both were unwilling to take on additional responsibilities. The only one interested was Hansel, who had a penchant for power. However, he was well aware of his limitations. As the head of the Department of Agriculture, he had his hands full with numerous agricultural tasks, recently criticized by the Lords for slow progress in land consolidation. Additionally, he was also busy managing immigration and recruiting talents from outside regions. He racked his brain for someone to recommend for the head of the Department of Education, preferably someone he had recruited, ideally from the capital. But Hansel couldn't find anyone who met all three criteria: arriving early, being highly capable, and having a good rapport with the Lord. Someone who arrived early was essential, as no one would appoint a newcomer to such an important position. The capability was a necessity, as he himself valued competence highly, and having a good rapport with the Lord was crucial. The old folks from the Northwest were the Lord's base. Bernard had gained the Count's approval by starting with simple tasks and working his way up. Guy Burns shared the Count's passion for technology, forming a kind of alliance with him. Frustrated by the lack of suitable candidates, Hansel couldn't bear the thought of such an important position falling into the hands of a woman, especially since the Lord clearly valued education. Just as Hansel was sweating over this dilemma, Paul spoke up. "Since no one can suggest a suitable candidate, I think Miss Dyers should temporarily handle educational matters. However, considering that the only school under the jurisdiction of the Administration Council in our territory is Vice Academy, and the workload isn't as heavy as other departments, I've decided to downgrade the Department of Education to a bureau, which is a level lower. Miss Dyers will temporarily act as the head of the Education Bureau. How does that sound?" There was still no response. "No objections?" Paul asked differently. "I think it's a good idea," someone finally spoke softly, and the others nodded slightly, tacitly accepting the Count's decision. "That's settled then." Only Hansel was inwardly displeased. Why couldn't everyone see that the Count was strategically retreating? He was sure that within 2 years, the woman would be on equal footing with the heads of other departments, and the Education Bureau would be upgraded back to a department. While Hansel recognized the female advisor's capabilities, he was uncomfortable with a woman holding such an important position. If it weren't for their policy differences on the refugee issue, he might have reluctantly accepted it, but given their disagreements, he certainly didn't want her to gain more power. Join my Discord, https://discord.gg/jam4wcfdxd. Consider supporting me on Ko-fi. https://ko-fi.com/etitranslations. Chapter 202, Year End 5, exclamation mark. Chapter 202, Year End 5. TL, Etude. Eileen Rodney's emotions were complex at the moment. On one hand, she was infuriated by the apparent resistance from the men in the hall to her appointment as the head of the Department of Education. Their disdain for her, merely because she was a woman, was deeply vexing. On the other hand, Eileen was also surprised by Paul's decision to appoint her to this role. After all, it did defy tradition, a tradition she cursed in her mind for its backwardness. She wished Paul had discussed it with her beforehand. The suddenness of the announcement left her unprepared. Had she been prepared, she might have delivered an impassioned inaugural speech to change the men's view of women in leadership. Perhaps Count Grayman had made a spontaneous decision. Regardless, Eileen felt a surge of gratitude towards Paul for recognizing her abilities. Unlike her sister Catherine, who excelled in politics and warfare, Eileen had always aspired to be a scholar, a path the king had encouraged. Seeing the benefits of not having both his children involved in military and political affairs. However, growing up in the shadow of her sister's accolades, Eileen had always harbored a slight sense of competition. Now, given this opportunity by Paul, Eileen couldn't help but feel elated. Count Grayman. Eileen stood up, bowing solemnly to Paul. I will not disappoint your trust in me. She sat down, silently vowing to herself that within a year, she would earn the respect of all the men present. Just do your best, Paul casually encouraged. In reality, Paul had chosen her by a process of elimination. Among the available candidates, besides the two female advisors, there was no one suitable. Lady was already earmarked for some secret studies, leaving the education sector to Ms. Dyers. It wasn't the strategic maneuver Hansel had speculated. If there had been a male candidate with equal qualifications, Paul would have instinctively preferred him. Let me discuss next year's industrial development plans, the ones for export. The mention of this perked up everyone's attention. Steel smelting, cotton textile industry, printing industry. These were the results of multiple discussions between Paul, Ford, Hansel, and a few others, now being revealed to the entire senior staff of the Administration Council. Malron, puzzled, asked Paul, aside from printing books, the ironware and textiles from Alder and Balding don't seem competitive. Why not invest in already profitable industries like porcelain and paper making? He was only aware of Paul's highly efficient printing press. Sorry for not informing you all sooner. In textiles, I've ordered the mechanical factory to improve the current spinning and weaving machines. Optimistically, we can expect an efficiency increase of 40 times the current rate. As for steel smelting, we've developed a whole new set of production techniques that I believe will soon be operational, ones that will outperform any current global methods. Right, Mr. Burns? Guy Burns stood and nodded at Paul. We should have it ready by the new year. Good to hear. Let me know when it's ready. I'd like to witness the production of the first batch of steel. If this had been half a year ago, everyone would have thought Paul was boasting. But now, nobody doubted his words. Paul suddenly remembered something important. Once the textile industry is up and running, we can produce cheaper uniforms for the soldiers. Currently, Alder's army was still dressed in rather outdated styles, which to Paul, felt incongruous with their modernizing efforts. He mused that perhaps the attire of the guards and elite troops needed an upgrade. Oh, Count Grayman, are you planning to improve the current military uniforms? Bryce inquired. His face lit up with excitement. I have quite a few ideas in mind. Paul found this intriguing and responded with a smile. You have ideas? Well then, draw up your designs after returning, and I'll do the same. We should also get some input from the Navy, and then we can discuss them together. With most topics discussed, it was time to conclude the meeting. If there are no other issues, let's call it a day. Ah, Count, there is actually one more thing, Ford interjected. Oh? Go ahead, Mr. Ford. Ford cleared his throat. With the influx of immigrants this year, and expecting even more next year, we should seriously consider where to house them. I'm not referring to their jobs, but their living arrangements. Many are single and will eventually want to start families. They can't always live in temporary government housing. Paul was puzzled. This seemed like a non-issue to him. In his plan, immigrants were primarily to be settled in Leichhardt Town and Port Fran, with a controlled ratio favoring local residents and workers from the northwest. Why can't they just buy or build houses near their workplaces once they've saved enough money? Paul asked. Ford shook his head. That's true, but with so many people arriving suddenly, we can't just have houses built haphazardly everywhere. There needs to be some regulation. This wasn't an issue when the towns were smaller, but now it's something we need to consider. You have a point. So, who should handle this? I'm not very knowledgeable about urban planning, Count. Such matters should be left to professionals. You can surely find experts in the major cities. Then let's hire the best. The biggest city in the kingdom is Crystalshine, right? Let's bring in a planner from the capital to design for Leichhardt Town. Port Fran, and Bouchieu, focusing on those 3 areas. This seems a bit extravagant, doesn't it? We need to think long term. Who knows, maybe Lakehart Town could grow into a city of 100,000 people. Everyone was astounded by Paul's grand vision. Hansel, I'll leave it to you to find someone when you next visit the capital. I'll keep that in mind, Count. Finally, with no further questions, Paul declared the meeting adjourned. Join my Discord, https://discord.gg/jam4wcfdxd. Consider supporting me on Ko-fi. https://ko-fi.com/etitranslations. Chapter 203, Return Home! Chapter 203, Return Home. TL, Etude. In the waters outside Port Fran, the Hope was carrying out its patrol mission. After Quick assumed the role of captain of the Southern, the captaincy of the Hope was handed over to Yarman, commanding this military ship, renowned for its achievements. Captain Yarman felt incredibly exhilarated. The Hope hadn't been in service for long and it sustained no damage in its previous battles against pirates. It was almost like a new ship. Now, Captain Yarman was meticulously inspecting the deck, which had been cleaned by the sailors. He was barefoot, wearing only a pair of white cloth socks, walking from one end of the deck to the other. After several rounds back and forth, the captain took off his socks and noticed they were still as white as before. He nodded in satisfaction. Yarman loudly announced, "Today's deck cleaning is complete." The sailors around him breathed a sigh of relief and began to put away their buckets, brushes, and mops. "Captain, there's something," the lookout on the mast suddenly shouted. Everyone on the ship immediately became alert, with the gunners rushing to their positions, ready for any emergency. Yarman shouted back to the lookout, "What do you see?" "A ship, a suspicious ship heading our way." "It's not a civilian ship. It's a full-sail ship," someone on the deck asked. "At this time, it should only be us patrolling." "Could it be? Could it be the Southern?" So far, they knew only the Elden Navy had full-sail ships. The lookout, still peering through his telescope, kept his focus on the distant suspicious vessel. "I don't know if it's the Southern. It's still too far to see clearly." A sailor on the deck was skeptical of the lookout's caution. "Really, who else could it be but the Southern? You're being overly cautious." "Shut up!" Yarman sharply reprimanded the sailor, startling him into standing at attention. Bracing for the captain's scolding, the price of carelessness could be the lives of everyone on this ship. "I don't want to hear such negligent talk again. Do you understand?" The captain's voice boomed like thunder. "Yes, Captain," the sailor replied loudly. Yarman immediately gave the order, "Gun crews, take your positions." "Helmsman, seize the upwind position." As the two ships drew closer, they finally got a clear view of each other. "It's the Southern. It really is the Southern." The lookout's voice was filled with surprise as he recognized the flag on the distant ship's mast, the Grayman family's dragon flag. A cheer erupted from the deck of the Hope. "Helmsman, close in on the Southern." "I actually missed that rascal Quick." Captain Yarman happily issued a new order. "We're going home." On the deck of the Southern, shouts of excitement filled the air. Today was December 25th, and in a few days, it would be the new year. The Southern, having set sail on November 11th, had completed its nearly 1.5-month journey, finally returning to Northwest Bay. Unfortunately, they ultimately failed to reach the Northwest Bay before the day of descent, and in order to not miss the new year again, the entire crew had to spend a very memorable day at sea. They also spotted the Hope, which was on patrol duty in the distance. Since most of the people on the Southern were former crew members of the Hope, seeing it felt like seeing their own brother. The signalmen on both sides endlessly exchanged flag signals through telescopes, while the other sailors asked the signalman to convey their greetings. "Seeing something from home really excites everyone, doesn't it?" Kiera remarked, watching the cheering sailors on the deck. "Yes, after all, no matter how good a foreign land is, it can't compare to the place that raised you." Her daughter, advisor lady, responded a bit sentimentally. "Mom, do you blame me for making you leave your home to follow me?" Kiera shook her head with a smile, reaching out to stroke her daughter's long hair. "Don't say such nonsense. Haven't I always told you? Wherever we are together, that's our home." "Thank you, Mum. Advisor lady was a bit choked up, and Kiera quickly pulled out a handkerchief to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes. People will laugh if they see you like this. Finally, the Southern and the Hope met, and they could hear each other's shouts through the loudspeakers. Quick, you bastard, you're still alive? Yarman, I'm doing well. And you haven't ended up in a shark's stomach yet. The captains of both ships personally held large loudspeakers, greeting each other. Laughter erupted on both ships, filling the sea with joyous sounds. Then the Hope and the Southern sailed towards Port Fran, one after the other. Congratulations, Captain Quick, you finally completed the task assigned by the Lord. Kiera approached Captain Quick to congratulate him. After so many days on the ship, she had learned quite a bit about the affairs of Count Elder's domain. The ship named Southern was tasked with opening new trade routes to prepare for future large-scale maritime trade between Northwest Bay and Horn Bay. From the looks of it, Count Paul Grayman was a man of progress and ambition. Haha, congratulations to us all, Lady Sertia. Now you and Miss Lady can live together, avoiding the pain of family separation. Yes, this child used to be an adventurer, often not returning home. Now she was finally settled down. Although we are in a strange place, it's better than not seeing her for a long time. Captain Quick seemed hesitant, as if considering something. Lady Sertia noticed his expression and asked, "Is there something you want to ask me, Captain?" Indeed, there's a question I've been holding back, but I don't know how to say it. Haha, just speak your mind. Captain Quick made up his mind and whispered, "Lady Sertia, to be honest, I used to be a pirate. Later, I was captured by Count Grayman, who graciously allowed me to redeem myself, and that's how I joined the Navy and rose to the rank of captain. So, I'm rather familiar with pirate matters. So, haha, you want to ask about this tattoo on my arm, right?" Kiera rolled up her sleeve halfway, revealing a symbol on her arm, a sinister skull. Yes, although it's a bit unusual, the skull is a universal pirate symbol, and considering how you went to the forest north of Fort Ness at night to find Miss Lady, you don't seem like an ordinary housewife. Captain, you are very observant. Kiera smiled openly, admitting, "Indeed, I used to be a pirate. Join my Discord, https://discord.gg/jam4wcftxt. Consider supporting me on Ko-fi. https://ko-fi.com/etitranslations. Chapter 204, Return Home to! Chapter 204, Return Home to! TL, Etude. Mrs. Sertia's candid revelation left Captain Quick utterly astonished. I had no idea, he admitted, unsure of what to say next. It now made sense why Mrs. Sertia had mentioned her past as a sailor on the seas, though in a very different capacity than he had assumed. "And, may I ask which pirate crew you were with?" he inquired. Although it felt somewhat impolite to probe into a woman's past, curiosity compelled Captain Quick to ask. Mrs. Sertia, unfazed and without any sign of discomfort, responded, "The Red Fang pirate crew." "Have you heard of it, Captain?" "Oh, the Red Fang pirate crew. That's a legendary group that even I used to hear about all the time during my pirate days. Even the great pirate Edward, who once dominated the Northwestern Gulf, came from there before he went solo. I heard that the crew's leader, Red Fang Gerard, disbanded the crew to go on an adventure and then disappeared without a trace." Captain Quick's eyes sparkled with admiration and longing. Suddenly, something clicked in his mind. Wait a minute. Red Fang Gerard? Lady Sertia Gerard? During his stay in Horn Bay, he had learned that the female advisor's maiden name was Gerard. Now, realizing that she shared a surname with the famous pirate leader, and that Mrs. Sertia, in front of him, was Lady's mother and a former member of the Red Fang pirate crew, he was in shock. Could it be? Is it possible that you are? "Ha, you guessed right," Mrs. Sertia said with a laugh, covering her mouth. "Red Fang Gerard was my husband, and Lady is our daughter." This is unbelievable. After my husband disbanded the pirate crew, we settled down in the independent territory of Messiah in Horn Bay, but unfortunately, he went missing during one of his solo adventures. At this point, a hint of sadness crept onto Mrs. Sertia's face. Lady was still young then. I raised her by myself. One of the reasons she became an adventurer was to gather information about her father's whereabouts. But after so many years without a clue, I guess she has given up on that idea. Captain Quick expressed his condolences. I'm sorry for your loss, Mrs. Sertia. Mrs. Sertia's sadness faded quickly. Thank you, Captain. I've gotten used to it over the years. I thought only one naval ship left today. Why are there two returning? Idiot. That's the Southern. The Southern is back. The Southern? I thought we lost it since we hadn't heard anything for so long. As they approached Port Fran, people at the dock recognized the ship returning with the hope as the Southern, the ship that had ventured south to open a new trade route 1.5 months ago. This news quickly spread through the dock area, which wasn't very large, and people gathered to witness the return of the Southern. The Southern retracted its sails and slowly approached its berth. Sailors threw ropes down from the ship, and the dock workers pulled the ropes, slowly guiding the Southern into its berth and securing it to the posts. Once the Southern was anchored, a gangplank was placed between the ship and the dock. A loud voice boomed from the ship. People of the Northwestern Gulf, your Southern has returned. Your Quick is back. Captain Quick was the first to step onto the shore via the gangplank, arms wide open, shouting to the gathered crowd, who responded with cheers and applause. Congratulations on your return home, Captain Quick. Someone familiar greeted him with a warm embrace. Other members of the naval ship followed, stepping onto the dock one by one. Friends and acquaintances swarmed them, inundating them with questions and greetings, creating a lively atmosphere on the dock. Quickly, some astute individuals ran to inform the Navy headquarters, City Hall, and the shipyard about their return. Navy Commander Austin, Mayor Theodore, Shipyard Manager Rubin, and the old shipwright Benjamin, among other officials and artisans, arrived at the dock. Our heroes. Mayor Theodore greeted Captain Quick and the accompanying naval officers, 4 merchant representatives, with heartfelt hugs, eliciting cheers from the surrounding crowd. You are the furthest travelers in the history of Alda. Mayor Theodore exclaimed, thrilled by the expedition's historic achievement under his tenure. And you accomplished this great expedition on a full-sail vessel, traversing the seas. Reuben and Benjamin were nearly in tears with joy. Their hard work had paid off. The successful return of Captain Quick and his crew proved the seaworthiness and reliability of their ships over thousands of miles. Among the crowd, only Commander Austin remained comparatively composed. He offered a few words of encouragement to Captain Quick and his crew, announcing a day's leave for everyone aboard the Southern. He then noticed the female advisor, Lady, and a few people with her, and approached to inquire. Miss Lady, I didn't expect your identity to be discovered. Are these your family members? Lady, slightly embarrassed, replied. Yes, it's been quite a hassle for the Navy. Let me introduce them. Mom, this is Lord Austin of Alda's Navy. Commander Austin, this is my mother, Kiera Sertia, and this is my foster sister, Lisa. Commander Austin politely greeted the ladies. Pleased to meet you, Mrs. Sertia, Miss Lisa. Both women quickly returned the greeting. It's an honor, Commander. Mayor Theodore patted Commander Austin's shoulder. Let's go to the City Hall and celebrate our heroes. Arthur, inform the chefs we've arranged with to gather at the City Hall. I want the celebration banquet to start within 3 hours. One of his officers immediately responded, Yes, Mayor, and ran off swiftly. Commander Austin reminded Theodore, Mayor, don't forget to notify the merchants. After all, the purpose of sending the Southern to Horn Bay was to expand our trade activities. Of course, how could I forget them? I sent someone to notify them before coming here. Knowing that Lady had brought her family aboard the ship, Mayor Theodore also extended an invitation to Lady's family and offered to arrange their return to Lake Hart Town the next day. Thus, everyone, surrounding the officers and sailors of the Southern, moved towards the City Hall to celebrate. Meanwhile, Mayor Theodore did not forget to send a messenger on horseback to Lake Hart Town, ensuring that the news of the Southern's return reached the Lord as quickly as possible. Join my Discord, https://discord.gg/jam4wcfdxd. Consider supporting me on Ko-fi. https://ko-fi.com/etitranslations. Chapter 205, Prospects! Chapter 205, Prospects. T.L. Etude. The Mayor of Port Fran, Theodore, warmly welcomed Quick and his party at the City Hall. Besides the crew members of the Southern, The most active at the banquet were the group of merchants. The buildings there are tall and large, even the houses of commoners are decorated beautifully. Merchants are highly respected there, and they can even influence the government. People dress well, live in prosperity, and are willing to spend money on things. The attendees eagerly and passionately discussed their foreign experiences, surrounding the 4 representatives who had toured Horn Bay. Through the descriptions of these representatives, Horn Bay had become a veritable merchant's paradise in everyone's minds, making many regret not being born there. I stayed at the dock for an entire day, not for anything else but to count the number of merchant ships entering and leaving the port. Guess what? There were a total of 55 large merchant ships that day. Oh, my God, what a scene that must have been. Hearing this, Mr. Barnett, who made his fortune in shipping, sighed in wonder. Comparatively, Port Fran used to have only a few merchant ships arriving in a week. However, recently, with the Administration Council's strong support for industry and commerce, this port has gradually come to life, hoping it too could become as prosperous as Horn Bay. The market in Fortress Ness gathered goods from all corners of the earth. Apart from perishable specialties, you could buy any goods you could think of there. A porcelain factory owner, puzzled, asked, "Even porcelain? We haven't been producing porcelain for very long here." Another representative, with a secretive look, whispered, "Let me tell you something." Everyone leaned in closer, seeing him so cautious. The representative whispered, "Porcelain has already appeared in Horn Bay. Our Lord has quietly started doing business with Horn Bay, and the partner is the Foster family, who holds a seat in the Horn Bay Alliance Council." What? So Lord Grayman had already connected with them, and he didn't tell us. I saw a unique caravan in Lakehart Town. Their clothing was entirely foreign in style. Could they be from the Foster family? They must have come overland. That's quite a distance, easily over 2 months round trip, and they have to pass through the rebel-controlled territory in the south. With the Foster family's status and power, royal families of all countries have to give them some face. I guess Duke Gennard wouldn't trouble the Foster family's caravan, unless he no longer wishes to do business with the neighbors in the south. The merchants buzzed with surprise, astounded that Aldo and Horn Bay had already established trade links. The representative continued, "But I've only seen decorative porcelain in the headquarters of a trade association, never on the market, perhaps due to the limited overland transport capacity. It sells out immediately upon arrival in Horn Bay. The demand outstrips supply. Besides, Count Grayman's porcelain factory doesn't produce much." The previously mentioned factory owner excitedly said, "Does that mean if I can get my goods to Horn Bay, I could make a fortune?" "Of course, the wealth of Horn Bay's people is incomparable to our poor folks here. Even the nobles in the northwest are stingy. Oh, I mean, except for Lord Grayman. Of course." The merchants, having seen the world, spoke without restraint, but their words ignited boundless imagination among their peers, with many considering investing in the porcelain industry. What about salt? Salt merchant Godwin Toby, who had seen several salt works under the guidance of the Administration Council, was most concerned about whether his salt could fetch a good price in Horn Bay. The prospects for salt are excellent. Like us, they boil their salt, and it's incredibly expensive. Excellent. Just excellent. Godwin's eyes shone, as if countless gold coins were about to fall from the sky onto his head. After passionately discussing the bright future, the merchants collectively realized they had forgotten the most important issue: the problem of transport capacity. How do we transport the goods there? Obviously, by using the kind of wind-powered ships invented by Count Grayman, like the Hope and the Southern. Although Lord Grayman has expressed his willingness to sell these ships to the public, it seems the shipyard's production capacity is not very high. The transportation of goods was indeed a headache. Overland routes were out of the question for them. Lacking the influence of the Foster family, they would surely be stripped bare by the countless checkpoints along the way. Thus, the crowd turned to the shipyard manager, Rubin, surrounding him. "Manager Rubin, what's the current production plan of the shipyard? When can it start accepting orders from civilians?" Although Rubin knew the merchants were eager, he had no choice but to respond helplessly. This is really difficult. Currently, we must prioritize fulfilling the Navy's demand for warships." Just as the merchants were about to leave disappointed, a voice rang out, We could spare one dock for the construction of civilian ships. Turning around, they were surprised to see it was Naval Commander Austin. Really, Commander? Is that true? Of course, it's true. But, well, Austin cleared his throat emphatically. The Navy plans to establish a school specializing in nautical knowledge to train a large number of qualified sailors. Naturally, the training is not solely for the military. Graduates could also seek employment in the civilian sector. That's a great idea. The merchants praised unanimously. However, regarding the location and funding for the school, leave it to us, Commander Austin. We've got it covered. It's just a school, right? Someone immediately volunteered to help Austin, and others quickly followed suit. You all are truly kind-hearted. In light of your generosity, the Navy will dedicate one dock specifically for building merchant ships. The merchants beamed with joy, raising toasts to Austin. Meanwhile, shipyard manager Reuben wiped sweat with his handkerchief. Allocating some of the shipyard's capacity to build civilian merchant ships was already a plan set by Count Grayman, but the commander had him play along in this little act. While Austin mingled with the merchants, his heart swelled with secret joy. He had previously suggested to Paul the idea of establishing a maritime school, but at that time, the Administration Council couldn't allocate much funding. So, the two concocted this plan. Deciding to strike while the iron was hot, Austin made another proposal. Gentlemen, perhaps you could also pool resources to establish a technical school, specifically for training shipbuilding craftsmen. To Austin's delight, his suggestion once again received unanimous support. Of course, Reuben, the shipyard manager, was even happier. Join my Discord, https://discord.gg/jam4wcftxd. Consider supporting me on Ko-fi. https://ko-fi.com/etitranslations. Chapter 206. Please support me on Ko-fi! Chapter 206. TL, Etude. The next day, Lady's family took a carriage dispatched by the town hall and arrived at Leichhardt town. Accompanying them were several high-ranking officers from the Southern Fleet, including Quick, who had come on horseback. Despite setting out early, the group didn't arrive until after 5 p.m. What a quaint little town. Kiera stepped out of the carriage, observing Leichhardt town in the fading sunlight. This is where the Lord lives, isn't it? While it's not as bustling as Horn Bay or as large as Port Fran we visited earlier, it does have its unique charm. Leichhardt town had changed significantly since Paul first became the Lord. He built several factories on the southern banks of the Weiss River, including paper, porcelain, and machinery factories, none on Leichhardt Island due to the inconvenience of transporting raw materials and finished products via the floating bridge. As the number of workers recruited from outside the town and immigrants increased, the Administration Council built a large number of buildings on the southern shore of Weiss Lake to accommodate them, making the area increasingly vibrant. The Administration Council was planning to officially establish a residential area there, hesitating whether to wait for a city planner or to start construction immediately. To facilitate transportation between the island and the South Bank, the Administration Council completed the land reclamation project, narrowing the waterway between Leichhardt Island and the southern shore to the width of a typical city moat. Though called a project, it essentially involved conscripting labor to carry loads of soil, as the water wasn't very deep and the island was located in the southern waters of Weiss Lake, not the center. The Administration Council replaced the original floating bridge with a wide stone bridge, greatly improving transportation to and from the town. As for security considerations, as the capital of Alder, Leichhardt town was home to the fully firearmed 1st Battalion of the Army. If they couldn't stop the enemy, a shallow lake wouldn't be much of a barrier. There's been a lot of changes since I left, with more buildings now, Lady remarked, amazed at the town's constant transformation. The group crossed the stone bridge and headed into town. Does that shop sign mean boiled water store? Am I seeing it right, lady? You're not mistaken, mother. Haha, is this some kind of joke? A shop specifically for selling boiled water? Kiera was incredulous, but her daughter immediately adopted a serious expression. Mom, this is no joke, but a matter of life and death. Lisa, listen carefully too. Then the female advisor earnestly explained the knowledge of microorganisms to them. Thank goodness we're used to drinking hot water. Kiera and Lisa turned pale, unaware of the myriad invisible life forms in the water. However, Kiera suddenly remembered drinking unboiled water at sea in her youth, which troubled her. It wasn't until they walked half a street that she finally recovered a bit. But this town is quite clean. Even the towns in Horn Bay can't achieve this level. Trash can only be thrown into those large bins on the roadside. Did you see those people wearing red armbands? If they catch someone littering, there's a fine. If you refuse to pay, they call the police, like our city guards, those who maintain public order, to arrest the litterer. Fines? Jail? Isn't that too harsh for just littering? Shouldn't there be a gradual cultivation of public awareness? Kiera covered her mouth in mild shock, feeling somewhat discontent with the local lord's policies. Excess in correcting is necessary, but the right cannot be too corrective. Ah, that's what the lord said. Quick and the others walking behind were curious, as the mother and daughter had been whispering in a foreign language since they entered the town, wondering what they were discussing. It didn't take long for the group to arrive at the entrance of the lord's mansion, where the internal security troops stopped them. Lady stepped forward to speak with the soldiers, and one of them immediately went inside to report. Usually, the female advisor could enter directly since she worked at the lord's mansion and the guards were familiar with her, but this time, her family and the officers from the Southern Fleet were with her, so the guards had to be more cautious. Soon, the soldier returned. Count Paul invites you to meet in the main hall. Thus, everyone followed Lady into the castle's main hall, where the local lord, Paul Grayman, was waiting for them, along with his sworn brother Malran Gannard and another female advisor, Miss Betty Dias, standing to his left and right. The officers from the Southern Fleet stood at attention, solemnly saluting their lord in a unique manner, which piqued Kiera's curiosity. Welcome, my heroes, and the two ladies from Horn Bay. Paul and Malran stepped forward to embrace the officers from the Southern Fleet, while Eileen hugged Lady. Come, let's not stand around. Everyone, please find a seat. After everyone was seated, Lady introduced her mother and Lisa to Paul. Mrs. Satya, Miss Lisa, I hope you find happiness and joy living here. Thank you, Count. I'm very grateful for your hospitality towards my daughter. Lady has been a bother to you, Kiera said, aware that the young lord knew of her daughter's identity. Her words of gratitude and bother were not just about employing her daughter as an advisor. Paul just smiled, saying, not at all, she has been a great help to me. Lisa, sitting next to Kiera, was too nervous to speak, blushing and overwhelmed by being a guest in the lord's house. However, today's focus was on Quick and his colleagues. After exchanging pleasantries with Kiera, Paul quickly engaged in conversation about their recent voyage. Quick and several officers detailed their experiences entering and leaving the ports, meeting with the Foster family, and their observations in Horn Bay. But what Paul was most interested in was their experiences at sea, asking in detail about the wind directions, ocean currents, and the coastal town distributions. Do you think we can start long-distance trade? Just in terms of maritime transportation, Lord Grayman, I firmly believe we can, and we should start as soon as possible. Horn Bay is truly a land of wealth, Quick assured him confidently. Hearing this, Paul's confidence was bolstered. Ah, Lord, we received a special gift in Horn Bay, and we need your decision on it. A gift from the Foster family? No, it's better if you see it for yourself. With Paul looking puzzled, Quick gestured to another officer to bring a wooden box in front of Paul. The box, which required 2 people to carry, was evidently very heavy. Quick opened the box, and the burst of golden light from within momentarily stunned Paul. Join my Discord, https://discord.gg/jam4wcfdxd. Consider supporting me on Ko-fi. https://ko-fi.com/etitranslations. Chapter 207, The Duke's Invitation, ! Chapter 207, The Duke's Invitation. TL, Etude. Paul was stunned by the contents of the wooden box. Inside was an entire box of gold coins, shining so brightly they nearly blinded his titanium alloy dog eyes. https://www.reddit.com/r/translator/s/j20xxmui. Can someone please explain to me what's going on here? Quick surely hadn't returned to his old ways at sea and pulled off a few big heists. "Ah, my lord. This was sent by the Grand Duke of Eton. We didn't dare to deal with it ourselves, so we've brought it to you for a decision." Paul grew more puzzled as he listened. "Why would the Grand Duke of Eton send you a box of gold coins?" It was, after all, an entire box of gold coins. In most countries like Ordo, while people verbally refer to large sums of money in terms of gold coins for convenience, in reality, the use of gold coins was prohibited among the common folk. The most valuable currency in circulation among non-nobles was silver coins. Gold, in this era, was exceedingly precious. Even when made into coins, they were alloyed with other metals. Lady, who was standing nearby, stood up. "My lord, I encountered a wolf pack in the forest with the Grand Duchess of Eton. Captain Quick led his men to rescue us, so the Grand Duke of Eton sent this box of gold coins as a token of gratitude. Half of the gold coins are for you, and the other half is for the crew of the southern ship." "The Grand Duchess of Eton with you? How did you come to be involved with her?" "I studied with Her Highness, Duchess Helen. She's somewhat of a senior to me. When I arrived in the capital of the Horn Bay Alliance, Fort Ness, she happened to be visiting with her husband, and I paid her a visit." Paul was surprised to hear about his female advisor's background. Even so, she had been forced into exile, which made him wonder just how audacious the church in Horn Bay had become. Eileen, who seemed to remember something, chimed in. "The Grand Duchess of Eton. I've heard she's a renowned beauty, known far and wide." Paul turned back to Quick. "Since there's a share for you as well, why didn't you keep half of the gold coins?" The amount is just too large. We didn't dare to handle it ourselves, so we're leaving the decision to you." Paul was pleased with Quick's approach. Currently, Alder had no regulations regarding public and military personnel accepting gifts from external parties. It was time to establish a standard, where amounts below a certain threshold could be kept, and anything above had to be surrendered. Since it was a gray area at the moment, they decided to follow the giver's intent. "Then I'll keep this box of gold coins. I'll exchange half of it for an equivalent amount of Ordo silver coins and give them to you." Quick hurriedly refused. "My lord, that's too much. We couldn't possibly accept it." No, this is what you deserve." After some back and forth, Paul insisted they accept it. "Consider it a material reward for this long voyage." Seeing their lord's generosity, the crew of the southern ship were overwhelmed with an incredible sense of happiness. Half a box of gold coins would make anyone involved in the voyage, be it officer or soldier, extremely wealthy. "Then I thank you on behalf of all the officers and men on the ship. There's another matter. The Grand Duke of Eton has extended his friendship to you, and if you or your envoy ever visit Horn Bay, the Grand Duchy of Eton will surely extend a warm welcome." Paul's brows raised in interest. "This is an unexpected gain." "You've done well this time." "Relying too much on the Foster family is unreliable. The more friends we have in Horn Bay, the better. As a reward, do any of you have any wishes that you'd like me to help fulfill?" Everyone was momentarily content with their newfound wealth, except Quick, who hesitantly made request. "My lord, some of my old pirate comrades are still serving sentences. They missed the chance to earn their redemption by joining the Navy as they didn't meet the recruitment criteria, but I assure you, they're not heinous criminals." "Could you shorten their sentences?" "I'm willing to forego my share of the money." Paul was touched by his loyalty. "All right, I agree. After a thorough investigation, I'll appropriately reduce their sentences, or even release them outright." Quick was overjoyed, endlessly thanking Paul. Paul invited everyone to stay for dinner, and amidst the jovial atmosphere, he proposed a visit the next day to the newly constructed iron factory in Lake Hart Town. The mechanical factory had developed an experimental water-powered bellows system and, in collaboration with the iron workers arranged by Paul, built the first blast furnace along the Voice River. Guy Burns had informed him to witness the production of the first molten iron, a moment of great significance. "We will soon monopolize the steel supply in the Northwest," Paul confidently announced to everyone. Kiera was curious about what gave their lord such confidence. "May I also visit your iron factory?" "Of course, Lady Sertia. You are welcome to come and see." Paul was not worried about others observing the process of producing molten iron in the blast furnace. It was a good opportunity to show off Elder's black technology. As he was about to continue outlining his grand plans, Philip, the butler, came over with 2 wooden boxes. "Count, 2 invitations have arrived from the Duke Ferdinand's estate, for you and Lord Gannard." "Invitations?" "For me and Malrin." Paul and Malrin exchanged puzzled looks. They each opened their boxes and took out the tied parchment to read. "It's the Duke's birthday, inviting us to a banquet." "But the old man's birthday isn't until February, which is still over 2 months away." Paul remembered being extorted in the name of Duke Ferdinand by Count Kent and felt annoyed. He believed that Miles Kent, the Duke's most obedient dog, must be in cahoots with him. "Perhaps the Duke wants us to have more time to prepare gifts. Is this a ploy to extort us under the guise of a birthday celebration?" I knew what kind of man Miles Kent is. How good can his patron be? Paul was quite indignant. "Forget it. Let him celebrate his birthday on his own." Butler Philip became anxious. "Count, we cannot afford to offend Duke Ferdinand." Malrin also advised him. "Paul, more than half of the lords in the Northwest Bay are from the Ferdinand faction. Though we are direct vassals of the royal family, we can't afford to be too hostile with him." Reluctantly, Paul nodded. "All right, since you all insist, I'll attend his birthday banquet. As for the gift, I'll have a special piece of porcelain made for him." Philip and Malrin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Join my Discord, https://discord.gg/jam4wcfdxd. Consider supporting me on Ko-fi. https://ko-fi.com/etitranslations. Chapter 208. Iron Ambition 5! Chapter 208. Iron Ambition 5. TL, Etude. The next day, everyone gathered at the small dock in Lakehart Town and then set out on a small boat towards the location of the ironworks. In addition to the people in the castle hall yesterday, Old Ford and Hansel from the Administration Council, and military figures such as Schroeder and Bryce, were also present. They entered a tributary of the Vice River, and as the small boat progressed, the stream became more turbulent. Eventually, they saw a small dock guarded by internal security soldiers. After disembarking, they followed a path into a valley full of trees, obscuring the view inside. Guy Burns, upon receiving the sentry's report, rode out on horseback to meet them. "All right, Burns, cut the chit-chat and let's get straight to the point." "Ah, yes, Lord Grayman." Burns, slightly nervous, led Paul and the others towards the still under construction ironworks in the valley. Like the previous Area 51, this place was also heavily guarded with layers of sentinels and internal security troops patrolling with fierce military dogs, creating an eerie atmosphere. Though it was called the first furnace of molten iron, Burns and the craftsmen had already conducted several experiments. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to invite Paul to visit, as it would be embarrassing if the Count had come for nothing. Gradually, as they heard the sound of splashing water and walked past the dense forest, a waterfall appeared before them. In front of the waterfall, spanning a small river, was a building covering about 10 meters of the river's surface. Paul asked, "What's that building over the river?" "That's the water wheel room, where the power for the bellows comes from." Paul was somewhat surprised. Was it really necessary to cover the entire river like this? There were openings in the walls of the water wheel room, with transmission chains extending from these openings into another building on the riverbank. Burns introduced, "That building houses the bellows regulator. Take me to see inside the water wheel room first." Burns led Paul into the water wheel room, while the others were stopped by guards outside. The scene inside was an eye-opener for Paul. He had previously thought Burns' water-powered device would be the common water wheel he was familiar with, perhaps with a more complex transmission for the bellows, but he hadn't expected the device to be so powerful, at least visually. Several large water paddles were placed in the center of the room, with the rapidly flowing river water directly beneath them, almost filling the room's water surface. Driven by the flow, the water paddles slowly rotated, continuously transferring power through the transmission chains. To facilitate maintenance, we built this structure over the river to protect these paddles from environmental damage. Burns clearly cherished his creation. The interior of the water wheel room was meticulously designed, with stone flooring, stairs, railings, and a walkway across the river for maintenance staff. But Paul was most concerned about its efficiency. Burns, these These water paddles, how much power can they generate? 75 horsepower. You know the term horsepower, right? They can generate at least 75 horsepower of power per second. As they talked, they walked out of the water wheel room, and the others who had been waiting outside immediately followed. Burns led them to the iron blast furnace. Craftsmen stood by, waiting for the molten iron to be ready, and saluted upon seeing Paul. Although it was already winter, the heat emitted by the blast furnace still created a searing atmosphere around it, giving those who had just approached a stark contrast of ice and fire. Aside from the ironworking craftsmen, 2 other individuals were present at the site. Herman and Marlowe from the Area 51 Armory, responsible for the research and development of firearms and cannons. The production of finalized firearms no longer required their direct involvement, as they had subordinates and craftsmen for the task. The Navy had even diverted some craftsmen to build a second armory near Port Fran. Their current main task was to try various improvements on firearms and cannons. Their presence here was naturally to assess the impact of the new iron-making method on weapon production. Lady, the female consultant, had some knowledge of iron-making. She had never seen such a large furnace and couldn't help but exclaim, "Isn't it troublesome to dismantle and rebuild such a large furnace repeatedly?" Paul proudly responded, "That's where you're mistaken. This furnace is reusable and can operate continuously. Ore and fuel are added from the top. Molten iron is removed from the bottom, and then ore and fuel are added again. It's a continuous, unending process." Cough. "Of course. That's just in theory. How long it can actually be used depends on the fire resistance of the furnace material. This current one is just an experimental model, but I believe that with the summary and improvement of fire-resistant material formulations, this type of blast furnace can operate for a very long time. I estimate a furnace could produce several tens of tons of iron." Several tens of tons? Those unfamiliar with iron making were indifferent, but those with some knowledge in the field were stunned by Paul's numbers. It was no wonder the Lord had spoken of monopolizing the steel supply in the Northwest Bay the day before. Hansel covered his mouth in shock, then joy surged in his heart. Given the Lord's history of introducing novel inventions, there was little doubt about his statement. In reality, Paul had exaggerated a bit. He himself was not certain how much iron a blast furnace could produce. The exact figures would only be known through future practice. The head of the iron-working craftsmen, Conrad, an old craftsman who had long served the Grayman family, ran up to Paul, beaming, holding a piece of iron. "Lord Grayman, look, this is the pig iron we produced in our earlier experiments." Paul took the iron ingot and examined it thoroughly. While everyone was distracted by the blast furnace, he pulled Conrad aside and quietly asked, "Conrad, how's the experiment going?" "Any difficulties?" Conrad honestly replied, "The biggest challenge is the production of fire-resistant materials. The previous one-time use furnaces didn't need this." Later, using hard clay as the main ingredient, we got a bit closer. Not to hide from the Count, but we still haven't found the optimal formula and production method." Paul encouraged him. "This thing can only be perfected through continuous experience accumulation. Don't stop here. Don't worry, we will continue to improve." At that moment, someone by the blast furnace shouted, "The molten iron is coming." Paul's attention was immediately drawn, and he turned and rushed towards the blast furnace. "Join my Discord, https://discord.gg/jam4wcfdxd. Consider supporting me on Ko-fi. https://ko-fi.com/etitranslations. Chapter 209, Iron Ambition 6! Chapter 209, Iron Ambition 6. TL, Etude. Upon hearing the blacksmith announce that the molten iron was ready, Paul immediately rushed to the furnace door and stared intently, with the others gathering around as well. The furnace door opened, releasing a wave of scorching heat. Red-hot molten iron, resembling boiling magma, flowed out, causing many to step back in alarm. The molten iron was directed into sound molds, gradually cooling into iron ingots. Paul looked on contentedly. Although they were only producing pig iron, which still required manual processing by blacksmiths for use, this was a revolutionary advance compared to the traditional smelting techniques of this world. The other visitors marveled at the sight, many witnessing such a scene for the first time. "Herman." "Yes, Lord Grayman. Use this iron to forge a sword for me. I want to see the quality of the iron we've produced. Yes. Paul rallied the craftsmen present, encouraging them to redouble their efforts and improve the production capacity of the ironworks. He handed Conrad a bag of silver coins as a bonus, instructing him to distribute it according to everyone's contributions. Amidst cheers, Paul led the visitors out of the valley, with Guy Burns accompanying them back to Lakehart Town. Count Hansel approached Paul with a smile. You've once again realized the plans you showed me. I was somewhat skeptical about the iron-making part, but now I wouldn't be surprised if you could conjure a warehouse full of swords and armor in an instant. Ha ha. Then I'd be a wizard, and the church would burn me at the stake. If you really had that ability, I guess the church would be too busy courting you. But let's talk business, about the royal family. This guy, after all, was the royal representative sent to Paul's side, still concerned about his own career prospects. Several shipments of food had been sent, but so far the royal family hadn't provided any direct assistance. However, Hansel was worth winning over. His efforts in recruiting people for Elder in the capital were diligent and effective, bringing in many refugees. Oh, about His Majesty the King. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten. Paul patted Hansel's shoulder, reassuring him. Once we build a few more blast furnaces, the iron produced will be specifically supplied to His Majesty's army. Hansel beamed with joy. I knew you were loyal to His Majesty. Even the Lord of Light would be moved by your dedication. Count Hansel was getting cozy with Paul but was interrupted by someone else. Sir Abbot, I have something to discuss with Lord Grayman. May I speak first? Guy Burns interjected somewhat eagerly. Hansel frowned slightly in displeasure. This mechanic was too oblivious to social cues, but Burns had indeed become quite favored recently. He quickly resumed his smile and gestured. Please, Mr. Burns. Thank you. Lord Grayman, there's something I'd like to discuss with you. Oh? What is it? Paul was curious. Since leaving the ironworks, Burns had been silent, as if pondering something. Do you remember in the office that day, when you pointed to the boiling kettle and asked me to look closely? Oh, you're talking about that. Have you figured something out? Paul was a bit surprised. Could it be that he had actually discerned something? Yes, my lord. I have. It's the future. I see the future. Burns slapped his thigh, his face suddenly becoming excited. What do you mean by future? Steam. Using steam to provide power, to create machinery like windmills and water mills. Wow. Paul was shocked, not expecting him to actually have such a revelation. Burns, you are truly a genius to have discovered this yourself. Burns held his hands to his chest, his face full of admiration for Paul. Not at all. It's you, my lord, who first thought of this. It's a bold and creative idea indeed. I am truly impressed. Ha ha, you are definitely a natural-born mechanician. My lord, you are the one who is. Suddenly, a disdainful remark came from the side. TCH. What kind of innovation is this? Burns, angered, turned to locate the source of the voice, only to find it was Betty Dyers, the female consultant walking behind them. Seeing that it was a beautiful lady, he refrained from continuing his anger. Miss Consultant, I admit you are knowledgeable, but your words are a bit biased. Paul also looked at her with an expression of if this isn't innovation, then what is? Eileen, who had been listening to their conversation, finally couldn't stand their mutual adulation and decided to let them know that there are always more knowledgeable people, especially Paul Grayman, whose recent series of inventions had made him somewhat overconfident. However, his inventions were indeed very useful. My words are not biased. The use of steam as a power source has been done by people over 1,000 years ago. Eileen's words successfully captured their attention. Historical records mention that before the ancient Gabella Empire, a sage named Roche created a device called steam sphere that could continuously rotate when water was boiled beneath it. Later, he used steam power to create a temple door that could rotate, opening magically when the faithful offered sacrifices and someone bidden would open the steam passage. Sadly, his inventions were lost. Paul was secretly amazed, realizing that people had recognized the potential of steam over 1,000 years ago, but the technology back then was not advanced enough to create a real steam engine, and it was not practical for production. He waved his hand, feigning disdain. Those were just toys and tricks. The steam engine I plan to create is not such a trifle. Burns nodded in agreement. Steam engine? Good name. Yes, Miss Consultant, our aim is to create machines that provide continuous power like windmills and watermills, greatly saving manpower. Eileen looked skeptical. Humphrey, fairy tales. The power of wind and water is not something that soft steam can match. Even the deeds of Sage Roche are just legends. Isn't that right, lady? The other female consultant, lady, said somewhat uncomfortably, Betty, although I also can't imagine what a steam engine might look like. I believe the Count can make it. You're not on my side? See how I deal with you. Artilda. Ignoring the women's squabble, Paul somewhat apologetically said to Burns, "It's good that you see the potential in steam, but I'm not planning to work on this at the moment." "Why not, my lord?" Burns couldn't believe it. "Join my Discord, https://discord.gg/jam4wcftxt. Consider supporting me on Ko-fi. https://ko-fi.com/etitranslations. Chapter 210, Iron Ambition 7! Chapter 210, Iron Ambition 7, TL, Etude. Why is that, Count? Burns' expression resembled that of a child denied a toy by an unyielding parent. He had fully expected Paul to praise and wholeheartedly support his research in this new field. But while Paul did express admiration, he ultimately doused Burns' enthusiasm with a cold splash of reality. "This matter is quite complex, not something that can be explained in a few words," Paul said, looking troubled, unsure how to explain his position to Burns, and also uncertain if his own thoughts were correct. "Firstly, although using steam as a power source is a simple concept, when I tried to work through it, I found many technical details that need resolving. It's not something that can be accomplished quickly," Paul explained. Burns replied with determination, "You're right, but I am fully prepared to face these challenges. But I can't wait for that. Next year, the machinery factory's research tasks will be very demanding. I have many ideas that I need you guys to realize. We can't afford to be hindered by a steam engine that might take who knows how long to perfect. Besides, it's not necessarily appropriate to introduce a steam engine at this point in time." Burns was puzzled. "What do you mean by that? Windmills and watermills are too limited by weather and geography, but if we create steam engines, factories like ironworks could spring up everywhere." Paul shook his head. "What's the use of building so many ironworks? It's very useful. With more ironworks, your territory can produce more iron. What do I need so much iron for?" This. Burns felt absurd. Didn't the Count understand what a large supply of iron meant? But he hesitated to speak plainly, given Paul's status. "You could use it yourself or sell it to others. Isn't iron needed for making weapons and farm tools?" "True, but if the ironworks we visited are completed as planned, their output will more than suffice for the needs of Alduin building, and we could still sell a significant amount to other territories. I'm upgrading our iron-making technology because our territory's agriculture and other industries need more iron than before, and the rebellion in the south is a lucrative opportunity. However, both our territory and the surrounding ones have a yearly limit to their iron demand, and the southern rebellion will eventually end. If we blindly increase production, the excess iron will have no bias and just trust away in warehouses. Eventually, without profit, we'll have to shut down the ironworks. After all the effort, we'll be left with only a few factories that meet the supply-demand balance, having invested countless resources in people and money in the process." Burns was speechless. "That's, you see, why invest heavily in developing something like a steam engine when there isn't such a high demand yet. The current water conditions in Alduin building are enough for us to build several ironworks, but if we combine the steam engine with a harvester, it could also be used in agriculture. It's the same principle as with iron. If we produce too much food but don't have enough people to consume it, the price of food will drop. While abundant and cheap food is good for city dwellers, it's not good for the rural folks who produce it." "Lord Grayman, there will always be hungry people in this world. So what? Can they afford to buy it? Should I be so charitable as to pay out of my own pocket to deliver food to those who have nothing?" "All right, Lord Grayman, your reasoning makes sense." Burns seemed to be persuaded. In fact, Paul had another concern that he hadn't voiced. In his plans, the future was undoubtedly centered on industrial development, with a key step being the conversion of over half the population into industrial workers. If overly advanced technologies were introduced too soon, allowing machines to replace the work of dozens of people, it could adversely affect the speed of this industrial workforce transition. After finally cultivating a group of genuine workers, it would be counterproductive to send them back to farming. Paul recalled from his previous life's textbooks that after the Industrial Revolution in Britain, there was a massive Luddite movement against machines, sparked by their efficiency causing widespread unemployment. Although it's possible to control the number of machines and factories to not exceed current social demands, this would inevitably result in a society not fully industrialized, with a population still primarily engaged in agriculture. The few heavily machine-dependent factories would become critical nodes of power in Paul's hands. If these nodes were destroyed for any reason and he couldn't recover them quickly, he'd regress to the level of a small lord, just as he was when his memory first awakened. Therefore, he preferred to maintain some backward production methods while sustaining the industrial population. He planned to gradually convert the agricultural population, using the society's growing demand for industrial products. This way, even if a part of the population was lost to war or other reasons, the remaining part could continue industrial production. For the same reasons, he subconsciously resisted using the mysterious powers of this world. After witnessing the performances of Lady and the Arcane Society Wizard, Paul had considered leveraging the mystical power of magic to develop industry. However, after several discussions with his female advisor, he abandoned this idea. Firstly, magic was too arcane, even mages themselves didn't fully understand it, and the spells he learned about from Lady didn't offer him any assistance. Secondly, Paul didn't want to rely too heavily on the group of mages, putting aside the Church's current stance on mages, which could bring trouble. Even if mages' status were legalized someday and they could contribute to a production boom, their monopoly over this advanced production method of magic would inevitably form a formidable class. According to his female advisor, magic demanded high aptitude, possibly even linked to lineage, unlike science and technology, which even the least intelligent could grasp with diligence and hard work. Moreover, given the relative scarcity of mages, they would also become keynodes, a single failure of which could lead to the collapse of the entire industrial system. Choosing the right path from the start is crucial. A wrong turn can be costly to correct, especially after interest groups form. He hoped for a society that was as fair as possible. Thus, Paul set his stance on magic to be primarily defensive at this stage. When he had the capacity for further involvement, he might study and utilize it, but never depend on it. Only in urgent situations, where no conventional alternatives were available, would he resort to the power of magic. Join my Discord, https://discord.gg/jam4wcfdxd. Consider supporting me on Ko-fi. https://ko-fi.com/etitranslations. Chapter 211, Scrap Iron! Chapter 211, Scrap Iron. TL, Etude. Snap. Guy Burns was startled by a firm pat on his back, and the gloomy expression on his face immediately vanished. It turned out that Paul, seeing him look so disheartened, decided to cheer him up. After all, there was much work ahead that would require Burns' expertise. "Hey, what are you thinking about? You look as if you've stepped in dog poop." Burns' face flushed red. I'm just regretting that I can't see as far ahead as you, Lord Humphrey. You can't fool me. You're blaming me for not letting you work on the steam engine, aren't you?" Burns frantically waved his hands. No, Lord. How could I dare blame you?" Paul stroked his chin, pretending to be deep in thought. "Well then, Burns, you can allocate a portion of the resources and manpower from the machinery factory to explore the use of steam." "Yes, Lord, I will make sure to." "Wait, did I hear you right?" Burns was astonished. Had the Count changed his mind? "You heard right. However, my condition is that this should not affect the normal tasks of the machinery factory. I hired you to work, not to indulge your personal interests." Burns snapped to attention and saluted Paul in a military style he had learned from the army. "Lord Grayman, rest assured, I will not let this affect other research and production tasks." Paul put on a serious face and said, "I hope so. I'll be keeping an eye on you and will frequently check the machinery factory's expenditure on various projects." Although Paul had warned him, Burns' gloomy expression was nowhere to be seen anymore, and his steps were lighter. As he walked away, he even hummed a tune. Even though Paul didn't currently need a steam engine, preliminary research and technical accumulation were still necessary. This would ensure that when the time came, they could immediately utilize it. If his plans went smoothly, the era of steam would inevitably arrive. Of course, he definitely wouldn't invest too much resource and attention in this area. Additionally, he harbored an idea to let the natives of this world independently break through in certain fields without his intervention. After all, the development of a society couldn't rely on just one or two foresighted individuals. However, such a process would undoubtedly be long and winding. Watching Guy Burns walk away cheerfully, Paul smirked to himself. Ha, Burns. It took 84 years for the steam engine on Earth to evolve from invention to practical use, not including the time spent inventing it. I'm curious to see how capable you are. Just crafting a single cylinder might be enough to trouble you. Paul resolved that until he genuinely needed it, he would not interfere with the development of the steam engine. The group continued their journey with laughter, taking a boat back to Lake Hart Town. In the following days, the ironworks continued building new blast furnaces, while Paul quietly waited for the swords that blacksmith Herman was crafting for him. However, Paul received frustrating news that made his blood boil. Herman personally came to the Lord's Manor, looking utterly dejected, to report the iron produced from the new blast furnace. It was utterly unusable. The iron from our blast furnace? Is it just scrap iron? The Lord's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a picture of incredulity. I need to see the ironworks for myself. His roar echoed throughout the castle, followed by the sound of his office door slamming shut. In the rebel camp south of Thorn Fortress, 4 people sat around a table. Seated in the place of honor was Samar, the commander of these rebels, with his mage advisor, Scott, to his right. The other 2, dressed as merchants, sat opposite Scott. One was a middle-aged man with a handlebar mustache, and the other, even younger than Scott, wore an earring and had an ever-present, subtle smile, giving him a slightly frivolous air. The Duke Jars is very displeased with your previous actions. Had you captured Thorn Fortress, it might have been different, but instead, you suffered significant losses and diminished our military spirit, the middle-aged man said sternly, conveying the Duke's reprimand to Samar. Samar hung his head, offering no defense. I was too eager for glory. I apologize for betraying the Duke's trust. The middle-aged man sighed. General Samar, remember your mission. Your task is merely to keep an eye on Thorn Fortress. When the Duke arrives with the main forces, he will take it. I'll remember this and won't act rashly again. Scott suddenly interjected. Please tell Duke Jars that it's not General Samar's fault. It was I who was eager for battle and persuaded him to attack Thorn Fortress. I underestimated the fortress's defenses, and they even had the long-lost Greek fire. The other 3 were surprised by his willingness to take responsibility, especially Samar, who was moved. Scott, the headstrong young mage, was daring enough to admit his faults. The young man with the earring smiled at Scott, who returned an annoyed look. Samar stood up. Regardless, as the commander of this army, I bear the greatest responsibility. The final decision was mine. We're not here to discuss who's most at fault, but to remind you that the Royal Army will soon head south, likely starting from Crystal Shine at the onset of spring next year. Scott's face showed a trace of sarcasm. It seems that even after you burned their granaries, you couldn't hold back Her Highness for long. The middle-aged man snorted. How much longer did you expect to delay them? It's been nearly half a year. The kingdom still controls most of the kingdom of Ordo, and a shortage of food won't affect them for long. Samar asked with concern. How long until the Duke's main forces move north? There are still a few tough nuts to crack in the south. Their defeat is inevitable, but the timing is uncertain. So, if the Royal Army arrives before then, we're on our own? Yes, but the young man with the earring interjected. A group of mages will be coming to support you. At this, Scott stood up abruptly. With more mages, everything will be manageable. The young man shook his head. Scott, you're getting arrogant again. Forgetting the lessons of the past? Nonsense. I know what I'm doing, Mr. Scott, the middle-aged man said with slight irritation. I know you possess great power, but the kingdom's regular army is not to be underestimated. I hope you understand that. Join my Discord, https://discord.gg/jam4wcfdxd. Consider supporting me on Ko-fi. https://ko-fi.com/etitranslations. Chapter 212, exclamation mark. Chapter 212, TL, Etude. In the Southern Army's main camp, four people continued their discussion about future military affairs in a slightly tense atmosphere. The middle-aged man was extremely annoyed with the unruly behavior of the mage Scott, but he had no way to deal with it and could only strive to maintain a calm facade. The meeting ended on an unhappy note, with Samar and the middle-aged man leaving the room, while the young man with earrings and Scott stayed behind. They needed to have some internal discussions among mages. Sigh. Scott. The young man sighed, his frivolous expression disappearing from his face. The higher-ups are already displeased with you. They've known for a while that it was under your influence that Samar initiated the attack. HMPH. Those old fogies. I don't care about their opinions, but why did you seek credit earlier? Wasn't it to improve your standing in the eyes of the lords? You, Scott, hit where it hurt, became a bit flustered and infuriated. HMPH. Anyway, you've already made a great contribution by burning the granary at Crystal Shine Fortress, so it's easy for you to talk. The young man smiled, walked over to Scott, and patted his shoulder. Be patient. If you're gold, you'll shine eventually. Don't you have confidence in your enchantment spells that you're so proud of? How could I not? I've always prided myself on being an enchanter. Right, that's the spirit. When Jars clashes with the main forces of the Kingdom of Ordo, enchanters like you will be very useful. I didn't expect you to take responsibility earlier. I disdain doing things without owning up to them, and I won't stoop so low as to let an ordinary person take the fall for me. Persuaded by his companion, Scott regained his confidence. I'll be more careful in the future and won't interfere in Samar's military decisions. How are things going in other places? Other places? Like Horn Bay or Northwest Bay? Didn't Lord Barnet go to Northwest Bay a few months ago to make arrangements? The young man seemed puzzled. Strangely enough, there's been no news from Lord Barnet for several months. I hope nothing has happened to him. Scott scoffed. Don't be ridiculous. Who in this world could do anything to Lord Barnet? Besides, it's not unusual for him to go without contact for a long time. He's always been a loner. It wouldn't be strange even if he didn't send any news for a whole year. Though Barnet always looked down on enchanters like them, Scott recognized his strength. The young man shrugged. Hopefully, but there are many powerful forces in this world that we don't know about, like the Greek fire you encountered before. Let's continue talking about Northwest Bay. Following Lord Barnet's instructions before he left, we sent a mental mage there to collaborate with the mortal forces he was developing. The lord he subjugated has been faithfully executing the plans he set. Furthermore, the largest lord there, Duke Ferdinand, has also been controlled. So everything is going smoothly, huh? It seems Northwest Bay will soon be in our grasp. It's hard to say. There are many lords there who are directly loyal to the Kingdom of Ordo. I reckon a battle or two is inevitable. Any news from Horn Bay? The conflicts between the nation's upper echelons and the church have become inevitable. Our people just ignited a fire between them. Oh? Scott showed interest. How did you start the fire? We kidnapped the Grand Duchess of Eaton's sister and deliberately left her with the church. That little girl has the potential to become a mage. Now the Grand Duke of Eaton must hate the church to death, right? Naturally. The Horn Bay Alliance was already planning to unite various countries against the church, and now they have the significant support of the Grand Duchy of Eaton. However, there was a complication. What complication? Originally, we planned to retrieve the girl and return her to the Grand Duchy of Eaton, to deepen the hatred between Eaton and the church, but unexpectedly, Eaton's forces rescued her first, and some of our brethren lost contact during the attempt to intercept the church's people. We don't know if they were killed by either side. Hearing that members of the Arcane Society had lost their lives, Scott fell silent. The young man asked in surprise, "Hey, why aren't you saying anything?" I mean, Scott hesitated, as if weighing his words. The witch hunt in Horn Bay. It's actually fueled by our Arcane Society, isn't it? Hearing Scott's words, The young man's expression turned serious. "Where did you hear that? It's common knowledge among us. Is that true?" Why would the arcane society persecute their own kind?" "Shut up!" the young man suddenly shouted. "It's all rumors." "Just rumors. How could the arcane society possibly persecute fellow mages?" His roar silenced Scott, who was a few years older. Both fell silent, and the room was engulfed in a prolonged silence. Elsewhere in the camp, Samar was taking a walk with the middle-aged man from earlier. "These mages, each one more eccentric than the last," the middle-aged man complained, recalling Scott's behavior, which made him infuriated. "Mr. Envoy, his arrogance, although well concealed, was apparent, but they do possess powerful and mysterious forces." Once during an interrogation of prisoners, it was an eye-opener. No matter how perfectly the enemy wove their lies, they could see through them. And their enchantments are miraculous, turning a regular soldier into a force of 10. If it weren't for the legendary Greek fire, we would be walking in Thorn Fortress now. Yes, the Duke still needs them, and we subordinates have to tread carefully around them. "Speaking of that Greek fire, I've heard about it too." Samar recalled that day's scene with a shiver of fear. "That's a weapon as powerful as magic. How did Duke Dodge acquire it?" "I've never heard of it before." The middle-aged man looked hopeful. "General Samar, if you could find out how to make hellfire and present it to the Duke, that would be a great achievement. It's a weapon that even mages fear, and it could also take down Scott's arrogance." Samar nodded gravely. "Yes, I understand that. Join my Discord, https://discord.gg/jam4wcftxd. Consider supporting me on Ko-fi. https://ko-fi.com/etitranslations. Chapter 213! Chapter 213. TL, Etude. Inside the ironworks, Paul, along with Burns, Conrad, and others, watched in silent concentration as a red-hot sword blank lay on the workbench. The blacksmith Herman picked up a hammer and struck the sword blank hard. A sound of metal shattering followed, and the sword blank turned into fragments. Shattered as well were the hearts of Paul and Conrad. Herman said helplessly, "My lord, this is the problem. The sword blanks forged cannot withstand hammering. They break apart with the slightest force." Why is this happening?" Paul was in disbelief. How could the iron he had painstakingly smelted turn into scrap? "Herman, could it be that your skills are lacking?" "Count, I've been forging for over a decade. Most of the blades in the manor were crafted by me. What went wrong?" Paul was getting anxious. He paced back and forth in the room, pondering over each step of the iron smelting process. At this moment, Conrad suggested, "Count, could it be due to excessive impurities in the pig iron?" "Impurities?" "Yes. After all, we used your newly invented coke for smelting. Maybe it contains something different from the charcoal we used before, which got mixed into the molten iron." "Oh, Conrad, you're a genius. You've hit the nail on the head." Prompted by Conrad, Paul recalled a piece of information he had read earlier. It mentioned that pig iron smelted with coke was not suitable for conversion into wrought iron, as coke introduces impurities, making the iron brittle and prone to shattering when forged. He also remembered the solution to this problem, the puddling process. To employ this method, a reverberatory furnace must first be built. The furnace melts the pig iron using coal as fuel, avoiding direct contact between the metal and the fuel, thereby preventing harmful impurities from contaminating the metal. The pig iron is remelted in the reverberatory furnace, and a stirring device constantly agitates the molten iron on the furnace bed. The decarbonization from the circulating air in the furnace continues until it turns into forgeable wrought iron. As the metal doesn't directly contact the fuel, the wrought iron produced has significantly fewer impurities. Paul shared his idea, and though the others didn't fully grasp the concept of decarbonization, they all felt the Count's method was worth trying. Therefore, the craftsmen in the ironworks quickly constructed a reverberatory furnace as per Paul's design, remelting the previously scrapped iron and stirring it. After several days of experimentation and process improvement, they finally produced wrought iron that even Herman, the experienced blacksmith, approved of. Paul breathed a sigh of relief. Had this hurdle not been overcome, All previous investments would have been in vain. Under his guidance, Area 51 began attempting to cast cannons using iron. Since iron was cheaper than copper, if successful, it would significantly reduce the cost of cannons and increase the number of artillery in Elder's army. As time passed, the old year was drawing to a close. The people of Lakeheart Town began preparations to celebrate the new year, but not everyone was in high spirits. Princess Eileen lay on the windowsill, blankly staring at the heavy snowfall outside. Leah, who had just returned from work at Vice Academy where she had found a teaching job, quietly asked upon seeing her, "Miss, are you homesick?" "Homesick, Humphrey? I'm not." "This is my home." Leah sighed, knowing the princess was just putting on a brave face. "Your Highness, shall we return to Crystal Shine?" "Return to Crystal Shine?" "Leah, are you suggesting I surrender to my father?" "No, Eileen Rodney, will never compromise." "Then shall we send a letter to Crystal Shine, letting them know we are safe?" "Send a letter? And have them come to Northwest Bay to capture me?" Leah thought to herself that it seemed the princess's resentment had not yet subsided, and it was best not to provoke her further. So, she quietly went to prepare dinner. Eileen, watching her maid head to the kitchen, felt a pang of guilt for her earlier harsh words. Her feelings were complicated at the moment. On one hand, she still harbored resentment and feared being captured by her father for political marriage. On the other hand, she dearly missed her family in Crystal Shine, her sister, mother, and everyone she knew, including her father, whom she still resented, especially during the significant period from the day of descent to the new year. This is so frustrating. Eileen felt exasperated. While the princess was troubled, unbeknownst to her, many eyes were watching her. Across the street, in another house, two figures were conversing. "The patrol is complete. Nothing unusual around here." "Good work." "The princess's antics have spoiled our holidays." "What are you saying?" "Protecting the safety of the royal family is our fundamental duty." "Even if the princess were in the capital, we'd still have to be vigilant during the holidays." "That's true, but I'd rather do something more thrilling, like infiltrating the rebels to gather intelligence, instead of babysitting a runaway child all day." "If you keep talking like that, I might have to report you." "We do what we're ordered to, without complaints." All right, I get it, but we need to be more careful." "Today, I was interrogated for a long time by the local police. Luckily, I was quick-witted and evasive, so I didn't give away anything. It seems Count Grayman is increasingly prioritizing security in his territory." "That's good. The better the security, the safer the princess will be. Our identities are not a problem, and we shouldn't run into any trouble for now. Plus, we're not spying on the Lord's business secrets or his military, so we have nothing to fear. But I'm afraid of being caught as a stalker or peeping Tom." "Shut up. We haven't been discovered yet, have we?" "Speaking of which, this place has changed a lot. I heard from the locals that just 6 months ago, this was a barren place." "Oh, that's thanks to the young lord." "I've heard a lot about his deeds. It's amazing. Even the kingdom's princess is willing to work under him. The things he comes up with are indeed fascinating. If I were a scholar, I'd want to get close to him too." "Have you seen the public lectures at Vice Academy?" "That microscope, my goodness. It's incredible." "Oh, stop. Just thinking about those little bugs makes me queasy." Join my Discord, https://discord.gg/jam4wcfdxd. Consider supporting me on Ko-fi. https://ko-fi.com/etitranslations. Chapter 214! Chapter 214. TL, Etude. The year 1991 of the Holy Calendar had arrived. Perhaps in the eyes of historians, many significant events had occurred in the past year, such as the Great Rebellion in the Kingdom of Ordo, the rampant looting by orcs along the kingdom's northeastern border, the increasingly tense relations between the Gabella Empire and its eastern neighbors, and the secret plots of the Horn Bay Alliance countries to resist the Church. However, if measured on a larger scale, these were merely the norm in human history. Society was still rigidly hierarchical, with an insurmountable chasm between the nobility and the commoners. The wealthy continued to live in luxury, scheming to amass even more wealth. The poor were still struggling to make ends meet. worrying about their daily livelihood. At least on the surface, the world had not changed due to the awakening of a foreign soul. It was as ordinary as countless years that had passed. In the Crystal Shine Fortress's military camp, the Princess of the Kingdom of Ordo, Her Highness Catherine, was reviewing a pile of documents. Despite the new year, an unannounced figure arrived in her office, the only person with such authority, her confidant and close friend, Ophina. "What brings you here, Ophina? Your Highness? We've received a letter from our agents stationed in Northwest Bay." "Oh? Let me see it quickly." Catherine eagerly took the letter from Ophina and began to read it intently. A slight smile appeared on the princess's lips. Clearly pleased, she murmured with a smile while reading, "This girl. Getting involved in education now." Seeing the princess so happy, Ophina also couldn't help but smile and asked softly, "Education? What has little Eileen been up to lately?" Catherine handed the letter to Ophina. "Ha, read it for yourself. It's rare for her to be so passionate and invested in something." Ophina quickly skimmed through the letter. It reported on Eileen being appointed as the head of the Department of Education by Paul Grayman. This wasn't a secret. Personnel changes in the Administration Council were publicly announced, and commoners could learn about it by simply visiting the town square of Lakehart Town. HMPH, that Paul Grayman. He probably never imagined that his so-called Administration Council would include a princess of the kingdom. Poor Eileen. Catherine, however, didn't mind and waved it off. "Don't say that, Ophina. It's good for our little sister to be so focused. Let her gain some experience outside. Her identity hasn't been exposed, has it?" "So far, there doesn't seem to be any problem. Count Grayman doesn't suspect her identity and seems to truly regard her as a noble lady exiled from the Gabella Empire. Also, since the area is quite backward in terms of education and culture, Eileen's scholar identity is highly respected." "That's good. However, that Count Grayman has recruited many commoners as students, and Princess Eileen likes to frequent that academy. Is this appropriate? It's good for her to interact more with the common folk. We'll have our people keep a close watch to avoid any mishaps." "Yes, Your Highness." "Should we inform the royal envoy stationed there of Princess Eileen's identity?" "He's also been appointed to a position by Count Grayman, technically making him a colleague of the little princess." Catherine pondered for a moment before slowly shaking her head. "Let's not tell him for now. The fewer people know about Eileen's identity, the better." "Understood, Your Highness." "Speaking of Count Grayman, his territory has produced some fine goods." Catherine gently caressed the letter in Ophina's hand. "Like the paper this letter is written on, I believe it's produced in the Count's land." "Truly a fine material for writing," Ophina agreed. "Indeed, this paper is lighter than parchment and more importantly, it's cheaper. There's another thing that's very useful for us. Canned food, also from there." "Have you tried it?" "I've only heard about it from the quartermaster. It's said to be food that can be preserved for a long time, but I haven't tried it yet. I've already approved a large purchase of this food for the quartermaster. It will be crucial for our operations in the south after spring." While speaking, the princess took a glass jar from a drawer and handed it to Ophina. "Try it when you go back. It's just ordinary ingredients processed. Not as good as fresh, but the advantage lies in its long shelf life. This was personally recommended by our envoy stationed there." "Hey, initially it was just to get rid of those troublesome nobles' sons, but it turned out to be quite effective." Ophina examined the canned food, which had a label indicating the production date and a shelf life of 6 months. Side note, the shelf life was actually made up. The first batch of cans hadn't even been out for half a year. If these cans could really be preserved as long as indicated, it would greatly enhance the military's capabilities, especially in terms of logistics. "Your Highness, shouldn't such important items be under the control of the kingdom's government?" "I've considered it, but now is a sensitive time for quelling rebellions, so let's not do anything to arouse the suspicion of the local lords." "Understood." "Also, arrange to notify the lords from Ulder to the capital in the name of the royal family that we will be purchasing a large amount of supplies from Ulder, and ask them to pay attention." Ophina nodded, knowing how greedy those lords could be. Without a solid backing, merchant caravans would be skinned alive on their journey. "Your Highness, about the king and the queen." Hearing her friend mention this, Catherine's face darkened. Sigh. Still in a cold war. The king perhaps overestimated his position in his daughters' hearts. He had merely revealed his plans for a political marriage with Duke Viburen to his two daughters, the involved party, Eileen, and his capable assistant, Catherine. He had planned to involve the queen only if he couldn't manage it himself. But his younger daughter disappeared immediately. Of course, after Eileen ran away from home, the queen naturally found out and was distressed, also resenting her husband for not consulting her beforehand. If she had known earlier, Eileen might not have disappeared. The queen wasn't opposed to a political marriage. She herself had been married off in such a way and understood a princess's fate wasn't her own to decide. But had she been the one to handle it, the outcome might have been better, not like now where the whereabouts of her youngest daughter were unknown. Later, unable to bear her mother's constant worry, Catherine revealed Eileen's whereabouts to her, to reassure her. Though she had only told her mother, she suspected her father also knew that Eileen was safe and sound. Join my Discord, https://discord.gg/jam4wcftxd. Consider supporting me on Ko-fi. https://ko-fi.com/etitranslations. Chapter 215, exclamation mark. Chapter 215, TL, Etude. Catherine returned to the palace, carrying a letter as she hurried to the queen's residence. Just as she was about to enter, she saw her mother, Queen Phyllis, emerging, surrounded by several noble ladies. The queen had just concluded a meeting with the ladies and was now personally seeing them out. Your Highness, the princess, the noble woman, upon seeing the princess approaching, curtsied in greeting, and Catherine nodded to them in acknowledgement. After the mother and daughter saw off the guests, they returned to the reception room in the queen's residence. Queen Phyllis asked curiously, "Aren't you usually at the military camp around this time? What brings you back so early today?" Catherine pulled out the letter and waved it. "I've received news from my younger sister." The normally composed Queen Phyllis instantly displayed a mix of worry and excitement. Catherine hastened to say, "I should clarify first, Eileen is safe and sound there." The worry on the queen's face ceased somewhat. She took the letter from her daughter and read it carefully. After reading it, the queen let out a long sigh of relief, then started to complain. "Really? A young girl should not be doing men's work, and that Count Grayman, I feel like he has ulterior motives. Maybe he's planning something for Eileen." Catherine smiled awkwardly, as her mother's first remark seemed not only about her younger sister. The political and military affairs she was handling for her father were also men's work. "Mother, it's rare for my sister to find something she enjoys doing. Let her have her fun." "My people report that Count Grayman is a rather upright lord. He probably won't harbor any ill intentions towards her." A look of grievance appeared on the queen's face. "She's having fun, indeed, not thinking about her mother who worries about her day and night. I really raised an ungrateful daughter. Moreover, it's unseemly for princesses to be working under a rural lord, and it would be a laughing stock if word got out." The Bay of Northwest was always considered barren by the people of the capital, and although the Grayman's title wasn't low, they were still seen as rural lords. Catherine defended her sister. "Well, consider it as Eileen going out to experience the lives of commoners. She's grown up after all." The queen shook her head. "She can't stay there forever. We need to find a way to bring her back soon." Catherine looked downcast. "About father? You know Eileen's temperament. Her leaving home without a word this time is proof. I'm afraid if she comes back and further pressures her again, she might do something more extreme." Hearing her eldest daughter's words, Queen Phyllis also began to feel conflicted. She cursed Jars, Viburen, and others in her heart, blaming them for her family's separation and even involving her husband. Sigh. "Let her stay there a bit longer then, but you must keep a close watch on her." "Yes, I understand, and don't let your father know that." "Okay." Catherine didn't mention her suspicion that her father might already know about Eileen's whereabouts. After chatting with the queen for a while, she bid farewell to her mother and headed towards the king's office. On the way, she encountered Count Merlin, who managed the kingdom's intelligence system, looking hurried as if he had some urgent matter. "Lord Merlin, do you have an urgent matter?" "Your Highness, I have important matters to report to His Majesty the King." "In that case, let's go together." "Yes." Count Merlin did not hesitate, as Princess Catherine was the king's right-hand woman. During the king's illness and unconsciousness, She had directly assumed the king's responsibilities. King Rodney XVI, looking at his stern-faced eldest daughter, felt a sense of helplessness. Ever since Eileen had run away from home, his relationship with his family had deteriorated significantly. Fortunately, his eldest daughter Catherine had not let her personal emotions interfere with her duties. He was already aware that Eileen had settled in the Bay of Northwest and knew that Catherine was secretly protecting her sister. If he, as the king, didn't know even this much, he would have no right to the throne. Initially, he wanted to immediately send someone to bring his younger daughter back, but Eileen's fiery temperament made him hesitant. He regretted not understanding her better. Turning a joyful event into a tragedy would be disastrous. Later, intelligence from the Eastern Territory made him reconsider his plans to marry her off to the Van family. The situation was changing, and it seemed the Van family had decided to side with Jars. Marrying his daughter to them now would be like a slap in the face. With the two largest lords of the kingdom opposing the royal family, his reign as king felt like a failure. King Rodney XVI hesitated, wondering whether he should bring his younger daughter back and apologize to mend their relationship, but his dignity as a king resisted this idea. Sigh. Better to quell the rebellion first. The king composed his thoughts and asked, "Lord Merlin, what is it that you wish to discuss?" Count Merlin looked serious. "Your Majesty, Your Highness, regarding the unusual phenomenon among the rebels at Thorn Fortress, we have a bit of a lead." King Rodney XVI and Catherine immediately paid closer attention. The rebels had launched an attack on Thorn Fortress, and a detailed report of the battle was sent to the capital. The report emphasized, rebels wearing impenetrable leather armor and possessing extraordinary strength, overpowering regular soldiers like knights against peasants. Everyone in the capital found it unbelievable, especially since the report was written by Duke Dodge, with co-signatures from Viscount Klein and Viscount Leicester, the three highest-ranking commanders in the fortress. Klein and Leicester had personally fought against these rebel soldiers. Because of these bizarre enemy soldiers, Thorn Fortress nearly fell. Luckily, Duke Dodge deployed his last resort, Hellfire, to stop the rebel onslaught. According to the information received, it seems there is a cleric among the rebels, and after some kind of peculiar prayer ceremony, those rebel soldiers transformed. A cleric? Aren't they from the church? Although angry, neither the king nor the princess was surprised. The church and the kingdom had always been at odds, and it was plausible for the church to secretly support the rebels. But I've never heard of any church ritual that can turn people into that. Catherine was highly skeptical. Had those charlatans really invoked a miracle from the Lord of Light? That seemed far-fetched. The three continued their discussion in the room for a long time but were still clueless. Join my Discord, https://discord.gg/jam4wcfdxd. Consider supporting me on Ko-fi. https://ko-fi.com/etitranslations. Chapter 216. Attending the Banquet! Chapter 216. Attending the Banquet. TL, Etude. As February approached, in the time following the New Year, Eileen meticulously organized her grand educational plan. After receiving official approval from Paul, she ignited the first of the three proverbial fires typical of a new official's zeal. Previously, the Administration Council's investment in education had been sporadic. At Eileen's strong recommendation, educational funding was formally established as an independent expenditure, ranking alongside military, industry, and agriculture as one of the four main financial outlays. The initiative began in Leichhardt Town. John Morrison, the former dean of Vice Academy, had been dispatched by Paul to assist Father Anderson at the monastery, leaving the dean's position vacant. Eileen took up the role without hesitation. She conducted a baseline assessment for the current students, covering reading, writing, and basic arithmetic. Based on their abilities, she temporarily divided them into 3 grades and reorganized the teachers' assignments, also instituting a system of regular exams to evaluate the students' progress. After a lengthy recruitment period, the number of teachers at Vice Academy reached 20. Now, their salaries were managed by Eileen, who had become the head of the Department of Education. Eileen called a meeting with the teachers, announcing a new policy linking their salaries to their students' exam results. Teachers with poor-performing students would face salary deductions, while those with high-achieving students would receive raises. This new policy revitalized the atmosphere at the academy. Teachers who had previously been lax became diligent, and the academy was filled with their fervent admonishments to the students. Gone were the days of laissez-faire teaching, the students' easy times were over. In addition to daytime education, Vice Academy's Literacy Night School continued, targeting adults who were busy during the day but idle at night. Eileen decreed that teachers would receive a bonus for each night school member who passed basic tests in reading, writing, and arithmetic, with the bonus amounting to 8 per student basis. Consequently, some teachers began actively promoting the importance of education in the town and, in cooperation with soldiers, rounded up idle adults to attend night classes. On February 3, the center city was adorned in a festive atmosphere, its streets filled with early spring flowers. Street performers and minstrels showcased their talents in the city center, while housewives flocked to the shops for big purchases due to city-wide sales, in anticipation of the birthday of the city's lord, Duke Ferdinand. The next day, under the supervision of his brother, Viscount Henry, the celebration was to be grand. Approaching the city gates was a convoy, led by a rider holding a flagpole topped with a flying dragon flag, signifying Paul and his entourage arriving to attend the Duke's birthday banquet. Accompanying Paul were Count Malron Ganard, Advisor Lady, Intelligence Chief Cecil, and the commander of the 1st Infantry Battalion, Bryce, along with his adjutant, formerly his squire. The head of the guards, Victor, who had spent 3 months in bed last year due to a broken rib caused by a major's kick, commanded 15 elite internal security soldiers, serving as escorts for the trip. Despite there being only 15, each soldier was adept at quick loading and firing. They were equipped with the latest flintlock rifles with bayonets, 4 grenades each, and a flintlock pistol on their belts. With the cumbersome matchlock cords gone, the soldiers could now fire shoulder to shoulder, greatly increasing their firepower. Following the incident that had occurred previously, both the internal security forces and the army had intensified their shooting training for emergencies. Should an assassin appear again en route, they were prepared to reload swiftly and riddle the assailant with bullets in under a minute. "Ah, we've finally made it." Paul's voice carried a hint of weariness. After a 2-day frantic horse ride from Lakehart Town, they had finally arrived at Center City. Frankly, he hadn't been keen on coming, but it was a necessity. The gift he had prepared was a pair of porcelain vases, about half a person tall, adorned with exquisite patterns. Alda had mainly sold small porcelain pieces, so these large vases were quite precious. It remained to be seen if they would catch the Duke's eye. Naturally, the gift had been sent ahead since porcelain couldn't be jostled on horseback. The reason for bringing Lady, the female advisor, was her command over mysterious powers, which could be crucial in case of unforeseen events en route. He quickly dismissed the thought, reassuring himself that nothing untoward could happen under the Duke's governance. Upon arriving at the city gate, the guards bowed in respect. They recognized the noble crest on the flag, though they were unsure of which family it represented. However, paying respect was always the right move. "Wow, the largest city in the northwest of the kingdom really is different," Paul exclaimed, impressed by the bustling city. "Apparently, this city has a permanent population of 50 to 60,000, Malron commented, equally amazed by Center's scale. Like Paul, it was his first visit to the city. Victor, the relaxed head of the guards, and his men didn't need further explanation. In their eyes, Buchuyur, the capital of neighboring Bailding, was already a big city. Among the group, only Cecil, Bryce, and Lady remained calm. Cecil and Bryce had been to Cent several times before, and Lady, being from the Horn Bay Alliance, was well traveled. As they toured, they made their way to the Lord's mansion. Although the streets were bustling, people conscientiously cleared a path for the entourage bearing noble flags. At the entrance of the Lord's mansion, they were greeted by a well-dressed, meticulous official, as courteous as Philip the butler. Paul and Malron handed him their invitations. Grayman family, Ganard family. The official, wearing a monocle, verified the invitations and counted Paul's entourage before instructing a servant. He then slightly bowed to Paul and the others, saying, "Lords, please follow the servant to the quarters prepared for you. We will notify you when the banquet is about to begin." "Are we to fend for ourselves for dinner?" Paul thought, his stomach growling. He had hoped for a hearty meal upon reaching the Lord's mansion. After settling in a nearby estate provided by the Lord's mansion, Paul couldn't wait to ask Bryce and Cecil, who were familiar with the area, to lead them to a restaurant. Upon their return, the soldiers reported that a nobleman claiming to be Henry Ferdinand had come looking for him. Wasn't that the Duke's brother? Paul wondered, realizing he had no acquaintance with him. Turning to Malron, Paul asked, "Do you know him?" Malron shrugged, "Never met the man." Cecil then whispered to Paul, "Ever since his brother, Duke Ferdinand's health deteriorated, Viscount Henry has been quite active, making connections with other nobles." Paul couldn't help but wonder if this banquet would lead to some dramatic twist. Join my Discord, https://discord.gg/jam4wcftxt. Consider supporting me on Ko-fi. https://ko-fi.com/etitranslations. Chapter 217. Attending the Banquet, Part 2, ! Chapter 217. Attending the Banquet, Part 2. TL, Etude. The following day, Paul and Malron, accompanied by Bryce and Victor, headed to Duke Ferdinand's mansion for the banquet. The Duke's mansion was splendidly decorated, with the welcoming official from the previous day busily attending to the gathered guests at the entrance. In addition to the lords from distant lands, many prestigious figures from Center City were present, including major businessmen, heads of various guilds, and even individuals clad in church attire. Paul stopped a man dressed as a priest and asked, "Excuse me, are you a priest from the city?" Recognizing Paul's attire as that of a guest for the Duke's banquet, likely a lord from afar, the priest responded courteously, "Yes, I am a priest from the Center Cathedral." "Do you know Dean Leonard?" "Oh, I mean, do you know Bishop Leonard?" Paul suddenly remembered an old acquaintance in the city, recalling that the Bishop of Northwest Bay Diocese was based in Center City. "What might your name be, sir?" asked the priest. Bryce stepped forward and introduced, "These gentlemen are Count Paul Grayman of Aldo and Count Malron Gannard of Bailding." The priest immediately showed deep respect. "Ah, the esteemed counts, I know Bishop Leonard well. I attend his teachings daily at the cathedral." "Is Bishop Leonard attending today?" The priest seemed slightly uneasy as he responded, "The bishop couldn't make it. He has been unwell lately." "Wait, Alda? Isn't that where the bishop served as the abbot?" "Are you the lord of that place?" Paul nodded affirmatively. The priest looked around cautiously and then whispered to Paul, "Count Grayman, since you and the bishop hail from the same place, I'll speak frankly. Bishop Leonard isn't much interested in these kinds of gatherings, so he made an excuse not to attend." "Oh, that's very much in line with his character," Paul and Bryce agreed. More than just disinterest, the old and stern abbot was known for his aversion to lavish events. It was no surprise he wouldn't attend such an extravagant affair at the Duke's mansion. "Please, Father," gestured Paul. "After you, Count," replied the priest. Paul, Malron, and their group entered the Duke's mansion, walking through a courtyard as large as a plaza before reaching the main building. Once inside, they walked down a spacious corridor directly to the main hall. The master of ceremonies took the business cards handed over by Bryce and announced loudly, "Count Paul Grayman, arrived." Count Malron Gannard, arrived. The hall was bustling and noisy, and their arrival didn't attract much attention. However, Viscount Henry, the Duke's brother and the host of the birthday banquet, was keenly observing the arrival of each guest. "Welcome, welcome." Henry approached them briskly, arms wide open for an embrace. "I visited you last night but missed you as you were out. What a coincidence. Allow me to make it up to you today and properly host you, making up for last night's regret." Paul and Malron exchanged courteous pleasantries with him. Henry led them to their assigned seats, where Paul and Malron noticed several neighbors, lords from neighboring territories, already seated. These were the lords who had refused to aid him during last year's pirate invasion. Count Price Parker, around 50 years old with graying hair and a kindly face, had written in his letter at the time, "In the midst of rebellion, it is my duty to guard my lands. I regret not being able to offer condolences in person." He had skillfully avoided mentioning any assistance. Count Morley Malkin, in his 30s, appeared calm and composed, eyes closed as if in meditation. In his letter, he had advised Paul to simply defend his castle, suggesting that the pirates would leave after looting enough from the civilians. His stance was akin to let the strong be strong, let the aggressive be aggressive. Count Winifred Heller, in his 40s, wore glasses and had an academic demeanor. He had proposed a bizarre concept of non-violent non-cooperation in his letter, suggesting telling the pirates, "Come with your means of destruction, we will let you kill half of us, but the other half will not surrender." Besides these three, there were several other minor lords, such as viscounts and barons, from their territories. Paul didn't bother to get acquainted with each one. "Dear nephew Paul, dear nephew Malron, good to see you, counts. Long time no see." As Paul and Malron arrived, the lords stood up to greet them. Even if they weren't close with the Grayman family, public appearances mattered, especially with Count Malron Gannard in Paul's company. Paul and Malron responded to each greeting with slight awkwardness. They had inherited their titles due to family misfortunes and had previously interacted little with these lords, mostly dealing with their fathers. The situation might have been more comfortable had their sons been present, but the main hall was reserved for lords and their attendants. Count Paul, a true young hero, wiping out the pirates and bringing peace to the entire Northwestern Bay. Count Parker suddenly praised Paul and Malron. His territory also bordered the sea and had benefited greatly from the Alban Navy's victory over the pirates. Malron responded modestly, "It was all thanks to Paul's help in quelling the rebellion." Paul, with a hint of irony, added, "Yes, thanks to everyone's encouragement and guidance, I was able to defeat the pirates." It was unclear if the others grasped the subtlety of his words, as none showed any embarrassment. Count Morley Malkin then said with a smile, "You two have been doing quite the business at home lately." The others perked up at Malkin's words, turning their attention to Paul. In the past 6 months, several new products that had become extremely popular in the market, such as porcelain, paper, and canned goods, were all produced in Aldo and Balding, with the Grayman family as the source. Paul, adhering to the principle of not flaunting wealth from his past life, quickly dismissed, "Oh, it's just a small venture." "A small venture?" "Count Grayman, you can't say that. You must be counting money until your hands ache." They were well aware of the popularity of these products, not just in Northwest Bay but also evident from the frequent caravans passing through their territories to and from Alda and Balding. Despite high tariffs imposed by them, the trade volume had significantly increased in the latter half of the year, indicating the high profitability of these goods even after paying substantial tariffs. Their envy was palpable. Join my Discord, https://discord.gg/jam4wcfdxd. Consider supporting me on Ko-fi. https://ko-fi.com/etitranslations. Chapter 218, Attending the Banquet, Part 3, ! Chapter 218, Attending the Banquet, Part 3, TL, Etude. Count Grayman, Count Gannard, how exactly do you manufacture those items? I am willing to pay a substantial amount for the relevant technology. A lord finally broached the subject that was on everyone's mind. I'm interested too. Our family has some savings, and we can make an offer that will surely satisfy you. Another chimed in. As soon as the First Lord expressed interest, others followed suit. They had sent people to Alda to gather information about the technology, but Alda's factories and workers were strictly monitored. Production processes were divided into several parts, with each worker responsible for only a small segment, making it nearly impossible for any one person to grasp the whole picture. Those with such knowledge were highly paid and lived with their families in secure, specialized areas. So far, they had gleaned only bits of information, such as papermaking being somehow related to wood and pottery being made from clay. Cecil, the intelligence chief, might not have operated a vast network like in other transmigration novels, but he had successfully kept their secrets. However, the neighboring lords lacked significant underground power, so everyone was more or less on equal footing in terms of secret keeping. Malron looked uncertainly at Paul, waiting for his decision. Gentlemen, Paul hesitated. He hadn't yet decided whether to share the technology with outsiders. With the successful iron production from blast furnaces, he had higher aspirations and was less concerned about papermaking and canning industries. He didn't want to expend too much effort in guarding their secrets, as these technologies would eventually spread. However, Aldo and Balding hadn't yet secured an absolute advantage over neighboring territories. In this chaotic world, Strength was paramount, and he needed to accumulate more resources for self-preservation. Gentlemen, we have a patent system in place. Using these technologies requires authorization from the inventors. A patent. Aren't you the Lord of Alder? Why depend on others? Well, there are certain rules to follow. This isn't the right place to discuss this. If you're interested, you're welcome to visit Lakeheart Town, and we can talk in detail. The lords, seeing Paul hadn't outright refused, sensed a strong possibility of a deal. With many ears around, it wasn't the place for business talks. Keeping the good stuff among a few neighbors seemed like a wise choice. Great, we'll discuss it back home. Let's drink, young brother Paul, young brother Mulren. The lords moved on to other topics, chatting and laughing. The Duke Ferdinand arrived, Count Kent arrived. The loud announcements indicated the arrival of the birthday banquet's host. The hall fell silent, everyone waiting respectfully for the arrival of the kingdom's greatest noble from the northwest. An elderly figure, supported by servants, slowly made his way in. The current Duke Ferdinand looked frail and unsteady. TSK, the Duke really seems to be in poor shape. Last time I visited him 6 months ago, he was robust and he had just taken a new concubine. Could it be a sudden illness? Paul overheard the whispers around him as the Duke entered the hall. Henry, the Viscount and the Duke's brother, hurriedly went to greet him. My brother, finally you're here. You're the star today. Happy birthday. Ah, the Duke responded feebly, barely acknowledging the crowd, and headed straight for the main seat, with Henry assisting him. Following closely behind the Duke were two figures, Count Maltz of Kent and a young boy, likely Kent's attendant. Everyone knew Count Maltz was the Duke's trusted confidant, so his presence alongside the Duke didn't raise any questions. Count Maltz matched his pace with the Duke, ensuring he was always a step behind. The Duke finally reached his seat and sat down heavily. Count Kent and his attendant took their seats near the Duke, while Henry sat on the other side. Only then did the Duke look around the hall. Seeing the crowd, his face flushed with a semblance of vitality, perhaps from the thrill of power. He extended his trembling hand, and a servant quickly filled a goblet with wine. The Duke raised his glass. To all, thank you for attending my birthday banquet. Let's not leave sober tonight. Happy birthday to the Duke. Everyone raised their glasses, toasting to the Duke's health. A smile finally appeared on the Duke's face. While everyone's attention was on the Duke, Paul observed Count Kent, the man who had sent an emissary to Lakeheart Town to extort him last year. Sensing Paul's gaze, Kent turned and smiled subtly at him. Paul felt a chill, as if he had stumbled into a dark cave and been startled by a swarm of bats. The Duke, gathering his strength, announced the start of the banquet. Servants rushed in with food and replaced the nearly empty barrels of wine with new ones. Please, enjoy. Thank you. You too. After some polite exchanges, the guests began indulging in the feast. The banquet featured various entertainers, dwarfs and clowns eliciting laughter, minstrels captivating with their songs, and acrobats thrilling the audience. Woe is me, I'll surely gain 10 pounds after this, Paul joked, struggling with a roasted pig, occasionally clinking glasses with Mulren, Bryce, and others. Suddenly, a voice cut through the hall, quiet but commanding enough to silence the room. The Duke was speaking again. Reluctantly setting down his cutlery, Paul turned to listen attentively. You see, my health is failing, so, the Duke's voice faltered, struggling to speak. So. After repeating so several times, as if making a final decision, he spoke up with renewed vigor. While everyone is here, I wish to announce my successor. This statement sent a shockwave through the hall, leaving everyone stunned. Join my Discord, https://discord.gg/jam4wcftxt. Consider supporting me on Ko-fi. https://ko-fi.com/etitranslations. Chapter 219, Banquet Turmoil! Chapter 219, Banquet Turmoil. TL, Etude. The Duke of Ferdinand was about to announce his heir. Everyone was initially surprised by this news, but after some thought, it seemed like the right time. Normally, the heir of a noble is automatically their eldest son, unless there's an unforeseen event, and there's no need to formally announce it. However, the situation was different for the Duke. He had no sons, and his health seemed to be failing. Announcing his heir during this event seemed both appropriate and sensible. Who would be the lucky one? The most likely candidate seemed to be Viscount Henry, the Duke's eldest brother. Viscount Henry had recently taken up residence in Center City, diligently attending to the Duke and frequently networking with other lords. It appeared he was determined to secure dukedom. However, it wasn't a guarantee that the title would go to him. After all, Viscount Henry wasn't a full brother to the Duke, as they were born of different mothers. When the Duke was merely the heir apparent, the title was expected to be his. But Viscount Henry, who had been dishonest since his youth, caused some unpleasantness following the death of the previous Duke Ferdinand. Despite these troubles, the current Duke succeeded to the title. Whether out of fraternal love or a desire to appear magnanimous, Duke Ferdinand did not pursue his brother's past actions and even granted him a viscountcy. Since then, Viscount Henry had been well behaved, but lately, his ambitions seemed to have been rekindled. Who knew if Duke Ferdinand still held a grudge for what had happened years ago? The title could end up in the hands of a distant relative. As everyone pondered these possibilities, they waited in silence, eager to hear the Duke's decision. Regardless of whom the Duke chose, they knew they had to curry favor with him after the banquet. In fact, they planned to offer their respects as soon as possible. In the midst of this, only Miles Kent remained utterly calm, sipping his wine slowly, a cold smile playing on his lips. The wine, which usually tasted bland, seemed exceptionally rich today. The servant beside the Count watched the Duke intently, not blinking an eye. I have decided. Who was it? Viscount Henry? Most guessed it was him. The heir is. Viscount Henry himself was anxiously awaiting his brother to announce his name. In his mind, he was almost certainly the heir. After years of careful behavior and gradually mending their relationship, his brother showed no sign of holding on to the past. If his brother didn't mind, then tradition dictated that he would be the heir. Miles Kent. In an instant, the hall fell silent, the breath of the guests stilled. After a few seconds of quiet, the guests erupted into murmurs of surprise. The Count Kent. The Duke's heir? Who would have thought? Count Kent. The discussions were filled with disbelief at the Duke's choice. Particularly the Ferdinand family's distant relatives looked stunned. Even if they weren't in line for the title, they hadn't expected it to go so far afield. Indeed, the Kent family had some ancestral connection to the Ferdinand family, but that was generations ago. Viscount Henry? Viscount Henry? The people around Henry noticed that the Viscount hadn't moved and quickly patted his back. It seemed that the biggest shock was felt by the Duke's younger brother, and everyone sympathized with him. Henry came back to his senses but still looked stunned. He turned to ask someone near him, "What did my brother just say?" Although the Duke's speech was intermittent, it was clear enough for everyone in the hall to hear. Viscount Henry hadn't missed it. He just couldn't believe his brother's words. "Ah, Viscount, your brother," the person asked was embarrassed, unsure of how to respond. What did my brother just say?" Viscount Henry asked again, his tone harsher and veins bulging on his temples. Startled, the person hurriedly replied, "The Duke. He said he has decided to make Count Miles Kent his heir." "No!" A loud yell echoed in the hall, drawing the attention of all the guests. "No! This can't be true!" Viscount Henry, his face twisted in frenzy, unable to accept the harsh reality after hearing it confirmed, shouted aloud. He pushed over a table in front of him, scattering food and drinks all over the floor. Henry rushed to the dais, grabbing his brother's shoulders and shaking him vigorously. "Brother, my brother, tell me this isn't true. How could you possibly choose an outsider as your heir?" Seeing his brother's dazed reaction, he shook him even more violently. "Speak, damn it, speak!" With Henry leading the way, other members of the Ferdinand family also gathered round, voicing their objections. "Yes, Duke, even if you don't choose Viscount Henry, you can't pass the title to an outsider. Take back that reckless decision. As the head of the family, you must consider our lineage." "Please reconsider. This title is a legacy from our ancestors." The guests were at a loss, watching this family dispute, unsure of whether to intervene. "Enough!" Duke Ferdinand suddenly erupted, pushing his brother away with unexpected strength despite his frail condition. Viscount Henry stumbled backward, tripping over a table which fell, scattering its contents. The Duke pointed at him, his face contorted in rage. You think I forgot about all the terrible things you did back then? Thought you could just wipe the slate clean? Ha! Wishful thinking. Viscount Henry was speechless, a shard from a shattered wine glass piercing his hand, the pain bringing him back from his frenzy. After all these years, his brother hadn't forgiven him. Was their brotherly affection all just an act? This was his second devastating blow of the day. Duke Ferdinand suddenly regained his former dignity and commanded loudly, "Guards." The sound of footsteps filled the hall as a group of fully armed guards rushed in. "Take this scoundrel and lock him in the dungeon, in the deepest, darkest cell." "Yes." Viscount Henry, his face ashen, didn't resist as the guards dragged him away. Duke Ferdinand spat at him. "HMPH. Ungrateful and delusional, go to hell." Then, he surveyed the room, his gaze lingering on the family members who had gathered round. "Now, does anyone else have objections? Join my Discord, https://discord.gg/jam4wcfdxd. Consider supporting me on Ko-fi. https://ko-fi.com/etitranslations. Chapter 220, Banquet Turmoil 2! Chapter 220, Banquet Turmoil 2. TL, Etude. "Now, does anyone else have any objections?" The Duke spoke with an unpleasant expression, and several members of the Ferdinand family immediately withdrew in agreement. The hall quickly fell into dead silence. It was clear that involving oneself in this matter would only bring misfortune. After a few seconds, a man stood up. It was Miles Kent, the Count whom the Duke had designated as his successor. "Duke, I am of limited ability and truly unfit for the position of Duke." Miles Kent's voice was as sincere as it could be. "Your Grace should find another more suitable candidate." "No." The Duke waved his hand dismissively at him. "I have decided. You will inherit the title of Duke, as long as your Kent family restores the Ferdinand surname." This. Miles Kent appeared hesitant. The Duke, somewhat pleadingly, said, "The current members of the Ferdinand family are utterly incompetent. I fear that after I am called by the Lord, the family will decline further." Hearing this, those of the same lineage as the Duke felt deeply ashamed. "What about it, Miles Kent?" "Our families share a common ancestor. Won't you contribute to the glory of our ancestors?" Miles Kent was still hesitating. Even Paul, who was watching, became impatient. "Come on. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and he's still hesitating. He's obviously just putting on an act." Although Paul had issues with Miles Kent, the prospect of such luck landing on Kent made Paul envious. Why couldn't such fortune fall upon him? "All right then." Miles Kent seemed to have made up his mind. "If your Grace does not disdain me, then I will boldly accept your arrangement." "Duke, I will definitely develop and strengthen the Ferdinand family." Hearing Count Kent's acceptance, the Duke's face displayed a smile that was not quite a smile, continuously uttering, "Good, good, good." He seemed to instantly regain his previously frail appearance. Shakily raising his glass, the servants had swiftly cleaned the mess on the floor and rearranged the food and drinks. "Gentlemen, let us celebrate the birth of the new successor of the Ferdinand family." The hall instantly became lively again, with guests resuming their toasting and feasting, no longer remembering the Viscount Henry who had been dragged away. People took turns to curry favor with the future Duke Ferdinand. To establish a good relationship, Paul and Malran also approached Miles Kent with their wine glasses. "Count Kent, congratulations." Paul, suppressing his disgust and the urge to spit in his face, congratulated Count Kent, despite his heart being filled with old grudges and jealousy. "Ha ha ha. Well said, well said. I will surely rely on the help of my two neighbors in the future." Miles Kent laughed heartily and drank a large glass of wine with Paul and Malran, as if there had never been any unpleasantness between them. After fulfilling the formalities, Paul returned to his seat and started eating and drinking by himself. Count Kent, watching Paul's retreating figure, wore a triumphant expression. His accompanying servant remained silent throughout. After the banquet concluded, the Duke announced a martial arts tournament, inviting confident nobles and knights to showcase their skills in the arena. "Are you interested in participating?" Paul asked Bryce and Victor. Bryce responded self-deprecatingly, "Ha ha, forget it. We, informal knights like us, don't have the qualifications to compete. If Lord Schroeder were here, he could participate. Paul shrugged his shoulders. All right, I'm not interested in watching either, let's head back. Malloran, however, seemed very interested. Although we won't participate, watching should be fine. Victor had a similar expression of interest. Fine then, Malloran, you and Victor go enjoy the tournament. Bryce and I will visit Bishop Leonard. Thus, they parted ways. Guided by Bryce, Paul headed towards the cathedral. After about half an hour of riding, they arrived at the Grand Cathedral in Center City, the residence of the Bishop of the Northwest Bay Church. Bishop Leonard received them in the reception hall. The bishop looked healthy, contrary to the claims of illness that had excused him from attending the Duke's banquet. Old Dean, long time no see. Count, it's been a long time. Leonard still had his stern expression, but seeing an old acquaintance, he showed a rare smile. They chatted casually. Paul narrated recent events in Alder, bringing more smiles to Leonard's face. When the conversation turned to the recent banquet, Leonard sharply criticized the luxury and debauchery of the nobles. He spoke so freely because he knew Paul led a relatively modest life compared to other nobles. Speaking of which, there was an incident at the banquet just now. Oh? What kind of incident? The Duke Ferdinand announced his successor. Finally, it seems the Duke has given up on having a son. Was it his younger brother, Viscount Henry? The Duke's efforts to further a son were well known. No, you're mistaken. The successor is that guy Miles Kent. Hearing this, Bishop Leonard's expression turned grave. Miles Kent? His family does have some connection with the Ferdinands, but it's odd for the Duke to choose such a distant relative. I remember last year. Yes, last year he even threatened our elder, although I don't know what changed his mind and made him spare us. The old dean sighed deeply, his expression growing more somber. I fear trouble may ensue. Miles Kent is not an easy person to deal with. Count, you must be careful. Once he holds the Duke's authority, there will be little to restrain him in the Northwest. Although Leonard was now a high-ranking bishop, he was a stickler for rules, believing the church should not intervene in secular lords' affairs unless it involved church matters. Thus, his warning to Paul was more of a personal caution. Thank you for the warning, but Alder is no longer the pushover it used to be. Paul spoke with confidence. Leonard agreed with this. Through correspondence with his student, Father Anderson, he knew Alder was rapidly developing and was no longer the impoverished and weak countdom of before. He had a deep affection for the place where he was born and had worked for so long. The changes over the past year pleased him, and he had come to respect Paul, who had facilitated these changes. After spending nearly 2 hours at the church, Paul and Bryce bid farewell to Bishop Leonard and returned to their residence. Join my Discord, https://discord.gg/jam4wcftxd. Consider supporting me on Ko-fi. https://ko-fi.com/etitranslations. Chapter 221, The Dungeon! Chapter 221, The Dungeon. TL, Etude. After returning to their residence, Paul recounted the events of the banquet to Cecil and the female advisor who had stayed behind. Cecil stroked his chin and clucked his tongue. The drunkards in the taverns will have new gossip now. Count, I guarantee that within 3 days, countless versions of the story about the Duke's succession will emerge in the streets. Is it that exaggerated? Such matters, tinged with a strong scent of conspiracy, are always of interest to people. Even if there's no actual conspiracy or complex background, people will embellish the story. Cecil, we need to step up our intelligence gathering on the Kent family. They've been hostile to us in the past, and even if they don't trouble us in the future, we must always be on guard. Once Miles Kent becomes the Duke, his power will increase even more. Count, I understand that, Cecil replied. Paul said, if there's nothing else, let's head back tomorrow. Eh? Count, aren't you staying for the martial arts tournament in Center City? It will last for several days, Cecil asked. I have no interest in such things. I'm more concerned about the expansion of the ironworks than the martial arts tournament. The female advisor agreed with Paul's decision, possibly because of her secret identity. Lady felt insecure the moment she left Alder. Before dinner, Malloran and Victor returned. It's strange, Count Gennard spread his hands, speaking somewhat mystified. I was quite excited at first, but during one of the matches, it struck me how a commoner with a musket could easily down those pompous knights with a single shot. Suddenly, the martial arts tournament lost its appeal to me. Well then, Malrun, let's all return together tomorrow. Everyone agreed unanimously. The dungeon in the Duke's mansion was a dark, cold, and damp place. Especially in its deepest parts, the air was stale, filled with a musty smell. Only a few torches on the walls provided some light and warmth. Over the years, numerous criminals and enemies of the Ferdinand family had been imprisoned here, many spending their last miserable moments in life. There were wrongful deaths, and if one listened carefully in the dungeon, they could hear a low murmuring sound, like the whispering of restless spirits recounting their misfortunes. In this eerily quiet place, where one could almost hear hallucinations, footsteps suddenly echoed. A guard led an old man into the depths of the dungeon, stopping in front of a cell. Behind the iron bars lay a figure who, hearing someone approach, sat up and looked out. The guard glanced at the figure in the cell and respectfully said, "My Lord Viscount, your steward has come to see you." The person imprisoned was Viscount Henry, who had angered his brother, Duke Ferdinand, over the succession of the title. Although at the Duke's command he was confined to the deepest part of the dungeon, the guards did not dare to treat him as a mere prisoner. After all, Henry was a member of the Ferdinand family, a Viscount, and the Duke's brother. Although the Duke was furious and had locked up his brother, the guards didn't dare to disrespect Henry. If the brothers reconciled later, those who had mistreated him would be in serious trouble. "Steward, you've finally come." Henry inside looked woefully aggrieved, as if bearing an immense injustice and unwillingness. "You, how could my brother treat me like this? I'm his own younger brother." As he spoke, Viscount Henry burst into tears, sobbing uncontrollably. The steward sighed and comforted him. "Viscount, please don't be like this. I've already pleaded on your behalf with the Duke. I'm sure he won't truly make things difficult for you." "Ah? You've seen my brother? What did he say?" "The Duke said he would keep you here for 2 more days." Before the steward could finish, a flurry of hurried footsteps sounded outside. A military officer, with a grim expression and dressed in uniform, stormed in, followed by 2 other guards who were in charge of the dungeon. The guard who had brought the steward in sensed trouble upon seeing the expressions of his 2 colleagues. Sure enough, the officer approached him and slapped him hard across the face. A red handprint appeared on the guard's face. He held his cheek, bowed his head, and braced for the officer's reprimand. The guard was not very familiar with this superior. The officer previously in charge of the dungeon had been transferred a few days ago, and this one, rumored to have a close relationship with Count Kent, had replaced him. The officer berated the guard. "I just stepped out for a moment, and you can't keep things in order? You let strangers into the cell without my permission." The guard replied, feeling wronged. "But, sir, he is the Viscount's steward." The officer, fuming, retorted loudly, "That doesn't matter. Everyone needs my permission to enter." Though he was yelling at the guard, it was clear his words were meant for all to hear. The elderly steward quickly stepped forward to apologize. "My apologies, sir. I was unaware of the rules here." The imprisoned Viscount Henry looked bewildered and fearful. The officer turned to the steward. "Mr. Steward, I'm not unreasonable, but rules are rules, you see." He glanced at the wooden box the steward was holding. The steward immediately presented the box. "Oh, this is food for the Viscount. I was worried he might not be used to the food here. Please inspect it." "Then, I must excuse myself." The officer didn't waste words and opened the box, inspecting its contents thoroughly. It was indeed food, and he returned the box to the steward. After delivering this and exchanging a few words, "Please leave. Visits to the dungeon are time limited, and the Viscount is no exception." "Yes, yes, I will leave immediately," the steward agreed, handed the box through the bars to Viscount Henry, gave a few words of advice about taking care of his health, and then prepared to leave. Before leaving, he handed a bag to the officer, who had been watching them all along. "Sir, please take good care of Viscount Henry in the future." The officer felt the bag, heard the clinking sound of coins, and a smile crept onto his previously stern face. Of course, I'll take good care of the Duke's brother." Then he escorted the steward out. From behind, Viscount Henry's voice, laced with a sob, called out, "Steward, please persuade my brother again. He was also under your care when he was young. He will surely listen to you." The footsteps faded away until they were completely gone. Viscount Henry opened the wooden box but didn't start eating immediately. Instead, he began to tear apart the bread inside. Upon breaking the third loaf, a small scroll was embedded inside. Indeed, muttering to himself, the Viscount retrieved the small scroll from the bread. His previously crestfallen demeanor vanished. HMPH, my dear brother. I thought you had forgotten what this deepest cell is used for. Now it seems you remember. Join my Discord, https://discord.gg/jam4wcfdxd. Consider supporting me on Ko-fi. https://ko-fi.com/etitranslations. Chapter 222, The Printing Press, ! Chapter 222, The Printing Press, TL, Etude. This room, located in a workshop on the southern shore of Lake Vice, is filled with a series of strange machines. In addition to these machines, stacks of paper of various sizes are also arranged here. The workers bustle about, laying paper onto the machines and, after a series of operations, dense text appears on the paper. In mid-February, after overcoming technical challenges with ink and metal type, Alda's first printing press, arguably the world's first, was finally established. Sam, in a corner of the workshop, a voice filled with anger rang out. "Yes, Director, I'm coming right away." A typesetter, Sam, rushed over to the director, sensing imminent trouble from his tone. Sam, a refugee who arrived in Alda before the year's end, recognized a few characters. Initially, he had hoped to sit for the clerical exam of the Administration Council, but failing to pass, he was disqualified. Left with no choice, he resorted to working in a factory, secretly resolving to learn to read in his spare time and retake the exam. In Alda, unlike other places, one didn't need connections to the Lord's family. Passing the exam was enough to become a clerk, a prestigious job in the eyes of commoners. After careful comparison, Sam noticed that jobs requiring literacy paid significantly more. Thus, he became a typesetter at the printing press. Initially, he had no idea what a typesetter or a printing press did. It was only after he started working that he discovered the wonder of this place, where books could be mass-produced using astonishing methods, in stark contrast to his previous belief that books were hand-copied by scribes. Sam treasured this job, as it provided a great opportunity to learn while working. However, due to his limited reading ability, he was only assigned simple tasks, such as typesetting literacy booklets for the Department of Education. Now, his heart was filled with anxiety, worried that he had made a mistake that angered the workshop director. "You despicable, stupid foreigner, clumsy as an ox." A string of curses erupted from the director, pointing at the typeset that Sam had worked on. "Fool, look closely. Did you mix up the order of the letters in this word?" Indeed, there was a problem with his previous work. Sam, trembling, looked at the word the director pointed out and realized that the letters were indeed in the wrong order. "Director, it's my fault. I'm sorry. I swear I'll be more careful in the future." He apologized profusely, regretting not checking his work more thoroughly. "If I remember correctly, this isn't the first time you've made this mistake." "If I hadn't decided to check on a whim, another batch of books would have been ruined." The director, waving his fists as if to strike, instilled fear in Sam. But even if the director really hit him, he wouldn't dare to retaliate. "Do I need to remind you? You're still on probation. I, as the workshop director, have the power to fire you on the spot." "Sir, please give me another chance. I swear I won't make a mistake again." Sam's voice broke, fearing the loss of his job. Seeing his threats effective, the director internally gloated. He didn't actually want to fire Sam, as hiring a literate worker, even one as mediocre as him, was challenging. Still, he had to be stern. He couldn't allow any typographical errors in the books printed in his workshop. Such incidents had to be prevented. He threatened fiercely, "All right, I'll give you one more chance, but I swear, if you make such a foolish mistake again, I'll kick you out of my workshop, and if no other workshop takes you, you can pack up and leave." "Yes, yes, sir, thank you for your kindness. I will absolutely not make the same mistake again." Sam repeatedly nodded and bowed, relieved he wasn't fired. "Half your salary will be deducted this month." Director, sir. "Yes, yes, whatever you say." Sam felt a pang of distress. His probationary salary was already low, and now it was to be halved. "My goodness, there are so many books here." A voice, clear as a nightingale's, rang out at the entrance, drawing the attention of everyone in the workshop. "Ah, how beautiful!" Sam also looked towards the entrance and saw the factory manager walking in with two women. The woman in the lead had striking golden hair and a face full of liveliness and astonishment. The one behind her, with green hair, had a more composed expression. She observed the workshop's layout with curiosity in her eyes. Both girls were beautiful and had an extraordinary aura. The workers, as if by unspoken agreement, stopped their work and couldn't take their eyes off them. The factory manager, accompanying the girls, put on a stern face and shouted at the workers, "What are you stopping for? Get back to work." The workshop director quickly kicked Sam's behind. "Get back to your typesetting and don't forget what I just said." Rubbing his backside, Sam focused on his work, determined not to make another mistake. The workshop director remembered that the factory manager had mentioned that two high-ranking officials from the administration council would visit today. Judging by the manager's polite demeanor upon their arrival, these two must be them. Surprisingly, they were two young girls, but their attire was clearly not that of ordinary civilians. After the factory manager finished scolding the workers, he turned to the girls with a smile and introduced Director Diaz, Advisor Satya. "This is our largest printing workshop. We plan to print the samples you've brought here." So, it was the newly appointed acting director of the Department of Education. The news had caused quite a stir, as the acting director was a woman. A woman in office was unprecedented, and many found the Lord's decision absurd. The workshop director hurried over. "By the heavens, I've never seen books being manufactured so easily." Eileen, full of disbelief, had heard about the concept of the printing press from Paul, but witnessing the book printing process firsthand still left her amazed. Join my Discord, https://discord.gg/jam4wcfdxd. Consider supporting me on Ko-fi. https://ko-fi.com/etitranslations. Chapter 223, Printing Factory 2! Chapter 223, Printing Factory 2. TL, Etude. The workshop owner approached with a beaming smile. "Manager, and you two young ladies, is there anything I can assist you with?" "Just show them around the workshop and explain the printing process," the manager instructed. "Of course." The manager nodded his head, informed Eileen and Lady that the man was the director in charge of the workshop and any questions should be directed at him. He then excused himself due to other work commitments. Eileen cast a glance at the manager's departing figure. Lady, standing beside her, took her hand and turned to the workshop director, saying, "Please, Mr. Director, we're quite interested in this place." The director, slightly embarrassed, smiled and replied, "Of course, follow me, please." They approached the nearest printing press, where the director began explaining its structure and working principle to Eileen and Lady in detail. Workers were operating the machine, allowing the two women to observe a complete printing process. The printing work involved teams of two alternating tasks, handling the printing plate and operating the machine, which required physical strength, and evenly applying ink to the paper, demanding a higher level of skill. A worker scooped ink onto the raised printing plate using a spatula, carefully wiped it with an ink roller, then dabbed it with a special pad to ensure an even spread before using circular motions to evenly distribute the ink over the plate. Subsequently, they inked each page of the printing plate, occasionally wiping the pad to adjust the ink distribution. Meanwhile, another worker placed a sheet of paper on the press, closed the paper clamp above, and lowered the paper holder, paper, and clamp onto the ink typeface. They turned the press handle, moving the front part of the plate under the press, then pulled the handle to move the back part under the press. After printing, they released the handle, allowing it to spring back, lifted the press, and removed the printed paper. "Wow, that's so simple. This printing press is incredibly useful," Eileen exclaimed, clapping her hands excitedly. Her bell-like voice drew everyone's attention. Though they internally disagreed with her, simple? This little girl has no idea. Try printing 200 single sheets in an hour and see if you don't end up crying, the director continued. Once a plate is set, we print the planned quantity on one side, then the other, hang them to dry, and finally bind and store them in the warehouse. Used plates are cleaned with an alkaline solution and disassembled into individual types. Is this the type? Asked Lady Certia, approaching the typesetter, Sam. She looked at the tiny metal types on the table, each smaller than her little fingernail. Yes, Advisor Certia. These are the types. They might look small, but they're quite difficult to make, the director proudly explained. First, a letter engraver draws the letter on the end of a metal blank and removes the unnecessary metal. Then the positive mold is hardened and pressed into brass or bronze to create a blank negative mold, which varies in width depending on the letter size. The raised metal on the printing surface is then filed away, and the mold size adjusted to accurately fit the letter into the appropriate spot in the printing frame. Next, the mold goes to the caster, who must ensure the molten metal fills every corner of the letter face. A true test of skill. Both women marveled. It's so complex. So, how many sheets can you print in a day? The director estimated roughly and replied, for a standard-sized plate, 2 skilled printers can produce 250 to 300 single sheets per hour. If the plate is larger, evenly inking it becomes a challenge, and the speed decreases. Our workshop can print 3,000 pages a day, double-sided. The director proudly boasted, patting his chest. Other workshops can't match our speed or quality. Eileen's mouth fell open in astonishment. This speed. It's indeed much faster than copying by hand. Lady picked up a newly bound book nearby, surprised to find it was a collection of poems from her homeland, Horn Bay. They even print books like this here? Oh, you mean that one? That's a batch of books from Horn Bay brought in by the Lord for printing. We don't understand Horn Bay's language, so casting the type and setting the layout was quite a challenge. The Lord plans to sell them back in Horn Bay. I heard from the manager that it's something called Wet Extremes written by some poet from Horn Bay. Honestly, those Horn Bay folks are too idle, writing such melancholic stuff. Lady was taken aback, unaware that the workshop director didn't know she was from Horn Bay, and he continued expressing his opinions. Anyway, selling it back to those rich folks there is a great business. I hear they're all dripping with wealth. Ouch. The director suddenly hopped around, holding his foot. Eileen apologized with a guilty face. Oh dear, I'm so sorry, I wasn't paying attention when I stepped forward. The director, unable to stay mad at her delicate face, waved it off with a laugh. Ha, no worries. Eileen and Lady toured the factory for half the day, leaving just before noon with samples for printing. They walked and talked, sharing their thoughts on what they had just seen. Betty, I think this printing press is even more amazing than guns and cannons. I agree. With more printing presses, books will become so affordable that even commoners can buy them. The literacy primer and basic hygiene handbook we just sent for printing are aimed at commoners, aren't they? They may be simple, but they're keys to unlocking the door to knowledge. Ha, you as the head of the Department of Education can really make a difference now. Seeing the printing press has indeed boosted my confidence. If you had been there, that fool would have probably appointed you as the head. Don't say that. You being in this position is just right. Let those men see what we women are capable of. Eileen clenched her fist. I will definitely work hard. Suddenly, she loosened her grip, as if realizing something, and said a bit distractedly, but, won't the status of scholars become less valuable? Lady's face dimmed, but then she smiled brightly. Isn't it what we want? For more people to gain knowledge? You're right. Seeing Lady so open-minded, Eileen also felt relieved. Join my Discord, https://discord.gg/jam4wcftxd. Consider supporting me on Ko-fi. https://ko-fi.com/etitranslations. Chapter 224, exclamation mark. Chapter 224. TL, Etude. As February began, the weather remained cold, but hints of spring were gradually emerging. Life began to rejuvenate, with proud greenery already adorning the northwestern fields. On the road from Ulder to the neighboring territory of Lanaka, a group of riders galloped swiftly. Truth be told, I prefer the snowy winter over the green warmth of spring, Paul complained to Malron, riding beside him. It's a pity such a beautiful season passes so quickly. Are you joking, Paul? Malron expressed his surprise. The harsh winters of the Northwest were a significant challenge for the inhabitants, with many poor families losing members to the cold. The longer the winter, the more civilians freeze to death. To think you, a lord, would say such a thing. Ah, my apologies, that was indeed inappropriate of me. I promise that future winters will lose their severity, becoming warm and beautiful seasons. With the introduction of blast furnaces for iron making, Paul planned to increase coal production for coke manufacturing. The coal mined wouldn't just be for iron production, it would also be sold to commoners at low prices. Let's discuss why Count Price Parker invited us. What do you think it's about? Paul asked. It's probably about the technology we possess. Didn't we agree to discuss it after the Duke's birthday? I have a feeling it might be something else. They arrived at the Parker family castle by evening. Count Price Parker welcomed Paul and Malron inside. After brief pleasantries, the Count arranged for their accommodation and rest, later inviting them to dinner. Lord Parker, may I ask why you have invited us to your castle? Paul inquired. Their invitation only mentioned urgent business without specifics. Ahem. Paul, Malron, I am somewhat your elder, so I'll take the liberty of addressing you by your names. I've called you here regarding the succession of the Duke. As you know, Duke Ferdinand has named Count Kent as his heir. What are your thoughts on this? Thoughts? Paul and Malron exchanged glances, unsure of the old Count's intentions. Before Paul could formulate a response, Malron spoke up indignantly. Personally, I'm pessimistic. Miles Kent is no good man and lacks the demeanor of a high noble. Last year, he tried to extort us and nearly launched an attack. Though he refrained for unknown reasons, we've made an enemy of him. I'm sure you're aware, Lord Parker, of how he's been abusing the Duke's favor, causing strife among the Northwestern lords. If he becomes the Duke, things will only worsen. Paul listened, sweating, wishing to intervene but too late to do so. Oh dear, my dear brother. Why speak so hastily? What if Price Parker is allied with Miles Kent, or probing our stance on Kent's behalf? What if there are 500 axemen lurking outside, waiting for Parker to signal? Anxiously, he glanced at the elderly Count. Price's expression remained unchanged, not smashing his cup, simply stroking his white beard. After a tense minute, Price finally spoke. Malron, your words resonate with me. I too believe Miles Kent's ascension to Duke bodes ill for us. The elderly Count spoke solemnly, especially for us, who are direct vassals of the royal family. What do you mean, Lord Parker? Let me introduce someone to you. Viscount, please come in. As Price spoke, he clapped his hands vigorously. A figure emerged from around the corner of the corridor and approached them. Paul and Malron were shocked to see the newcomer was none other than Duke Ferdinand's brother, Viscount Henry Ferdinand. Wasn't he imprisoned in the dungeon by his own brother? How did he end up here? Could it be that the brothers had reconciled? Paul looked at Price, filled with questions. Price addressed Henry. Viscount, these two gentlemen are certainly not aligned with Miles Kent. You must have heard about the near war between Aldo and Emden last year. Please tell them what happened. Henry Ferdinand, looking much leaner than at the Duke's birthday party but with added resolve on his face, bowed to Paul and Malron, then spoke hurriedly. Lords, Miles Kent is planning to betray the kingdom. Betray the kingdom? Paul and Malron were stunned. This was a lot to take in. Do you mean he plans to stage a rebellion, like Jas did? Yes, that must be his plan. And how did you come to know of this, Viscount? Shouldn't such a matter be reported to your brother first, to strip Miles Kent of his heir status and then arrest him? Paul was somewhat incredulous. Although the Kent family was notorious in the Northwest, they were just an earldom, hardly a match for the kingdom's government. Oh, maybe after inheriting the dukedom, he'd have some leverage, but if Duke Ferdinand knew of his schemes, he wouldn't. Wait, could it be that Duke Ferdinand is the one planning the rebellion? Isn't Miles Kent his most trusted henchman? Paul looked at Viscount Henry, pondering if he was about to denounce his own brother. Henry's face was filled with sorrow. My brother told me this himself. My brother, the esteemed Duke of the Northwest, has been controlled by the villain Miles Kent. Paul and Malron roughly understood the situation. Duke Ferdinand, controlled by Miles through some means, had become aware of his intentions to rebel and secretly informed his brother, Viscount Henry. The Viscount then sought to reveal Miles's plans to other lords. Of course, this assumed that Viscount Henry was not lying. There were still many unresolved questions. such as how exactly one could control a duke to the extent that he couldn't speak out even in front of many lords at his birthday party, only managing to secretly inform his brother. And how did Viscount Henry manage to escape? Seeming to anticipate their questions, Henry handed them a piece of paper. This is a letter written by my brother. Please take a look. Join my Discord, https://discord.gg/jam4wcftxt. Consider supporting me on Ko-fi. https://ko-fi.com/etitranslations. Chapter 225, Torture! Chapter 225, Torture. TL, Etude. The barbed whip viciously lashed against the back of the man being punished. His back was already a torn mess of clothing, revealing the mangled flesh and blood underneath. The cotton padding of his clothes had mixed with the torn flesh, indistinguishable from each other, as fresh blood stained his entire back a terrifying red. Despite this, the executor of the punishment did not cease, as if the man kneeling on the ground had committed some grave offense against him. Worthless, worthless, is this how you repay the Kent family for their support? Miles Kent's son, Jace Kent, was furiously whipping a military officer, cursing and venting his anger as he did so. The kneeling officer only moaned in pain when he couldn't bear it any longer, but he never begged for mercy, knowing that it would only lead to more severe consequences. Can't even keep watch over a single person. What good are your eyes? What good is your brain? Jace continued his tirade, his arm showing no sign of weakening. Enough, if you continue, he'll truly die. A deep voice came from behind, causing Jace to stop and turn around, only to find that Count Kent, his father, was standing behind him. His father, increasingly elusive, startled Jace, who prided himself on his vigilance from his military experience. He wondered when and how his father had silently appeared behind him. Father, I was just disciplining this waste. HMPH, when I was leading troops in the south, such trash would have been enough. Count Kent raised his hand to interrupt his son, turning his gaze to the officer, barely clinging to life. As soon as Jace ceased, the officer collapsed onto the ground. I ask you, do you truly know nothing of Henry Ferdinand's escape? The officer gasped for breath, struggling to sit up while still kneeling. Lord Kent, I truly didn't know. Before I went to sleep, I checked the dungeon, and there was nothing amiss. The Viscount had already lain down to sleep, but the next day, he was gone, and the guards said enough. Count Kent waved him off. Having heard these excuses during the previous interrogations, he did not wish to hear them again. Henry Ferdinand had escaped without a trace, and the guards on duty had noticed nothing unusual. The lock on Henry's cell had been changed, with the only key in the jailer's possession. There were no signs of the lock being tampered with, suggesting the jailer might have released Henry, but the beaten jailer before him was his own plant, someone whose background he knew well, making any connection with Henry highly improbable. A dreadful thought suddenly crossed Count Kent's mind. Could Henry Ferdinand have escaped using some mysterious power? Or was Henry himself a mage? Ever since his dealings with Barnet and learning about magic and the arcane society, Miles Kent tended to attribute any unexplainable phenomena to mystical forces. Count Kent turned and asked, Andy, my friend, do you think this man is telling the truth or lies? Jace only then noticed the young boy named Andy following behind his father. Like Barnet, Andy also came from that mysterious organization, and his father had already informed him about many things. The little mage standing behind Miles was trembling slightly, frightened by Jace's brutal method of punishment. Hearing the Count's question, Andy hurriedly looked up, nervously responding, I'm not very familiar with detecting lies, but I think he's probably telling the truth. I see. Count Kent turned to his son, Jace. You handle these people. A sinister glint flashed in the eyes of the Count's son. Yes, father. These people? Andy looked around, puzzled, but the sight he saw made him feel nauseous. In the adjacent cell, a pile of people lay in disarray on the ground. Like the officer who had been punished, they were battered and bruised, some with limbs twisted into unnatural shapes, others missing limbs entirely. These were the jailers of the dungeon. Though they had been tortured mercilessly, there was no sound of moaning, perhaps due to a complete lack of strength. or because they had become numb to pain and mental anguish. Only the faint rise and fall of their chests indicated they were still alive. The little mage couldn't help it and vomited. Seeing his reaction, Count Kent frowned. Really, the Arcane Society, or Barnet, why did they send such a naive child to assist him? Through their time together, he had come to understand the character of this young mage. Aside from his knowledge of mystical magic, he was in all other aspects just a normal child. Initially, Kent thought the boy was pretending to be childlike to disguise his identity. How could someone who is a mage be so naive? It was later that he realized his judgment was mistaken. Count Kent felt somewhat underestimated, wondering if the Arcane Society didn't take him or Northwest Bay seriously. Were they sending a child, expecting him to be a nanny? The only consolation was that Andy was obedient and somewhat listened to him. If a stubborn and capricious child had come instead, he really wouldn't know what to do, especially since the child was a mage, a member of the Arcane Society. Little friend Andy, your mental resilience is too weak. We are people destined for great deeds, and being frightened by such scenes won't do. He patted the little mage's shoulder. But why treat them like this? It's just an escaped prisoner, and they didn't neglect their duties. The prisoner escaped in a way we don't understand. Andy looked at Count Kent, fear evident in his eyes. The man before him was terrifying. How could a normal person commit such brutal acts? Was his decision to assist him right or wrong? No. The Count's previously feigned gentleness vanished, startling Andy. The Count said fiercely, I only care about results. They were responsible for guarding the dungeon and were supposed to ensure that prisoners didn't escape. Now that the prisoner has escaped, any explanation or reason is worthless. They must be punished. Their current state proves they are useless in their positions, and useless people only continue to waste food. With that, the Count walked away. Humphrey, accompanied by Jace's chuckle, a cold wind blew, making the little mage shiver. Join my Discord, https://discord.gg/jam4wcfdxd. Consider supporting me on Ko-fi. https://ko-fi.com/etitranslations. Chapter 226, exclamation mark. Chapter 226. TL, Etude. The deepest room of the dungeon serves as one of the entrances to a secret underground passage that leads directly outside of Center City. It was dug by the Ferdinand family as a precaution. I escaped through that tunnel. In Count Parker's castle, Viscount Henry detailed his escape. Paul scrutinized a paper filled with tiny script, which, according to Viscount Henry, was a personal letter from his brother. The handwriting was somewhat sloppy, as if penned in haste. Underground passages were not uncommon. Every lord instinctively prepared alternate escape routes. Even the castle at Leichhardt Town had a hidden tunnel unknown to outsiders. The contents of the letter described a dire situation. Count Maltz Kent was controlling Duke Ferdinand, the letter writer himself. Under duress, the Duke was forced to publicly pass his title to him. Maltz Kent was plotting to betray the Kingdom of Ordo, planning to declare independence in the northwest while the royal army was engaged in the south against the rebel forces of Jaz. The methods of control described in the letter made Paul's skin crawl. Disgusting worms, magic, witchcraft. The Duke used terms that might sound like babbling to outsiders, but Paul, having encountered wizards up close, believed it could be true. Henry, I've briefly regained control of my mind to write this letter. I'm done for. His vile sorcery has drained all my strength. I hope you can avenge me and save our family. Maltz has secretly surveilled every member of our family. I'll try to help you escape his watch. The letter concluded thus, leaving Paul deep in thought. He pondered the mysterious wizards group, the Arcane Society, and their possible connection to Maltz Kent's conspiracy. Though it's a bit rushed, this letter is indeed in the Duke's handwriting. I recognize it. Seeing Paul lost in thought, Count Parker thought he doubted the letter's authenticity. I stake my honor and my family's reputation. This letter is genuine, and so is everything I've said. Viscount Henry also swore earnestly. Paul looked up and asked, what do you two plan to do? What can we do? Of course, we must immediately raise an army to defeat that scoundrel. Viscount Henry was about to speak when Count Parker interrupted him. This match requires careful planning. We can't act rashly. The Kent family is powerful, and the Duke is under their control. Of course, a direct confrontation is inevitable, Miles Kent isn't someone who will comply just because we issue a declaration. Although skeptical about the witchcraft mentioned in the letter, there was no doubt that the Duke was under Kent's control. Count Parker suspected something was amiss when the Duke named Kent as his heir at the birthday banquet. Normally, the title wouldn't fall to the Kent family. Even if the main branch was incompetent, there were closer side branches than the Kents. Price Parker was ready to confront Miles Kent, as his family had the covert feud with the Kents. Paul pondered and then said, "Well, I think, Count Grayman." Count Parker's face turned serious as he spoke. "You're not harboring any hopes for that Kent fellow, are you? Have you forgotten the conflict between your families last year? I don't need to guess to know that he must have made many excessive demands on you, and not just you. Many lords of the Northwest Bay have suffered at his hands. Last year, there was significant tension between the Grayman and Kent families, almost leading to conflict. Though the reasons were not publicly declared, the lords had a rough idea. Alder had made a substantial profit, which had likely aroused the envy of Count Kent. After all, that was just the kind of person he was." Count Parker continued, "Humphrey, once he becomes a duke, do you think we'll fare well? What's worse is his plans for rebellion. We are all subjects of His Majesty the King. Can we just let him cause such chaos? To be frank, we've already spoken to several lords, all of whom deeply despise the traitor Miles Kent. We're preparing to unite against him." The elder count's eyes glinted as he asked Paul, "What do you and Count Gennard think, Grayman?" Paul inwardly groaned, realizing he had to pick a side now. With these two factions neighboring his territory, remaining neutral was impossible. "What's your plan?" he quietly asked Malron beside him. "Of course, we're going to join Count Parker and the others against Miles Kent." "Have you forgotten last year's extortion by the Kent family?" "Yes, I was thinking the same, but..." Paul turned to Price Parker, asking loudly, "Lord Parker, how many lords have you assembled?" Count Parker smiled slightly, sensing Paul's concerns. "Paul, we have considerable strength, but I understand your worries. Let's do this. I'll invite everyone over in a few days to discuss this matter. You can return home now and come back then. Of course, you're welcome to stay here for a few days until everyone arrives." It seemed Count Parker was quite confident. "Then we'll come back in a few days. Malron and I despise Miles Kent as well. If you truly gather a strong force, I'll definitely participate." "Good. It's settled then. I'll notify you." With the business discussion concluded, everyone started to enjoy dinner. After the meal, Paul and Malron excused themselves to their guest room for rest. Viscount Henry stayed behind, cautiously asking Count Parker, "My lord, how much can these two contribute to our cause?" "I've heard the Grayman family has always been weak, and the Gennard family just faced a near-total rebellion from their vassals last year." "Hey," chuckled Count Parker, stroking his beard. "Henry, you can't always rely on old perspectives." Setting building aside, Alder is no longer what it used to be. The pirates of the Northwest Bay were eradicated by the Grayman family, though they took advantage of the pirate leader Edward's disappearance and the leaderless pirates. It's not something any count can easily achieve. Moreover, the building rebellion was quelled with the Grayman family's help. Remember, those rebels had quite a few knights under their command. I believe involving them in our plan will be greatly beneficial. Join my Discord, https://discord.gg/jam4wcftxd. Consider supporting me on Ko-fi. https://ko-fi.com/etitranslations. Chapter 227, Alliance! Chapter 227, Alliance. TL, Etude. Upon their return to their territory, Paul and Malron briefed the upper echelons of the Administration Council and the military about their experiences in the Lanaka domain. The news that the Parker family was secretly forming an alliance against Count Kent caught everyone by surprise. "So, what do you think we should do?" Paul asked the gathering. "Should we join this secret alliance, inform Count Kent, or remain neutral?" "While neither side has commenced hostilities, we still have a chance to choose." Paul wouldn't rashly side with the secret alliance just because of his grievances with the Kent family. What if he chose the wrong side and lost? The sound of a fist pounding the table echoed through the room. "Of course, we should join the alliance and give the Kents a good thrashing," Bryce exclaimed, pounding his fist on the table to emphasize his point. "Have you forgotten how they treated us last year? Just thinking about it makes my blood boil. We were weeks before and struggled against the Kent family, forced to act as if their disrespectful behavior never happened. But now, with so many lords opposing them, why not seize this opportunity to retaliate for the humiliations they've inflicted on us?" "Bryce, mind your manners in front of the Count," Schroeder interjected, trying to temper the impulsive speech of the 1st Battalion commander. "Miles Kent is now the Duke's heir. If that letter is true, then the Duke is under his control. He can command the other vassals of the Ferdinand family, not just the Kents," Schroeder reasoned. Unconvinced, Bryce countered. "But if we make that letter public, who would support him?" Schroeder shook his head. "A single letter is hardly convincing. Even I doubt its authenticity. It's quite possible that Count Parker, already desiring to topple the Kent family, collaborated with Viscount Henry, who was discontented about not becoming the Duke's heir. They could have forged the letter, making it hastily written to avoid getting caught out by the inaccuracies." "That's a possibility," Bryce conceded, unable to argue further. "Which side do the two counts prefer?" asked Ford, the steward, stroking his beard and breaking his silence. "Me and Malron lean towards joining the alliance against the Kent family, if the force gathered by Count Parker is substantial enough," Paul replied. Nodding, Ford added, "Morally speaking, the Kent family has long been unrestrained in their actions in the Northwest Bay, and everyone has suffered under their tyranny. Eliminating or weakening them would certainly be welcomed. Moreover, there are accusations of holding the Duke hostage and plotting treason against the kingdom. Whether true or not doesn't matter. When everyone needs it to be true, it becomes absolutely true. Either accusation is a serious crime. And, according to the letter, Count Kent is also suspected of dabbling in witchcraft." Paul noticed a slight shiver from Lady, the female advisor taking notes at the meeting. Ford continued, "From a practical standpoint, the Kent family poses a threat to us. They are powerful, exerting significant military pressure, and last year, they indeed threatened us, almost leading to open conflict. Not only that, in the surrounding territories, the Kents impose the highest taxes on our goods, almost tantamount to robbery, and this family controls several crucial transport hubs. Therefore, I suggest you seize this opportunity," concluded the old steward, swaying Paul further towards joining the alliance against the Kent family. The others also expressed agreement with Ford's views. Hansel, in particular, was sensitive to Count Kent's suspected plans of rebellion. The kingdom was focusing on quelling the southern rebels, and he had just received news from the capital that the suppression forces were about to head south. The emergence of another rebel force at the kingdom's rear was a major concern. "Since we've set our general direction, it's time to start preparing. We need to revise and implement the contingency plans we had for the Kent family's threat last year, strengthen our armaments, and shift our production focus to military matters," was the resolution made at the meeting. After Paul and others left, Count Parker continued to contact nobles from various regions. Lords exchanged letters, sharing their views on the Kent family. Gradually, a faction opposing the Kent family began to form in the northwestern domains. A month after initially inviting Paul and Malron, Count Parker felt it was time to act. After extensive testing and screening, he identified a group of steadfast faction members who would certainly join his alliance if he took the lead. It was time to gather everyone to discuss the specifics. Lakeheart Town received another invitation from the neighboring domain. Paul and Malron set off again, arriving at Count Parker's castle on the agreed date. Entering the hall, Paul was taken aback by the number of people already gathered. Many were prominent lords from the Northwest Bay. Most of the lords present were direct vassals of the royal family or their subordinates, with only a few from the Ferdinand Duke lineage. "Ladies and gentlemen, let's start discussing the main issue," announced Count Parker as the meeting began. "The primary reason for our gathering today is to address the issue of Miles Kent's alleged hostage-taking of Duke Ferdinand and his plotting against the kingdom. As subjects of His Majesty the King, we cannot turn a blind eye to such matters. We must extinguish this fire before it spreads, especially with the Southern Rebellion unresolved. Now is the time to demonstrate our loyalty and ensure stability in the kingdom's rear." A chorus of agreement filled the hall, with a few people standing up to express their loyalty to the royal house. Count Parker continued loudly, "Of course, There's another secondary reason, to unite against the oppression of the Kent family. I'm sure many of you are aware of Miles Kent's notorious deeds, and most of us have even suffered under his tyranny. He was excessive as a count, and becoming a duke would only worsen his actions. Paul thought to himself, isn't this the main reason everyone's here? As expected, as soon as the old count finished speaking, the hall erupted with numerous lords who had grievances against the Kent family. They began to vehemently recount Miles Kent's misdeeds, turning the meeting into a session of shared grievances. Join my Discord, https://discord.gg/jam4wcfdxd. Consider supporting me on Ko-fi. https://ko-fi.com/etitranslations. Chapter 228, Alliance 2, ! Chapter 228, Alliance 2. TL, Etude. Miles, that old rogue, once stole a herd of my horses, claiming I had been speaking ill of him behind his back. Of course, it was all lies. I always criticized him to his face. One of my border villages was forcibly annexed by the Kent family. Oh, how I mourn. That land was a hereditary possession from the time my ancestors were knights. And that scoundrel from the Kent family, he had the audacity to capture people who had wronged me in my own territory without so much as a word to me. These were my subjects. Even when beating a dog, one must regard its master, but this young man showed no respect for me as a lord. When my territory was invaded by pirates, he had the gall to offer assistance only if I swore fealty to him. Such arrogance and insolence. Doesn't he know that I am a loyal subject of His Majesty the King? 3 years ago, Viscount Cole was framed by Miles, accused of secretly opposing Duke Ferdinand. His entire family was exiled, and their wealth was absorbed by the Kent family. I still shudder at the thought. He even built a dam on his land, charging us for water during droughts. We lords downstream have to suffer his extortion every year. Miles Kent, a despicable man. A despicable man. The hall was abuzz with lords venting their grievances against the overbearing Kent family, their disdain growing with each tale. As the discussion heated up, painting the Kent family as utterly reprehensible, Count Parker, seeing the right moment, stood up and waved his hands. Gentlemen, quiet, quiet. As he spoke, the hall gradually fell silent, all eyes turning to Price Parker. The elderly count spoke loudly, merely talking about the Kents here does nothing to hurt them. Only by taking concrete action can we bring them down. Someone immediately shouted, Lord Count, please tell us what to do. With a leader to rally around, the others echoed in agreement, expressing their determination to resist the Kent family to the end. The old count replied promptly, cooperation. Only by working together can we stand against the Kent family. The people in this hall represent only about half of the lords from Northwest Bay. That means the other half either supports Miles Kent, or at least does not oppose him. He now has the power to manipulate the Duke and control the Ferdinand family. We are still slightly weaker in terms of strength, so we must unite. Count Parker is right. Let's band together against the Kent family. Seeing no dissent, Price Parker secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He had carefully selected and invited the lords attending this meeting, but he hadn't expected it to go so smoothly. HMPH, Miles Kent, you've always been so arrogant and overbearing, never realizing how many enemies you've made in the shadows. Miles won't surrender easily since he holds the upper hand. Sooner or later, we'll have to fight him. Everyone must contribute what they can. I'll start. My Parker family can provide 50 knights and 1,500 soldiers. Hearing this, the lords in the hall began reporting the forces they could contribute, having already calculated their resources in anticipation of this discussion. My Malkin family can provide 50 knights and 1,200 soldiers. The Heller family can provide 30 knights and 1,300 soldiers. The Johnston family can provide 20 knights and 1,000 soldiers. It was Paul and Mulron's turn to report their forces. Paul stated, together, the Grayman and Gennard families can provide 1,000 soldiers. Count Parker stroked his beard and nodded, understanding that the people of Alder were not populous, and Balding had suffered a rebellion just last year. It was reasonable that they could only muster 1,000 men combined. After all the lords had reported, they could muster an army of over 500 knights and more than 12,000 soldiers. Paul thought to himself, half of the lords from the northwest can bring forth more than 10,000 soldiers. If all the lords of the country supported the royal family with such vigor, the southern rebellion could be quelled in just half a year. He subconsciously compared these soldiers with those trained in Alder, forgetting that most of the soldiers mentioned by these lords were temporarily conscripted farmers. If these peasant soldiers were all provided to the royal family, managing them would be a tremendous burden, especially given the logistical challenges of a long march south to quell the rebellion. These soldiers could not stay on the battlefield for long either, as someone had to tend the lands. Count Parker was very pleased with the alliance's strength, twirling his beard with a smile, saying, "Excellent. Our strength is fully capable of confronting Miles Kent and his accomplices. Furthermore, we must report the Kent family to His Majesty the King for holding a lord hostage and plotting a rebellion, and to the Church for suspicions of manipulating witchcraft, putting righteousness on our side and garnering more support." Thus, the lords agreed on detailed steps. After returning, they would start recruiting and training troops, guarding their own territories. Should the Kent family sense something amiss and send forces, the other lords would immediately come to aid. Once their forces were ready, the lords would jointly write a letter to the nation, exposing the Kent family's misdeeds, especially to the royal family and the church, including accusations of holding a lord hostage, intentions of rebellion, and manipulating witchcraft. In addition to their everyday oppressions, they would also issue a final ultimatum to the Kent family, demanding Miles Kent admit his guilt. If he demoted his own title, released Duke Ferdinand, returned the benefits extorted from everyone, and paid a significant fine, they would collectively shield him from the pursuit of the royal family and the church. After all, he was a noble and lord of Northwest Bay, and deserved a chance to reform. Paul initially objected, arguing that someone like Miles Kent should be dealt with harshly once defeated. Malron quietly advised him, such a proposal would frighten everyone. "I don't know about other places, but in Northwest Bay, it's an unwritten rule among lords to leave each other an escape route, unless there's a deep-seated hatred. So, leave a way out for others, so you can meet again on good terms in the future." Exactly. That's the idea. There aren't many things that would lead lords to utterly destroy each other. What are those things? Vengeance for killing a relative, or dealing with a rebellious peasant. Join my Discord, https://discord.gg/jam4wcfdxd. Consider supporting me on Ko-fi. https://ko-fi.com/etitranslations. Chapter 229. Please support on Ko-fi! Chapter 229. Please support on Ko-fi. TL, Etude. During this period, Miles Kent's mood had grown increasingly irritable. Logically speaking, the course of events hadn't strayed from his plan, except for the minor incident of Henry Ferdinand's escape. This should have been insignificant. As a prisoner ordered for confinement by Duke Ferdinand himself, Henry's life, post-escape, was destined to be one of exile. His family had been arrested, and his lands and properties confiscated. But one question lingered. How did he escape? This unresolved issue seemed to portend an ominous future, becoming a thorn in Miles Kent's mind. Just as he feared, 2 weeks after Henry's escape, whispers reached the Count of Kent, rumors of a secret coalition of lords conspiring against him. Naturally suspicious, Kent immediately dispatched spies to investigate. The situation soon became clear. A contemptible and shameful conspiracy was brewing, instigated by Count Price Parker, an enemy in the shadows. Foolish old man. Kent roared, kicking over a table in rage, startling his servants into a frightened kneel. Pacing his room, Kent contemplated his next move. Initially, he wanted to summon his troops and capture these traitors, but upon reflection, he decided against it. First, he needed to distinguish friend from foe. Now serving as the Duke's successor in center, on behalf of Duke Ferdinand, Kent swiftly penned letters to various lords, inviting them to center to discuss a crucial matter, whether to continue supporting the royal family in quelling the rebellion. Only about half of the lords attended the meeting in person. Others either excused themselves or sent representatives. Notably absent was the confirmed conspirator, Count Price Parker, and the troublesome young Grayman. The absentees were undoubtedly harboring ulterior motives. The meeting in center ended inconclusively and discontentedly. But Kent was unbothered. Identifying his enemies was his real agenda. As the lords dispersed, he warned, Those who dare challenge the Duke's authority will face dire consequences. The lords left with sour thoughts, pondering, won't that position be yours soon? Having roughly identified his allies and enemies, Maltz began gathering loyalists and contacting potential allies, building his own faction. As the largest vassal of the Ferdinand family and now controlling the ducal seat, he quickly attracted a significant following. With the Kent family's strength, facing any single northwestern family was manageable. However, against a coalition of many lords, caution was warranted, so he too needed to organize his faction. Thus, the lords of Northwest Bay divided into camps, each side quietly preparing, waiting for the right moment to strike a deadly blow in an impending small-scale civil war. To Kent's shock, his enemies exposed his covert actions, using witchcraft to control the Duke, plotting with jars to betray the kingdom, and more. How did they know? Count Kent was baffled. He had always been discreet, and due to his reverence and faith in the arcane, he never suspected the ailing Duke Ferdinand. However, these matters were spread through unofficial channels, and while the enemy hadn't made a big deal out of it yet, it was enough to unsettle Count Kent. Publicly, he feigned indifference to the rumors and refrained from defending himself. Privately, however, he grew increasingly paranoid, suspecting spies among his own people. Many of his servants and guards suffered as a result. Some were imprisoned, others executed, creating a constant state of fear and unease in the Duke's residence. After returning to Leichhardt town from Count Parker's castle, Paul plunged into preparations for the impending war. His territory, bordering Maltz Kent's stronghold of Emden to the south, was particularly vulnerable and needed early preparation. In the days that followed, Paul witnessed firsthand how the lords of this era waged war. Nearly a month had passed since Price Parker's meeting, yet no battle had ensued. Rumors flew thick and fast. Somehow, Maltz Kent's misdeeds were leaked, as were the lords' conspiracies against the Parker family. Naturally, this news reached Maltz Kent, who also began organizing his forces. Now, it was common knowledge that two powerful factions in Northwest Bay were eager to eliminate each other. The sense of secrecy in this era is appalling. I had hoped to surprise them with a prepared attack, Paul lamented in a staff meeting, stressing the importance of maintaining secrecy. Both sides were slow to assemble their forces. Paul considered using his standing army to swiftly attack Emden to the south, but abandoned the idea due to opposition from his officers. If the enemy had already amassed a stronger force and his allies couldn't provide sufficient support for Elder, it would spell disaster. It was better not to be the first to strike. So, Leichhardt town used this quiet before the storm to strengthen itself. Both the regular army and militia intensified their training, leaving the soldiers too exhausted for anything but sleep. Under the administration council's direction, the southernmost villages began moving northward to avoid Kent family raids. Port Franz shipyards worked overtime building merchant ships suitable for transport. If land trade routes were cut off in the war, sea trade would be vital for Elder and Bailding, both heavily reliant on foreign trade. The iron mills in the valley also expanded. With the outbreak of war, the demand for iron would skyrocket. Paul planned to sell iron at low prices as a favor, simultaneously strengthening his voice within the alliance. The sword was drawn, ready to strike the enemy. Join my Discord, https://discord.gg/jam4wcfdxd. Consider supporting me on Ko-fi. https://ko-fi.com/etitranslations. Chapter 230, Saltfolk! Chapter 230, Saltfolk. TL, Etude. Kevin, dizzy and bleary-eyed, guarded his stall. It was already noon, and he hadn't eaten anything yet, his stomach growling in protest. But what could he do? Since sunrise, he had been at his stall, earning only a few measly copper coins. He couldn't bear to spend them on food. He sat on the ground, hugging his knees, feeling utterly helpless. In front of him, a worn cloth on the ground served as his stall, with a few bags of white stuff on it. It was salt, the very thing Kevin was selling. His village had always relied on salt production for livelihood. Merchants used to come monthly to buy their salt, paying them for it. Gradually, things changed. The merchants began to aggressively lower their prices and acted indifferently, as if they didn't care whether they bought the salt or not. With salt production as their main trade, the villagers had no choice but to accept the merchants' low prices. But the prices offered by the merchants became increasingly unbearable, and their visits to buy salt became less frequent. Someone from Port Fran brought news that a salt tycoon named Jedwin and other merchants had established a salt field near the port. They apparently used a method that produced salt in tons, far more efficiently than their village's boiling method. Initially, the salt field couldn't meet all demands, so the merchants still relied on these salt folk. But as the field expanded and production increased, their dependence on the salt folk decreased. The salt from the field wasn't better than what Kevin's village produced, perhaps even slightly inferior in quality. However, it had an unbeatable advantage. It was cheap, extremely cheap. Even a modest family could afford enough salt for pickling fish. With diminishing returns from salt production, Kevin's household expenses soon exceeded their income. If this continued, their meager savings would quickly deplete. Thus, Kevin and others from his village had to carry their salt to nearby towns to sell. To avoid competition, each chose a different location, and Kevin's destination was Port Fran. He had arrived at Port Fran the day before, but after a day's effort, he earned only a tiny amount of copper coins. Hungry till night, he bought a black bread to stave off hunger, further depleting his already scant earnings. He stayed in a stable at an inn, planning to try his luck again the next day. Kevin had attempted to sell his salt at a salt store, but the price they offered was laughably low. When he tried to negotiate, he was quickly driven out by the shop's staff. As he pondered his next move, he noticed someone approaching with a bucket and brush. Kevin guessed it was someone from the town hall about to paint some slogan. This was a new propaganda method invented by the young lord who had taken office last year. These slogans were painted in prominent public areas, conveying policies through concise text. Slogans like "Protect the environment," "Everyone's responsibility," or "Littering strictly punished" were even painted in their remote village, although only a few there could read. Seeing the bucket bearer heading his way, Kevin cursed his luck and quickly moved his stall elsewhere, clearing the space by the wall. The town hall worker dipped the brush in paint and began to apply it to the wall. A crowd gathered to watch. Kevin, curious, approached the crowd and tapped a man engrossed in reading the wall. "Excuse me, sir, what does it say on the wall?" The man seemed so absorbed, he must understand the writing. Turning to Kevin, the man said, "You don't know? It says heighten alertness, guard against spies." Guard against spies? Kevin was confused. He knew what spies did, but why suddenly paint such a slogan? "Yes, aren't you aware of the recent situation?" "What situation?" The man spoke in a hushed tone. "War is about to start. The lords are gearing up for battle again." "What? Why would there be a war all of a sudden?" Kevin frowned, recalling the horrors of war his elders had spoken of. Lords leading armies to plunder each other's territories, imposing war taxes on their people, and conscripting common folk. The closest he had come to war was a pirate invasion. According to the village elders, the devastation of war was far worse than any pirate trade. "They say we're going to war with Emden." "Emden? I've heard it's a very powerful territory to our south. What's there to fear?" "Have you forgotten how Lord Grayman thrashed those pirates and the traitorous Bailding? Our military is strong." The man speaking to Kevin was brimming with excitement, especially when mentioning their young lord. His gestures animated. Kevin scoffed inwardly. Port Fran might have walls for protection, but their village had none. He turned back to his stall, muttering, "War, war, we salt folk are nearly starving and all they care about is war." A man nearby, overhearing Kevin's complaint, showed a glint of interest in his eyes. Kevin continued at his stall for a while but eventually couldn't endure any longer. He was too weak even to call out to passers-by. Holding the few copper coins in his hand, he painfully decided to buy some bread to quell his hunger and drink some cool water from the well. As he got up and took a few steps, someone called out to him, "Is this your stall?" Kevin quickly turned around. Yes, this is my stall. Would you like to buy some salt?" He observed the customer, of average height and build, with an unremarkable face. "What's the price for your salt?" Kevin, a bit uneasy, quoted the lowest price he could afford. The customer hesitated. "That's quite a bit more expensive than the store prices." Kevin panicked. "Sir, my salt is indeed a bit pricey, but it's of high quality, manually boiled and carefully ground and sifted in our village. It's almost as good as the refined salt used by nobility. Look at the salt in the stores, coarse grains, full of sand, nowhere near as good as mine." The customer, rubbing his chin, seemed to consider Kevin's words. He tasted a bit of the salt. "You're right. It does taste much better than the store-bought salt." Hearing this, Kevin's eyes lit up with hope. "So, will you?" "Well, our shop does need salt, and since yours is of good quality, I'll buy from you, just this bag." He pointed to a bag of salt. "Right away, sir." Kevin quickly tied up the bag and handed it over, and the customer promptly paid. The customer inquired, "I haven't seen you before. Are you new here?" "Ah, I just came yesterday to sell salt." "Will you keep selling here? As long as you need it, I'll be here to sell." "Good. If it's good, I'll keep coming." "Thanks." He patted Kevin's shoulder, picked up the bag of salt, and walked away. Kevin carefully shook his small bag of coins, the clinking sounds filling him with a sense of happiness. Finally, he could have a full meal today. Join my Discord, https://discord.gg/jam4wcfdxd. Consider supporting me on Ko-fi. https://ko-fi.com/etitranslations. Chapter 231, Please support on Ko-fi! Chapter 231, Please support on Ko-fi. TL, Etude. For a long time, the northwest bay of the Kingdom of Odo has been home to two types of lords. One type is the native lords, whose lineages can mostly be traced back to the military leaders or religious nobility of various tribes that lived here in ancient times. Since the dawn of human civilization, their ancestors have been rooted in the Northwest Bay, although, according to scholars, their ancestors also migrated from the central plains of Odo to the northwest. Some of them were influenced here by various regimes before the Rodney dynasty, but they too have a long history of residence in the Northwest Bay, with some families dating back to the time of the ancient Gabella Empire. The most powerful among these lords is the Ferdinand family, with most other native lords being vassals or vassals of vassals to the Ferdinand family. The other type is the foreign lords, whose ancestors were influenced in the Northwest Bay after the establishment of the Rodney dynasty. During the unification of Odo by the new dynasty, more than half of the original lords of the Northwest Bay sided with the current royal family, but a small portion who failed to see the changing tide were removed, and their lands were awarded by the Rodney royal family to their loyal followers. The new lords influenced by the Rodney royal family, besides serving to guard the frontier, also had the task of monitoring the native lords. For a long time, the new and old lords have been keeping each other in check. However, the Grayman family is somewhat exceptional. Originally, their fief was in the fertile Central Plains. Later, due to political struggles and siding with the wrong faction, they were kicked to the Northwest Bay by the royal family. Their new territory was essentially previously unclaimed land, meaning, in a sense, the Grayman family was also under surveillance. There are 12 counts in the Northwest Bay in total, with 6 being vassals of the Ferdinand family and the other 6 directly influenced by the royal family. The power among these countships varies greatly, with the most powerful being the Kent family. Besides their direct lands, they have 10 viscountcies as vassals. In contrast, their previously weakest Grayman family didn't even have a formal knight's fief. As for other viscountcies and baronies, they are mostly vassals of the Duke of the Northwest or one of the 12 counts. The current situation in the Northwest Bay is such: 5 of the 6 counts influenced by the royal family have formed an alliance led by Count Parker to oppose the Kent family. The Kent family, in turn, has rallied 3 other counts who are also vassals of the Ferdinand family to form a counter-alliance. The remaining 3 counts have ambiguous attitudes and have not yet clearly chosen sides. Although the Kent family appears to be at a disadvantage, Miles Kent, who controls Count Ferdinand, can mobilize the forces of the Duke's direct lands and other vassals under the Duke's name. Some of the viscountcies are quite powerful, with populations almost matching those of nominal countships like Elder. Therefore, in terms of absolute power, Miles Kent's side hold the advantage. Don't worry. Many lords under the Duke believe that the letter is real. As long as we can withstand Miles Kent's onslaught, they will turn against him in the rear to support us, Count Parker declared, shaking a stack of letters at a meeting, revealing his seemingly unreliable trump card. In late March, the two factions, long prepared for conflict, almost simultaneously made moves against each other. Miles Kent issued a final ultimatum to the lords who did not respond to his previous summons, ordering them to gather in Center City within 3 days or face punishment for insulting the Duke. The anti-Kent alliance, not to be outdone, publicly displayed the Duke's secret letter and brought Viscount Henry to the forefront. Viscount Henry had been secretly protected by Count Parker for a long time. The appearance of the secret letter and Viscount Henry caused a major uproar in the Northwest Bay. Miles Kent immediately declared that the letter was a forgery, accusing Henry Ferdinand of harboring resentment for not being chosen as the Duke's heir, escaping from the dungeon, and framing him. He also alleged that Count Parker, leading a group of treacherous individuals, always harbored ulterior motives and conspired against him in collusion with Henry. Through the young mage Andy, who controlled Duke Ferdinand's barely alive body, Miles Kent held a public meeting in Center City to repeatedly assert these claims. Privately, however, Count Kent was somewhat apprehensive. He had anticipated that Henry would seek refuge with those opposing him, but he had not foreseen such consequences. And then there was the secret letter in his possession, aligning perfectly with his actions and plans. Could it really be written by Duke Ferdinand? Could there be a flaw in Master Barnet's controlling spell? The thought brought Miles Kent a sudden headache, followed by a natural thought. How could this be possible? How could there be a flaw in Master Barnet's spell? Praise to Master Barnet, praise to the Arcane Society. Duke Ferdinand was surely under his control. It must be that damnable Henry, imitating his brother's handwriting. As for why the contents of the letter matched the facts, it must be a coincidence. Just a coincidence. But then, why were so many lords following that old fool Parker in opposing him? These people were usually obsequious in his presence, their words laced with flattery, and now they dared to oppose him. In his original estimation, there might be 1 or 2 rebellious individuals, like the old geezer Price Parker, but under the guise of the Duke's authority and righteousness, they wouldn't be able to cause much trouble. Once he had purged those lords still loyal to the royal family, he could declare independence in the Northwest Bay and stab the kingdom's government in the back while their attention was focused on the south. But now, Henry Ferdinand's escape and the forged secret letter he brought with him had alerted those newcomers, a term used by native lords in private for lords newly enfeoffed by the royal family, causing them to unite earlier than expected, derailing his original plans. At this thought, the Count was filled with regret. He should have found an excuse to detain these potential enemies during the Duke's birthday banquet. Although that would have been more troublesome to handle later, it would have been much easier than the current situation. Regret was futile now. The truth would be revealed on the battlefield. After extensive preparations, both factions had amassed considerable military forces. They maneuvered troops, poised for war. However, neither side forgot the existence of the royal family. The anti-Kent alliance naturally sought to involve the royal family, while Count Kent also needed to maintain the appearance of a loyal subject of the kingdom. Both sides, as if by agreement, sent their envoys to Crystal Shine Fortress to present the real situation to His Majesty the King, seeking royal support for themselves and declaring the other side as rebels. Join my Discord, https://discord.gg/jam4wcftxd. Consider supporting me on Ko-fi. https://ko-fi.com/etitranslations. Chapter 232, Please support on Ko-fi! Chapter 232, Please support on Ko-fi. TL, Etude. Before the king's opinion arrived, the two major factions of Northwest Bay couldn't wait to make their move. Fort Baidu, one of the vassal territories of the Kent family, was situated between the lands of Count Malkin and Viscount Johnston, making it a thorn in the side of the anti-Kent alliance. Thus, as soon as the two sides officially fell out, the Malkin and Johnston families immediately mobilized their troops to besiege Fort Baidu. However, the defenses of Fort Baidu were incredibly robust. Surprisingly, the two families couldn't breach them easily. According to the intelligence gathered, the Kent family had rapidly assembled reinforcements and were rushing towards the fort. Count Parker immediately wrote letters to the other lords in the alliance, urging them to join forces at Fort Baidu to support the Malkin and Johnston families. The Lord of Fort Baidu is related by marriage to the Kent family, Miles Kent will surely deploy significant forces to lift the siege, and our intelligence confirms this. We must seize this opportunity to engage them in a decisive battle at Fort Baidu, to annihilate a large portion of their forces in one fell swoop. This will be advantageous for us in controlling the situation henceforth. Chief Secretary Bernard stood, holding a letter in his hands, reading its contents in a clear voice. Seated opposite him was Paul Grayman. The strategic location of this region is crucial. If it remains in the hands of the Kent family, they could use it as a springboard to invade the lands between Fort Baidu and the coastline of the bay, cutting us into separate parts. Hearing this, Paul's brow furrowed. Continuing, the Chief Secretary read, "Given the known size of the enemy forces, I request the Grayman and Gannard families to immediately dispatch at least 1,000 soldiers to Fort Baidu, to join forces with other families and defeat the enemy in one stroke. May God bless us." That's the end of the letter, Lord. It's signed by Count Price Parker, and it seems to be written by him personally. Would you like to review it yourself? Paul rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. No need, Bernard. Just put the letter away for now. He didn't like this feeling, as if being led by the nose, but since Count Parker was the organizer of the entire alliance, his requests had to be considered carefully. Sighing, Paul thought it best to return to Lakehart Town as soon as possible to discuss the situation with his military leaders. Paul was currently sitting in a room at the office building at Port Franz Harbor. His visit was for inspecting a fleet equipped with new full-sail merchant ships. After establishing a solid cooperation with the Foster family of Horn Bay, several batches of shipwrights had been sent by the Foster family, significantly enhancing the production capacity of the shipyard. It was no longer the small facility that could only manage minor repairs and build a few small sailing ships. With the shipwrights working overtime and the Navy's concession, the shipyard had managed to build 4 larger merchant ships in the past few months. These ships, designed for cargo transport, were larger, with greater cargo capacity, and featured 2 masts with sails unlike the previous all-longitudinal sail design. The main mast carried a square sail. Out of these 4 transport merchant ships, 2 were kept by Paul for personal use, and the other 2 were sold to Mr. Bennett Dodd, a ship merchant. Today was the day the 4 ships were set to embark on their maiden voyages. Paul's ships, loaded with porcelain and printed books, were headed to Horn Bay, while Mr. Todd's ships, carrying canned goods and salt, were bound for the southern port closest to the Crystal Shine capital. They had chosen the same day for their respective inaugural long voyages. Bernard pulled out his pocket watch and reminded Paul, "Lord Count, the merchant ships are about to depart." "Should we?" "Yes. Let's head there immediately." From the window of the harbor office building, Paul could already see the dense crowd gathered at the dock to see off the ships. Upon the Lord's arrival, the crowd quickly made way. Paul, slightly excited, approached the merchant ships still moored at the dock. With these ships, the long-awaited overseas trade could finally commence. Navy Commander Austin and ship merchant Bennett Todd were already waiting at the dockside for him. Mr. Todd bowed first, saying, "Honorable Lord, these merchant ships you have created are truly fascinating." "Thank you. They are exactly what a ship merchant like me needs." After the new year, the Administration Council sent a business delegation to the capital, consisting of merchants from Aldo and Balding. Naturally, all had previous collaborations with the Lord's Mansion. During their trip to the capital, the merchants spared no effort in promoting their factory products to the elite of Crystal Shine. After much effort, canned goods and salt garnered the most orders. With the Royal Army soon heading south to suppress rebellion, canned food, being convenient, long-lasting, and palatable, naturally became the top choice for military supplies. Bennett Todd's 2 merchant ships, meanwhile, were entrusted by other merchants to transport goods southward by sea. Paul waved his hand modestly. "Not at all, I merely provided the idea. The ships before us were painstakingly crafted by the shipyard workers. You should thank them." Mr. Todd nodded repeatedly, aware of the Count's unusual concern for the lower-class laborers. A simple ceremony was held at the dock to bid farewell to the 4 merchant ships. Paul reiterated the importance of overseas trade and the Administration Council's strong support for commercial and industrial activities in his speech. After the ceremony, the 4 merchant ships, amid farewells, set sail from Port Fran, slowly heading towards the distant horizon. Leaving the dock, Paul walked with Austin, discussing the newly established seaman's school. Eventually, Austin asked quietly, "Lord Grayman, will our navy have a chance to perform in the upcoming war?" After some thought, Paul realized that while the Kent family's territories were mostly inland, the navy still had roles to play, such as deploying sailors as infantry, similar to the Russian tactics. "Austin, we might face a shortage of troops in the short term. You could organize the fleet to patrol the Vice River continuously. Upon receiving distress signals from nearby land, immediately dispatch sailors to provide support. So, train your men in firearms usage. With the current army unable to tightly control the borders, deploying troops to support Count Parker would exacerbate the situation." Paul needed a relatively mobile force to address emergencies. Join my Discord, https://discord.gg/jam4wcfdxd. Consider supporting me on Ko-fi. https://ko-fi.com/etitranslations. Chapter 234. Target, Fort Baidu! Chapter 234. Target, Fort Baidu. TL, Etude. Raise your guns. Ready. Aim. Fire. As the company commander's order to fire was issued, a loud crackling sound erupted, and a dense cloud of white smoke rose from the drill ground. Josh, choking on the thick smoke, hurriedly retreated to the third row with his squadmates, clumsily pulling out paper cartridge ammunition to reload. After a series of maneuvers, he pulled out the ramrod, inserted it into the barrel to tamp down the ammunition, and then stood at attention with his rifle, waiting for the next firing command. "Idiot! You forgot to pull out the ramrod again. Do you want to shoot it out too?" A frustrated scold came from beside him. Sergeant Makarov, the squad leader, stood in the same row, having been the first to reload his ammunition. As an experienced soldier, he habitually checked the loading steps of others in his squad and immediately noticed that Josh had forgotten to remove his ramrod. "Sorry, Sergeant." Josh smacked his forehead in annoyance, pulling out the ramrod under the stern gaze of Makarov, and waited tensely for the company commander's firing command. Josh's company was arranged for shooting training in the morning. Under the officer's command, he repeatedly went through the mechanical motions. At first, when he got his hands on a musket, he was excited. Sergeant Makarov had said that this weapon could open a big hole in the enemy's body with just a finger's movement, even if the enemy was wearing armor. What a wonder! The first time he fired and saw the hole in the wooden board in front of him, Josh couldn't help but admire it. However, after a few rounds of training, the initial excitement had vanished, leaving only careful caution to avoid any mistakes. Advance firing. Forward march. Just as the company commander was about to proceed to the next exercise, a messenger ran onto the drill ground, whistling and shouting, "First Battalion, assemble! First Battalion, assemble!" The company on the drill ground immediately stopped their current training and quickly formed up to move to the assembly area. Other personnel who had not participated in the training also rushed to the scene upon hearing the command. "Sergeant, are we going to the front lines to fight?" Remembering the discussions he had overheard in the cafeteria at breakfast, Josh quietly asked Makarov. "Maybe we are, maybe we're not. But whatever the command is, we have to follow it," the sergeant replied. Everyone in the army knew that Elder was now caught in the struggle between two factions in the northwestern Gulf, and they would inevitably be sent to the battlefield sooner or later. Since February, the sudden increase in training intensity in the army had undoubtedly confirmed this. Two battalions were assembled, the 1st Infantry Battalion and the 2nd Infantry Battalion, with over 1,000 men neatly standing on the drill ground. Soldiers from the Artillery Company and the Transport Company were also present. Several officers walked onto the reviewing stand, and Josh recognized the first two as Colonel Bryce, the commander of the 1st Battalion, and Major Joyce, the commander of the 3rd Battalion. "Soldiers, the day to test the results of your training has finally arrived." Colonel Bryce seemed very excited, his voice surprisingly loud. "As you might have guessed, we are about to be thrown into a fierce battle. The foolish enemy has come knocking on our door." Indeed, were they going to war? The soldiers murmured among themselves. "First, we must identify our enemy." "Yes, it's the Kent family who humiliated us last year." This treacherous family severely shamed Elder and Bailding last year. However, in our broad-minded and neighborly nature, we forgave them. But to our dismay, this year, Their patriarch, Miles Kent, audaciously usurped the title of Duke and even dared to instigate rebellion against the kingdom. This is an unforgivable crime. We have already formed a strong alliance with the territories of Lanarkshire, Stanlow, and Portree, swearing to eliminate the Kent family and their followers. I am proud to announce that the brave 1st and 3rd Battalions have been chosen as the first troops to be dispatched, with the loyal artillery and transport companies as our solid support. We shall serve as the sharp sword in the hand of our Lord, striking fiercely at the heart of the enemy. Let those dregs left over from the creation of the world by the Heavenly Father know that we are not to be trifled with. Let them tremble in fear at the mere mention of our names, like maggots in the sewer exposed to sunlight. Colonel Bryce gesticulated wildly as he addressed the soldiers, his words filled with passion. Now, I command all departing troops to immediately begin preparations. Pack your marching gear, weapons, and ammunition. We leave first thing tomorrow morning. The entire day was spent in intense preparations by the 2 selected infantry battalions. The next morning, the expeditionary force assembled again on the drill ground before departing southward towards Fort Baidu. The townspeople lined the streets to send off the troops, with slogans like "Teach the people of Emden a lesson" and "Long live Alder" echoing through the streets. Propagandists from the Administration Council, armed with loudspeakers, shouted throughout the town, "If we can't take Fort Baidu, our trade routes will be cut off, and you'll all be out of work. The people of Emden will enslave us if they invade, plundering our wealth and dishonoring our sisters." The propaganda, primitive but effective, targeted the townspeople, who were largely cut off from information and had just learned a few characters in literacy campaigns. Thanks to the opening of various factories over the past year, many townspeople who had become workers saw significant increases in their incomes and improvements in their quality of life. The thought of a certain count possibly destroying everything they had was unbearable to them. Thus, the entire town was united in thought. Colonel Bryce was the supreme commander of this operation. Despite his passionate appearance on the drill ground yesterday, he felt somewhat apprehensive until the last moment before departure. This was his first time commanding an entire army independently. It wasn't that he doubted his abilities. Alder's army was well trained and armed with advanced weapons. If they performed as well in battle as they did in training, they would surely be able to hold their own. Paul had been striving to build an army that could stand unbeatable even under mediocre command. What worried him was his status, a knight without formal recognition. Would he be mocked by other lords and knights? Had Aldo and Balding, 2 esteemed countdoms, really run out of capable people? Bryce had recommended Chief of Staff Schroeder as the commander for this expedition in the meeting, as he was a true knight. But Paul had refused, insisting that Schroeder was needed to oversee the overall situation from the staff headquarters. "Go ahead, Bryce." "Everyone has a first time," the Count had said to him. Bryce was deeply grateful for Paul's trust in him and felt the weight of his responsibility. This was the first official appearance of Alder's new army in front of the other territories. Their previous operations against pirates and quelling the Balding rebellion had not attracted much attention in the northwestern Gulf. The enthusiasm of the townspeople also infected Bryce. "This battle at Fort Baidu is a great opportunity to showcase ourselves." His heart no longer wavered. Although the decision in the military meeting was to assist allies as much as possible while preserving our own forces, Bryce decided to make an impressive performance. He wanted to declare the rebirth of Alder to the other lords, to make a name for Grayman, and to ensure that they could no longer look down on this exiled family. Mounted on his horse, the colonel pointed south with his whip. "Our target, Fort Baidu. Join my Discord, https://discord.gg/jam4wcftxt. Consider supporting me on Ko-fi. https://ko-fi.com/etitranslations. Chapter 235, Reckless Attack! Chapter 235, Reckless Attack. TL, Etude. Fort Baidu, situated between the territories of Portree and Adra, was a formidable castle owned by Baron Blake Sean, a vassal of the Kent family. Following the outbreak of conflict between the 2 major factions in the Northwest Bay, Count Morley Malkin and Viscount Dylan Johnston quickly joined forces to besiege Fort Baidu. Baron Sean had prepared well in advance, storing large amounts of food within the castle and refurbishing defensive weaponry. while recruiting and training a sizable army. With these preparations, he commanded the garrison to steadfastly defend the castle, thwarting the allied forces' assaults time and again. Unable to breach the castle, Count Malkin and Viscount Johnston sought assistance from other lords in the alliance, leading to the letter from Price Parker to the various lords. Naturally, the people inside Fort Baidu were not sitting ducks. They sent pigeons to the Count of Kent, requesting his aid in gathering allies to relieve the siege. Military forces from both sides began to converge in the area. In a village near Fort Baidu, members of the anti-Kent alliance chose it as their temporary headquarters. "We should send a challenge to the enemy right now and arrange a fair fight tomorrow." A young man pounded the table impatiently in the largest house in the village. "Take it easy. Let's wait and see what the enemy does first." "We should react to their moves," advised Count Malkin, inwardly complaining about Winifred Heller's son, who was too belligerent and nothing like his non-violent father. Reportedly, Count Heller had initially wanted to wait and see, but it was this young man's active lobbying that convinced the Heller family to get involved. Now, this young man was leading the troops, and Malkin wondered if he had overshadowed his father. Count Malkin also wanted to quickly end the conflict at his doorstep and remove the thorn that was Fort Baidu, but with enemy reinforcements approaching, he had to proceed with caution. The others in the room echoed Count Malkin's sentiment. HMPH. Derek Heller expressed his dissatisfaction. In his view, these old men were far too conservative and rusty in their thinking. "I must remind everyone that spring plowing will begin soon. If we don't let our soldiers return home to farm, we won't have a harvest in autumn." Price Parker, seated at the head of the table, stated, "Derek, my nephew, we understand what you're saying. That's why I've gathered everyone here, hoping to defeat the Kent family in one decisive battle and avoid a prolonged war. To win decisively, we need to gather as much strength as possible. What more do we need? We've already assembled over 6,000 troops." "What are you waiting for?" Derek asked. "We're waiting for the Grayman and Gannard families. They have over 1,000 troops yet to arrive. With them, our chances of victory increase," Parker replied. Derek scoffed. "I've heard that the Grayman family doesn't even have a single knight. What help could they possibly be?" Count Parker shook his head. "Even a mosquito is meat. Besides, we shouldn't underestimate them. Do you think you can eradicate the pirates of the Northwest Bay with just your family's forces within a few months?" Derek tossed his hair. "HMPH, those are just scattered pirates left behind by Edward. How hard could it be to eliminate them?" The room fell into an awkward silence, with everyone looking at Count Parker, as the initiator of the alliance. Price Parker felt somewhat offended. He slammed the table forcefully and commanded, "Those in favor of waiting for Grayman and Gannard's troops before starting the battle, raise your hand." Except for Derek Heller, all the other attendees raised their right hands. Count Parker nodded in satisfaction and turned to Derek, saying, "Nephew Derek, it seems everyone agrees. Do you still wish to stand by your opinion?" Seeing no one supporting him, Derek was furious inside but suppressed his anger and asked, "Fine, I respect everyone's decision. But when exactly will the Grayman and Gannard families arrive? If they don't come for a month, are we supposed to wait? By then, the Kent family might have already attacked us." Count Parker, seeing Derek soften a bit, relaxed his tone and stroked his beard. "Don't worry about that. I've already received a messenger from them. Their troops are on the way and should arrive by tomorrow afternoon." At this moment, Fort Baidu was experiencing the calm before the storm. The Allied forces, numbering over 6,000, had set up camp to the east of the castle, cutting off Fort Baidu from the reinforcements of the Kent family. The Kent family's forces, nearly 5,000 strong, had also camped not far to the east of the Allied forces, waiting for more troops to arrive. Given their presence, the Allies had stopped their siege, and the defenders in Fort Baidu, with less than 1,000 combat-ready soldiers, couldn't coordinate an attack with their own reinforcements. Both sides were fueling their armies for the impending clash. The next day at noon, while Count Parker and others were discussing the upcoming battle, a soldier stumbled into the room. "Lord Parker, my lord." The soldier seemed panicked. The Count frowned at him. "What's the hurry?" "What happened?" "Viscount Derek Heller. He's led his troops to attack the enemy." "What?" Count Parker and others in the hall were shocked and angry. The Count had the soldier repeat the news to confirm he heard right. That boy, how could he be so rash? They had thought he had calmed down yesterday, but it was all an act. The reporting soldier added, apparently. A fire broke out in the enemy's camp, causing chaos. The Viscount thought it was an opportunity not to be missed and led an attack. Oh? Count Parker immediately led everyone out of the house to look eastward. The soldier was right. Several plumes of smoke were rising in the east, clearly from a fire. He slapped his palm. Ah, didn't he think it could be a trap? Maybe they've set an ambush in their camp. There was no time to waste. Whether it was a trap or not, something had to be done. He looked around at everyone and made a decision. Gentlemen, gather our soldiers in the formation we discussed and trained for, and approach the enemy camp to support Viscount Derek Heller. Yes, the others responded and quickly dispersed to assemble their respective troops. Join my Discord, https://discord.gg/jam4wcfdxd. Consider supporting me on Ko-fi. https://ko-fi.com/etitranslations. Chapter 236. A Turn of Fate! Chapter 236. A Turn of Fate. TL, Etude. We're almost there, nearly there. Derek Heller's heart surged with excitement as he saw the column of smoke rising in the distance. The enemy camp was in complete chaos due to a fire, with people running around like headless flies, desperately searching for water to douse the flames. All we need to do is charge into this mess and wreak havoc, like a lion leaping into a flock of sheep. Today will be the day I make a name for myself. Not long ago, while patrolling his camp, Derek noticed something amiss in the enemy's direction. His scouts, tasked with close monitoring, soon reported that the Kent family's camp had caught fire. Eager to capitalize on this opportunity, Derek immediately thought of launching a surprise attack. Though such tactics were not very knightly, he saw no point in moralizing against the despicable Kents. When his subordinates suggested consulting with the other lords currently in a meeting, Derek dismissed the idea outright. Those old-fashioned fools would just talk for half a day before deciding to attack. By then, the enemy would have put out the fire, and they would probably continue to wait for Grayman and Gennard, who knows where. Derek quickly returned to his camp and assembled all his troops from Portree, including 100 knights, 300 knight attendants, and over 1,000 militiamen. Let the cavalry charge into the enemy camp to amplify the chaos. Infantry to follow. Derek swiftly issued orders to his troops. Educated as a noble from a young age and well-versed in military history, he was familiar with many examples of victory against the odds. Today was a godsend, and he was confident of replicating those historic miracles. He didn't forget to send out scouts to reconnoiter the surroundings of the enemy camp, especially the small woods to the south, which seemed a likely place for ambush. But, driven by his battle hunger, Derek didn't wait for the scouts' return before leading his knights in an assault. What is a gamble, after all? The Kent family's camp lacked elaborate defenses, appearing to be just a temporary site. Several rows of caltrops were casually placed around the perimeter. A few knights took the lead, using their lances to clear the caltrops from their path, creating a gap for the larger force galloping behind them to charge through. As Derek anticipated, their attack compounded the enemy's troubles, who were already struggling with the fire. Kill. The Heller family knights and attendants wielded their weapons fiercely, cutting down enemy soldiers. After rampaging through the camp for nearly 20 minutes, the Kent's forces started to regroup. Knights and officers donned their armor and led their men in a counterattack. With casualties mounting among his less than 200 cavalry, composed of knights and attendants, Derek started to regain his composure amidst the enemy's increasing resistance. Why haven't the infantry caught up yet? Just as the counterattack intensified, Derek, initially flushed with the thrill of battle, suddenly remembered the infantry that should have been following the cavalry. Surrender, Viscount Heller! A loud shout suddenly came from the west, his original direction. Turning, Derek saw Jace, the son of Count Kent. It's you who should surrender, you fool of the Kent family. Upon Derek's refusal, Jace sneered, HMPH. You won't see reason until it's too late. Look, what's this? He raised his arm and threw an object towards Derek, which rolled to the base of his horse. Upon seeing it, Derek realized the gravity of the situation. It was a helmet, belonging to one of his knights, whom he had appointed to command the infantry. Was he already dead? Or had he been captured? Where did the Kent family's army behind them come from? Were they already ambushed in that forest? Or were they newly arrived reinforcements? It didn't matter now. What mattered was that they were quickly becoming surrounded. Enemy forces were converging from all sides. Break through. Derek loudly commanded his troops, who were scattered in individual battles, to regroup into a tight formation. The north side has fewer enemies. Break through there. Protect the Viscount at all costs. The Heller family's chief knight took the lead, charging into the enemy crowd with a flail, followed closely by Derek and the other knights. The Kent family's troops positioned to the north of the camp, mostly conscripted infantry, couldn't withstand the combined assault of the numerous knights. Many were trampled underfoot, others broke ranks and fled. These conscripted soldiers are useless, Jace grumbled, lashing his whip through the air. He ordered a knight beside him. Derek is trapped here, and his allies won't just sit back. Organize the infantry and bring a cavalry squadron to block them. Then he led his own cavalry to pursue Derek's forces. See, I told you it was a trap. The allied lords had just gathered their troops when scouts reported that a large detachment of heavy cavalry from a southern path had scattered the Heller family's infantry. It might not necessarily be a trap. It's more likely that Kent's reinforcements arrived from the south, coincidentally encountering the Heller infantry. Regardless, we must move now or the Heller lad is done for. He should surrender if he must. At least we can ransom him back. I hope so, or how will we face Count Heller? HMPH. He brought this upon himself. We can't be blamed. The lords, fraught with anxiety, left 1,000 men to watch Fort Baidu and led the remaining 5,000 towards the enemy camp. Midway, they encountered the Heller family's routed infantry, with enemy cavalry in hot pursuit. Seeing the lords' reinforcements, the scattered soldiers rapidly converged towards them, seeing a glimmer of hope. Listen up, Heller soldiers, do not charge into our ranks, or you will be shown no mercy, commanded Viscount Johnston, leading the vanguard. However, some of the fleeing soldiers continued running towards them, crying out for help. In the urgent situation, Viscount Johnston decisively ordered, "Archers, loose your arrows." A volley of arrows flew, felling many of the approaching soldiers, while the rest scattered in terror. The pursuing enemy cavalry, seeing the strength of the allied forces, also retreated. The allied forces continued to advance, soon encountering the main body of enemy infantry, positioned by Jace to block the allies from rescuing Derek. Without wasting words, the battle commenced. Derek's situation was extremely critical. Having broken out of the encirclement, he and his knights headed north, looking for an opportunity to turn west towards the allied camp. But the pursuers clung to them like shadows. With enemy forces on both the left and right rears, any turn they made risked being cut off. Left with no choice, Derek continued northward. Damn it, am I to be humiliated, surrendering and waiting to be ransomed? No, never. Kent family, wait for my revenge. He swore vengeance in his heart, but after the previous battle and the prolonged sprint, his horse was exhausted, noticeably slowing down. Damn it, huh? What's that? Just as Derek was overwhelmed with despair, a cloud of dust rose on the road ahead. The dragon banner? Is that the Grayman family's army? A military force appeared directly in front of them. Join my Discord, https://discord.gg/jam4wcftxd. Consider supporting me on Ko-fi. https://ko-fi.com/etitranslations. Chapter 237, Encountering the Enemy! Chapter 237, Encountering the Enemy. TL, Etude. The Elder Army was marching on a dirt road across the plains. The weather was sunny and bright today. Although there was a slight chill in the air in the Northwest Bay Area during March and April, the soldiers were still sweating profusely after a long march. Despite it being past noon, the troops hadn't eaten yet. Since they were close to Fort Baidu, the commanding officer, Bryce, decided to reach the destination first and then allow the entire army to have their meal after setting up camp. Platoon leader, when are we going to eat? Josh, rubbing his stomach, heard it growl in protest. We're almost at Fort Baidu. Once we get there, we'll have a lovely lunch. Really? Can't you handle a bit of hunger? Makarov took out a paper-wrapped package from his marching backpack and tossed it to Josh. 1 piece each. This will tide us over for now. Platoon leader, What is this? Biscuits from the Flying Dragon Pavilion. You guys are lucky, they're a steal. The Flying Dragon Pavilion? Is that the new restaurant at the entrance of the town? I've been there. Their cuisine is said to come from some place in the south. It's delicious. These biscuits are also a southern style. After munching on the biscuits, singing could be heard from the front. It wasn't clear who started it, but Josh and his peers listened closely and recognized it as the recently popular ode to Count Grayman in the camp. Paul Grayman, Count, my lord, deploying soldiers from all over the territory, 12 elite squadrons, 60 bullets per person. He said, brave men, I look forward to fighting alongside you. The enemy covets our farms and the mines and thousands in our treasury. Don't you act like a bear, let the enemy know we're not easy to mess with. Despite sounding a bit silly, the slightly humorous lyrics combined with the tune were indeed suitable for marching. Josh's squad joined in the chorus, their steps unwittingly becoming lighter. May God protect us like thunder and lightning. Who doesn't know Lord Grayman and his soldiers? Goodbye dear Louise, don't cry. Not every arrow hits its mark. If every arrow did, who would the Lord need for soldiers? We have cannons and muskets, one shot makes a hole. We receive our military pay on time every month. Who else gets paid as punctually as we do? Lord Grayman, my lord, a hero crowned in shimmering laurel. Your soldiers are always the most loyal. As long as you keep letting us sweep the enemies, we'll overturn the world for you. Just as they were about to start the second round, a shout of alarm was heard. Looks like someone is running over here. Josh and the others looked up to see a cloud of dust rising on the road ahead, indicating a large group of people or cavalry charging in their direction. A lieutenant on horseback rode up to Colonel Bryce's side and stopped, appearing to be a scout who had been leading the way for the troops. Bryce, also on horseback, was not far from Makarov's squad. The two conversed in low tones, their discussion unclear. Makarov turned back to his squad and said, everyone, be ready. There might be enemies ahead. Josh took off the flintlock rifle strapped to his back and gripped it nervously, his palms sweating. His first experience in battle was perhaps about to begin. Then Colonel Bryce became tense and serious. Two messengers ran to the ends of the marching column, shouting as they went, enemy cavalry spotted, form square, form square. A tense and solemn atmosphere immediately enveloped the entire army. Thanks to rigorous training, the regiment at the front quickly formed 3 lines of troops, with the following regiments swiftly joining. In just over 10 minutes, the 1st and 2nd battalions, each responsible for one side, formed a hollow square formation about 30 meters in length on each side. In the open space within the square, the transportation company's supplies were placed, and the soldiers from the transportation company also joined the formation. Besides the supplies, the artillery company was also positioned in the middle of the open space. The artillery members unloaded the cannons and ammunition, preparing to fire. Due to the sudden situation and the enemy cavalry's rapid approach, they couldn't set up the cannons outside the square and had to make ready within the formation, waiting for the right moment. After a period of frantic activity, the elder army quietly awaited the enemy's arrival. Standing on a hastily constructed platform made of ammunition boxes, Bryce, Joyce, and 2 deputy battalion commanders observed the situation ahead through binoculars. Judging by the flags, the cavalry rushing towards us is from the Heller family, and those 2 groups chasing them must be from the Kent family, our enemies. Have our allies already been defeated, leaving only these few survivors? Don't jump to conclusions. Let's deal with the cavalry in front of us and then decide about the Heller's people. Derek Heller led his knights in a frantic charge northward. Due to the flat terrain ahead, he saw the elder army from a distance. At first, he thought they were enemy troops set to intercept him. Their quick transition from marching formation to a strange square formation indicated an extremely elite force, something his conscripted militia could never achieve. As he prepared for a desperate fight, he gradually made out the flag of the approaching troops, a bright red flag emblazoned with a golden dragon. It was the army of their ally, Alder. Derek felt a sense of relief, although he had been complaining about their delay just that morning. He raised his lance high, letting the Heller family flag flutter in the wind. Fortunately, the other side recognized him. A figure who appeared to be a commander in the square gestured to the right repeatedly. Derek understood the signal, telling him to pass by the right side of the square. His left, He knew the importance of not disturbing the formation during a dangerous encounter with the enemy. So, he gestured to his knights, and they veered left. The Heller family's troops quickly passed by the square formation, exhausted and ready to find a place to rest behind the lines. As they passed by the square, Derek estimated the Elder army's strength at over 1,000 men. He worried whether this number could withstand the charge of several hundred Kent family cavalry. Moreover, the defensive square they formed wasn't solid, with only 3 thin layers of soldiers on the perimeter. Even more puzzling was the guns in the soldiers' hands, too short and oddly shaped. He prayed to the heavens for their protection. Join my Discord, https://discord.gg/jam4wcfdxd. Consider supporting me on Ko-fi. https://ko-fi.com/etitranslations. Chapter 238, The Hollow Square Formation 1! Chapter 238, The Hollow Square Formation 1! TL, Etude. Fix bayonets. Fix bayonets. With a rustling sound, the soldiers of Alder drew their bayonets and fitted them onto their rifles. Officers to the front. With a loud yell from Bryce, his deputy commander Joyce immediately repeated his order. Officers to the front. No one moved, as the officers of each company, platoon, and squad were already at the forefront of their formations. The cavalry of the Kent family was closing in rapidly, now less than 500 meters away from the square formation. Ready. The soldiers on the outermost rows of the square formation, facing the cavalry, immediately knelt on one knee, while the second and third rows remained standing. The soldiers in the third row threaded their muskets through the gaps in front, aiming forward with their weapons. Hold steady, don't fire. Without an order, Makarov whispered to those around him, reminding them that many soldiers, especially the green recruits who had never been on a battlefield, tended to fire prematurely when faced with a rapidly advancing enemy, regardless of whether the enemy was in range or not. Josh nervously wiped the sweat from his left palm onto his body, then gripped the trigger again. Initially, he was a left-handed shooter, holding the rifle with his right hand and pulling the trigger with his left. Unlike others, however, his habit was forcibly corrected by Sergeant Makarov, who strictly adhered to the 1991 infantry training regulations issued by the Staff Department. In the tense moment of facing a formidable enemy, however, he unconsciously reverted to his old habit. He was positioned in the third row, a measure of care for the new recruits. However, as a consequence, their protective gear was not as substantial as that of the soldiers in the first 2 rows. Josh only wore a leather cuirass, while the soldiers in front mostly wore armor with metal components at key areas. After all, it was an era dominated by melee weapons, and Paul, who could produce a large amount of iron, did not skimp on improving his army's armor coverage to prepare for potential hand-to-hand combat. Jace's lips curled up in a sneer of contempt. He recognized the flag of the obstructing army ahead. It belonged to the Grayman family, the minor lord who nearly clashed with the Kent family last year. Paul Grayman, I was merciful to spare you last year, and yet you're ungrateful and continue to oppose us. Grayman, look at your army. 1,000 or so conscripted farmers, holding laughable weapons that are neither proper sticks nor guns, and those horses are nothing but nags fit for pulling carts. Oh, the formation is neatly arranged, but what good does that do? He ordered his assistant to wave the flag, signaling to another cavalry unit to scatter the square formation from both sides. Leading nearly 300 cavalrymen, including knights and their attendants, Jace was confident he could easily break this square formation, despite being vastly outnumbered by the Elder army. The difference in combat power between knights and peasants was like night and day. The leading knight picked up a javelin hanging from his horse. Unlike on Earth, knights here did not consider the use of ranged weapons dishonorable. In his experience, as soon as he and his companions threw their spears, those farmers who had just put down their hoes would either cower and scramble on the ground or disperse in panic. Once their formation was disrupted, they could charge in and trample at will. Moreover, seeing no archers in the square formation gave him even more confidence. They could tease the enemy without fear. Even if there were archers, given the poor quality of bows and crossbows that ordinary soldiers could afford in the thick armor he wore, inflicting effective damage would be challenging. They were getting closer. Bryce raised his command saber high. In the Elder army, The four sides of the hollow square formation were referred to as front, back, left, and right. Currently, the 4 battalion commanders were each responsible for one side, with Bryce in command of the front. Finally, the first enemy reached about 50 meters from the square formation, holding a javelin poised to throw. Front row, fire. Bryce's command sword swiftly dropped, and his order echoed throughout the formation. Bang! 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 A series of musket shots rang out, and thick gun smoke immediately enveloped the front of the formation. Several of the leading knights were instantly thrown off their horses, flipping backward while still holding their spears, and fell to the ground. Not good. The fallen knight instinctively tried to roll aside, not wanting to be trampled into mush by the hooves of his companions who couldn't train in their horses in time. But to his dismay, he felt as if all his strength had been drained away, making even turning over difficult. Wait, what just happened? The knight's brain realized something was amiss. He had only heard a series of noises, then felt as if he had been harshly struck by something, and then he fell off his horse. What exactly hit him? He couldn't see the trajectory of the incoming object. Suddenly, the knight felt a burning sensation on the right side of his abdomen and instinctively touched it. A large hole. The touch sent a shock through him. Whatever it was had penetrated his thick armor. What followed was even more terrifying. Pain. An increasing agony replaced the burning sensation, radiating throughout his body. Damn it, it hurts. The knight grabbed a handful of grass from his side and threw it into the air in frustration. A horrifying sight met his eyes. The yellowing dead grass leaves were stained red. Front row, second rank, fire. The following Kent family cavalry suffered the same fate as their predecessors. The 2 battalions that had gone out on the campaign had already switched to flintlock guns. Without matchlocks, the soldiers could line up shoulder to shoulder in tight ranks, significantly increasing the density of their volley fire. The charging cavalry were hit, some riders, some horses, and some both. However, thanks to the inaccuracy of smoothbore guns, many were fortunate to escape harm. Some horses, startled by the gunfire, ran uncontrollably with their riders, but still, some lucky ones managed to get within throwing range of their javelins and hurled them with all their might into the square formation. Under these few knights' attacks, the elder army suffered casualties. The wounded were immediately dragged to the central open space of the square formation, where newly trained medics with basic knowledge of disinfection and bandaging skills swiftly tended to them. Front row, third rank, fire. Bryce issued the order bitterly, pained to see the soldiers he had trained so hard getting injured. The third row's gunfire rang out, sweeping away the Kent family cavalry who had thrown their javelins and were trying to turn their horses to escape. The first volley resulted in nearly 50 enemy cavalry losing their combat capability. Join my Discord, https://discord.gg/jam4wcfdxd. Consider supporting me on Ko-fi. https://ko-fi.com/edited translations. End of block 4.